Yes, did I just say thanks, thanks? I think I did. Thanks for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. The bar is doing the thing to the stuff, and it's just very unpredictable at the moment. There we go. D, could you tell people who's allowed to be here?
What's going on, everybody? This show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to get the flying fuck out. Back to you, Senor Primador.
That's the way. Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Welcome, ladies and gerbils. As you heard the man, you need to be an adult to watch this show where I am. The age restriction says 21 and over. Even though, of course, we're not very specific about what we're talking about, but just for the sake of argument and all that kind of stuff, and just in case we get reported and all that kind of thing, ladies and gentlemen, please assume that this show is for adults only. We've talked about this before. If you're a puppy dog or a kitty cat or some other juvenile animal that's in the house, I don't know. That's kind of up to your people to decide. But this is for the humans involved, ladies and gentlemen. You need to be an adult to watch the show. Cheers, Bud Kilowatt. Good to see you. I just switched to live chat so I can see that he is definitely the first in the chat. He's given us the green light already. Good to see you, Bud. Happy Saturday and welcome and all that kind of stuff. Welcome, welcome. Bud Kilowatt, I was going to ask him. Oh, no, he doesn't have an outdoor harvest, so never mind. I won't ask him about that. But I just basically harvested most of my plants. Well, I didn't have all that many plants, but harvested most of everything, at least bulk wise. I have two nice plants to harvest tomorrow, though. So saving Oaxacan Thunderfuck and Sunday Driver for tomorrow. So
Nice.
looking forward to that. Yeah, actually, it was a surprisingly decent year. I thought it was going to be a little bit catastrophic, especially after we had this massive rainstorm all of a sudden out of nowhere at like 2 in the morning, 3 weeks ago. I don't remember exactly. And I was up at the time. I think I was watching Invasion or something on Apple TV, which is kind of an ominous show or whatever. And there was rain in the show, and all of a sudden I hear this pouring rain outside. And I'm like, oh my God, what's amazing sound effects? But no, it was literally pouring rain outside. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm gonna have to. I'm just like, I'm not even gonna check on it. I'm just gonna wait until the morning. And so, sure enough, I came out in the morning, and a bunch of branches were knocked down, all that kind of stuff. I lucked out though because almost nothing was broken off. Maybe one or two branches here or there were broken, but most everything was just kind of, even if it was broken, it was just kind of snapped a little bit, and I could basically shore it back up, and it was fine. So anyway, at first I thought it was going to be a just total disaster, but it wasn't. So that's actually good news. And then of course I lost a couple plants to presumably fusarium. I mean, I guess unless I dig up the root balls, which I guess I'm probably going to do, I probably won't know. Even then, I guess theoretically I wouldn't know. But anyway, regardless, by all symptoms, basically lost a couple plants to fusarium. So frustrating and annoying on that. And then I was really bummed, basically, that it was a couple of my favorite plants and stuff like that. So, but in the end, I actually got halfway decent plant or halfway decent harvest, like I said. So ice cream cake did really, really well. Ice cream cake basically became the star of the show, which is always actually very amusing to me because oftentimes people assume it's just going to be this dipshit plant, whatever else. But actually, it turns out that it's a solid yielder and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, so ice cream cake really took the brunt of the storm too, interestingly enough. Maybe because it was a big plant. I don't know exactly why, but it really looked like it was going to just be a fucking disaster. But actually, didn't get any bud rot or anything on it, so super, super nice. Probably could have waited a few more days on ice cream cake. I feel like it's done, honestly, but I probably could have waited a few more days. I honestly am thinking about bringing Oaxacan indoors. She's technically in a plastic pot, but she's rooted into the ground, so I'm debating whether or not that's going to totally ruin her if I just basically rip her out of the ground and then take her inside for a few days. Because I feel like she could use even just a few more days. So I'll decide tomorrow. Because actually, in just the last couple of days, she's ripened out quite a bit. Believe it or not, that can happen so fast. Um, what was I going to say? Sunday driver's ready, basically. I could honestly give her more time. She's kind of one of those plants that you could totally just let run for a while longer. She'll eventually kind of purple out a little bit, but so far she's basically green. I've said before, she really reminds me of Morgana a lot, and I was just too lazy to take clones on her this time, and so I'm still debating, like, oh, am I gonna try to re-veg her or something? I'm just kind of debating it. I'll be sad to lose her, but at the same time, it's not like any of my audience is clamoring for Sunday Driver or something. So it's not like it's a huge loss to lose her. But for me, it's like, oh man, she has such similarities to Morgana. Basically, a sister from another mother essentially. She's got this peppery sweetness compared to this kind of peppery berry from Morgana, basically. Very, very similar profile, it seems like, and even very similar high and all that kind of stuff. So I thought, oh, one of these days, how fun it would be to cross the two, but it just hasn't worked out that way. Cheers, DGC Jeff. Good to see you, buddy. And of course, our illustrious moderator, D Zombie. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome, folks. We'll try to get this going for a little bit here, but we're not going to beg people. In fact, we're not going to beg people at all. We're just going to ask nicely if you guys want to hop on here. And then if nobody hops on here in a little bit, we'll probably just get the hint and we'll go do our own thing. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're new to the show, nobody's really new to the show, but if you are by some miraculous circumstance new to the show, welcome. First of all, I've said that a few times now, but still, it bears repeating. Welcome. Sit back, relax, enjoy yourself. Obviously, treat yourself to something. These days we puff marshmallows, of course, and smoke meats. But feel free to the urge to have a snack may present itself. Feel free to grab one, ladies and gentlemen, or a beverage of choice. Excuse me. Probably should take another drink of water before the show. I guess I could do that right now. If you want to, if you want to know what we're about, ladies and gentlemen, it's quite simple. It's meant to be basically a cannabis cafe, cannabis pub, that kind of thing. Doesn't have to be, of course, cannabis related, obviously, but a lot of times that's basically the crux of our sort of hobby interest. That's one of the reasons why we generally have to say 21 and over. But generally speaking, we talk about all kinds of stuff. And oh my gosh, there's so many things, and unfortunately, that there are things to talk about these days. Like everything basically has gotten upended. Smashed and I oftentimes talk about drones. Well, drones have been completely upended basically because of, in fairness, not just this administration, but in large part, I'd say, this administration. But again, the weirdness does, in fairness, in this particular issue, the fairness does sort of transfer from the previous administration that sort of kicked the can down the road. Really weird circumstance. Anyway, there's a lot of things like that, from the tariffs affecting all the prices that we have now, on and on and on. Many things are discussable on this show. Is that even a word? Anyway, it is now. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to hop on here and join us. I have some extremely simple rules. Honestly, you're super welcome to come on here and have a different point of view. You're welcome to, in fact, you're encouraged to disagree. If you have a contrary opinion or if you have a different opinion, you're welcome. Honestly, welcome. This is not one of those shows where we're trying to preach to the choir or anything like that. So sometimes we'll get criticism like, "Hey, you're trying amongst yourselves." Well, that's because nobody else has the courage to hop on here. Live long and prosper, D's. Ms. D, or is that D's hand given us? Anyway, somebody, ladies and gentlemen, is apparently part Vulcan. But what am I trying to say? You're welcome, encouraged to come on and disagree, ladies and gentlemen. Just very simply, be polite. That's it. And you don't even have to be obsequious or something like that. You know what I mean? You just have to be polite. Hop on here. Don't come on here to start a fight. Don't come on here to be a goddamn jerk off. Don't come on here and insult people. And that goes for other people too. I don't want you to come on here and have some kind of a grudge about other people. I should have learned my lesson years ago when I had not even one, but maybe a couple different people that would come on here and just talk about goddamn fucking grudges that they had about this person, that person, the other person. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not the place for that. If you want to have a grudge and fucking chip on your shoulder and whatever, start your own YouTube channel. It's free. You can do it. You can start streaming after. I don't even remember how many people you have to subscribe to. But in the meantime, you can start your own channel. Cheers, bud. And go bitch on your own place. Same thing goes, by the way, if you want to show off your fucking, that'll come here in a second if you want to be on the panel. If you want to show off your fucking wiener or genitalia or whatever else, go start your OnlyFans. Go start your own channel. Go make a fortune, ladies and gentlemen. There's so many channels, so many places where you could not waste your talents, but really exploit them for the best, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to hop onto the panel, you are welcome to do so. As you see, we have two guests already, or rather, I have two guests already. You're welcome to hop on here, ladies and gentlemen. Just very simply, don't be a dick. Don't show your dick. Don't be a fucking lunatic. Don't show your asshole or be an asshole. And of course, don't be a douchebag or show your douchebag, ladies and gentlemen. Incredibly simple rules. For most of you, you don't even really have to think about these things on a daily basis. But have you ever had to think, oh, I wonder if I should show my fucking wiener?
No,
No,
but
this is a
let me
ridiculous,
say
right?
something. As you were just saying that for the hundredth, I don't know how many times I heard that
Jesus
now.
Christ, how many
You know
times?
what? That would be a good shirt. Just that exact statement printed on a shirt. I think it would actually, have a
Don't
little,
show your dick. Don't be
um,
a fucking lunatic.
yeah,
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 I dig it.
yeah, because it applies to just about everything on the planet.
For the most part, yeah. I mean, put it this way: if you break any of those rules, I can't guarantee that you will succeed by not breaking those rules, but I guarantee you will fail by breaking any of those rules. You know what I mean? If you walk into the embassy of the United Kingdom, I can't guarantee that you're going to be able to meet with the Queen or the embassy ambassador or whatever else, but I guarantee you, if you show them your fucking dick or if you act like a dick, you're not going to get anywhere. So, it's one of those things. Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
Yeah, I'd say
I
act
should
like a
sell more
dick.
merch.
I think that's how many people really try to show their dick? Yeah, couple. But act like a dick?
According
Oh,
to
how
women, all the
fucking wrong.
time, all the women that
Yeah.
go on the dating apps and stuff, it's just a super common occurrence. And evidently, it's when the men get pissed off, when they basically think that they're going to fail, they basically start besieging them with wiener pictures. So, yeah, good for them.
Well, I get to say this. At the beginning of this, I was friends online with another a woman that was a very attractive breeder chick and stuff, and and we became friends. And then one time she showed me all this shit that like she was on some content, whatever. And yeah, that's why it's like 99.9% men on I mean, like the data shows that half the population,
Oh, you
the
mean people spamming her with trash, or what do you
oh
mean?
my God,
Oh, yeah,
dude, it
yeah,
was like
yeah,
so disgusting. I knew
yeah,
I recognized a couple of
yeah,
names, but like, okay, guys are different, man. I don't know, you
yeah.
know, like,
No, I hate to say it, but I've heard some rumors, not even just rumors, I've heard from the people involved on the women's side, basically complaining about a few people who've been, nobody here by any means, but people who have been on my show before in the past. And so that's one of the reasons they brought it up to me. They were
well, I
like, hey,
mean,
just so you know,
just because
so
you
and so,
come
da da
on
da da
here to
da.
be enthusiastic about cannabis doesn't mean you're trying to,
Mm.
hook up or whatever
That's
the
the thing.
fuck.
It's not like, and here's the thing with me, like I certainly, would definitely try to get involved if I felt that there was any kind of thing that I could materially do to solve the problem or something. But it's not like I can be the thought police or the moral police or anything else. I'm not what's the expression from the fucking Bible? I'm not my brother's keeper. You know what I mean? Like I'm not responsible for any of you fucking people. I'm not here to police your behavior or anything else. Like the only thing that really affects me is when people come on my show. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So as long as
yeah.
you're on my show and not doing anything fucking stupid and da da da
And I
da
mean,
da, that
I
essentially
got
as
my
far as I
views
go.
about it,
But I
but
mean, like
like,
I mean, if I found out someone was a bad person in private life and stuff, yeah, I would probably disassociate with them. But I mean, it's not like I have to go out, or I'm not in any way obligated to go out and look for people's problems or something. You know what I mean?
yeah.
First of all, everybody has some kind of a problem in their life. You know what I mean? So it's not like I'm going to go look for everybody's problems. That would take me forever. Cheers, by the way, folks in the chat. Cheers, Coffee Pot, Red Setter. Who have I missed? DGC Jeff. Cheers, folks. Oh, I should probably post the link. Seeing as you guys know the rules now, and you're all going to follow them, because it was understood there that you all held up your right hand, other right, and swore to the rules. Don't be a dick. Don't show your dick. Excuse me, all that kind of stuff. So, ladies and gentlemen, now you can see the link by virtue of your great new wisdom of having made that pack. I don't even know where I'm going with that story, but whatever. Ladies and gentlemen, there's the link right there. Unfortunately, I'm logged into the Fumidor and the Flavors, so now you'll know my other channel. If you didn't know my new channel or my other channel, if you're new to the show, you'll know that I have a bigger channel, Fumidor and the Flavors. We're on the smaller channel right now, ladies and gentlemen. But exactly. But ladies and gentlemen, hit that link there. We'll just have to keep hitting the link unless I re-log in, basically, and get to pin the link. But folks, the password, cheers, Dabby. Long time no see, buddy. Password is 420 420. It should autocomplete, but if it doesn't, ladies and gentlemen, just hit the password 420 420. Dabby J says, Bud's looking sharp in those frames. Cheers, buddy. Good to see you, Dabby.
Yeah.
Long time no see, bud. Oh, I bet
Hi,
Dabby's
Abby.
harvesting or pretty close to it, honestly, because he's probably I think he also harvested somewhat early. I'm really lucky this year to be able to harvest early. Uh, it's, it's a little bit of a downside because, for example, next year when I hopefully get the soil a little bit better, because I think I've learned most of my lessons from this year, we'll see. But I have a fairly tall canopy basically right in front of me. So unfortunately, it kind of limits my daytime light hours, but it also makes the plants flip earlier. So basically, I'm pretty sure that most of the plants flipped basically right around the beginning of August, because right around the 14th or 15th, I want to say, so basically middle of August, I noticed that they were essentially already starting to crown. So already heading into week three, you know what I mean? So basically right around the beginning of August, within a couple of days, you know what I mean? Because outdoors, indoors can be a little bit different. But uh, Granted, last year I was using supplemental light because I came home and I was trying to veg up the plants a little bit because they were kind of scrawny. But even still, I think we had one plant that wasn't on supplemental lights and it didn't flip until late August or something like that. So anyway, long story short, I lucked out because gosh, everything's basically done. I wonder what Dabby's
Well, at peak,
looking like.
because like I kind of know the hours of NoCal a little bit. I know my hours. How many hours of daylight is there?
Oh, we're good. Yeah, I think we're now. I haven't checked for a little bit. We're down
And
now
now it's got to
to
be down. But summer
what is it? Hold
solstice is
on
in
here. I can just
July,
look on
right?
the frickin' yeah, what are we at?
Like,
We're at
see, down here,
sunrise.
things will flip
Oh, what'd this
outside
tell me?
even before solstice, right?
How am I
Because
number three?
our peak amount of sun is like 13 and a half, right? So we're always like on the cusp, where like even in Mendo, it's like 15 and a half. Up by you, it's got to be even more
We're
because north
actually
of us.
right around 12 hours, go figure. I'm actually surprised by
Now,
that. Yeah.
well, but
7
that's
a.m.
what it takes for.
sunrise and 7 p.m. sunset. Go figure, 12 hours. Yeah.
But like that's what I'm saying. Like you're saying things didn't flip to August. That's probably
Well,
because
stuff
even though
outdoors,
summer,
people always, it's just indoor growers that think about 12-12. Like stuff will actually flip at 13, 14 hours, honestly. It's just kind of inefficient too. There's so much grower mentality. I heard somebody, or I was watching an old DJ Short video, an interview with an Oregon YouTube channel. Anyway, regardless, he was talking about a very, very typical grower perspective. He was saying, "Oh, there were no grow stores. There was no place to get pots and dirt and da 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 da." Da. And I remember thinking, "Motherfucker, you lived in Eugene, like, and a lot of these guys lived in Portland. Like, there were nursery stores for fucking 100 years. They've been around forever. It's such a grower perspective. Like, oh, I have to get weed pots for my weed plants. They just always think about weed stuff. And so, for example, indoor weed growers." You would never grow your plants at 13 hours because you're basically wasting an hour of daylight. You know that you could flip at 12:12, and most plants or many plants flip at around 12:12. So you're just going to basically grow 12 or less. And a lot of growers now, thanks to DJ Short, actually grow 11:13 because it expresses phenotypically better. But, of course, growers like to save money. And so that extra hour of sunlight that you shut off saves you money every single month, right? But the reality is, you could probably flip most of your phenotypes to 13 on and probably do just fine. You might even do a little bit more yield. I've heard many people over the years, that's one of their little tricks, is that the last couple of weeks, they'll either flip back to 18 or they'll flip the lights back to something or other, and they think that that leads to more yield. I don't know if
well,
that's true. That's just something I've heard.
my thought is it all is we indoor. I'm an indoor guy. Like even 18 hours is a total exaggeration of the veg period, right?
Mm.
I right. I mean,
Yeah,
because
there's really no
outdoor,
time during
no
the,
one
I
gets
mean, God, you'd
18
have to be
hours
in the
of light.
tropics to get 18 hours. Yeah,
Okay.
100%. Yeah.
And a lot of times, like, oh, if you're at 18, you probably even go down to 15, it's going to trigger it to
Hmm.
flower. Or maybe 14, because I think it's not necessarily the amount of hours, it's the less sun
Mm.
or less light, but as you mentioned, 11, 13, and yeah, I don't even think about it. I haven't had anything run 12, 12 in like 20 years. My timers are, I'm not 11, 13. I'm like 11 and a half. I could probably cut even another half hour out, right? Because I'm blasting, they got plenty of light. They call that the FPD, or I don't know, the emissions, where there's only so much light a plant can take in a 12-hour cycle anyway. So, yeah, but I've always run 11 and a half. But I veg at 18, which is, you
Red
know,
Setter Farm has an interesting perspective. I actually kind of agree with you. This is just our opinion. We don't have scientific backing behind this. I think people have studied this. because cannabis is not the only plant that flips based on light and all that kind of stuff, right? So people have studied this and other stuff. So I guess we would have to just look into this a little bit more. It's an interesting subject to rabbit hole into. But Red Setter Farms says, I don't think it's a specific time. So in other words, not 1212 necessarily. I think it's the change in time and increase of night. And he calls it the flux of time, so to speak. Uh, I think that's an interesting way to look at it because basically it's something that's triggering the plant, and it clearly isn't that critical what the specific amount of time is. Really, it's the more critical thing is that something's triggering it. And I think probably there's something like that in every single animal. If mammals, dogs, for example, go into heat, for example, right, or whatever, there's got to be something that triggers it, basically, based on weather or barometric pressure, whatever the fuck the case may be. I bet you it's the same with cannabis, that it's the
Yeah.
flux of time, as
And
he's
I'll
saying
add
it. That's
one
an
more
interesting way
thing.
to look
Like
at it.
another thing, I veg pretty warm. I usually almost 10 degrees warmer, right? I get like more jungle feeling in the veg. And now I over the years I've come up in flowering to get uh, than we used to. I used to really keep it chill in there, but I still keep it chill in there like the first week or two because what I noticed is like I call it the set when it's how long it takes to put on the bud set, right? It's sometimes up to 3 weeks before thistles really start to appear. If I go from the warm jungle of veg to like the first week or so of flower, and I keep it like in the low 70s, um, yeah, it takes a set faster than if I like. There were a few months, especially when I added the LEDs into one room. I run that room almost like the veg most of the cycle, kind of warmer, more humidity, which you know a lot of what the range we used to use had no science behind it, but we used to run things like way, that's why you had AC and all this stuff. Like you ran it logically, it was to prevent mold and PM and stuff, except that then that's actually that's when those ailments can proliferate even more. Like it was counterintuitive to me to like, oh, you want to keep PM from breaking out, run it warmer and more humid, right? That if you understand, like, and grow science is what I learned how to grow on basically from the '90s. Yeah, like when you start having little PM problems, oh wow, your temps you got to go lower, right? Because it just made sense, or it seemed to make sense, but actually the science says that that ailment has a harder time getting proliferated at a warmer, more humid environment. Which, but I do, after a while, I noticed, oh yeah, it was taking a longer time for him to take a set, and then and now I keep it cool the first couple weeks. Some of that's also the cool. If I kept it so warm, I got more stretch than I wanted in the transition. Transition's like its own indoor. You have the veg, flowering cycle, and then you have transition, which is basically 3 weeks. The first 3 weeks of flowering, it's its own. It has its own, you know, and how it does in transition is critical to like what's going to be done at the end. So I have like in my mind transition, my recipe for transition, my environment is different than flour or veg. Works for me. That's all I ever like. I don't expect anyone to think, oh, that's. I'm not telling anyone to change anything they're doing ever. That's things I've learned. Some of the things I learned, I don't necessarily know are right, but if you think something's right, then you're more apt to think you're onto something. Sometimes I realize, yeah, maybe I just think that's working, but it's really not.
Unfortunately, this is the simple reason why our president and people like him think that they are quite literally the smartest person in every single room about every single subject. because they are effectively so ignorant, but also so confident that they just assume that everyone else is a fucktard, basically.
Well, don't you call it like the overall thing called intellectual curiosity, right?
Well,
That's
those people, not necessarily. I would say they lack internet
yeah, that's what they
intellectual
lack.
curiosity,
Like to
yeah.
me, like even as you get older, you
But
don't want
also
to lose that
effectively a theory of
intellectual
mind,
curiosity.
basically.
Like in the last 5 years, I've learned more than my whole life just by like changing what I consume as far as like I don't watch TV and reality TV and all this bullshit. And when I find myself listening to history podcasts and all kinds of things where I, all of a sudden, wow, I have things to learn. I like if you stop learning, yeah, growth, like even whatever it is.
And
Because we're
for as much stupid shit as there is on YouTube, and just there's just so much stupid shit, there are some really, really good channels. Like I've really been getting into that
yeah.
Stefan Milo. I can't remember how he pronounces his freaking name, but whatever, Steven. Dude's from the UK. And he talks about history in general, but he really specializes in prehistory, basically. And so talks a lot about Neanderthals, Homo erectus, human migration across the earth, da da da, early human migration, on and on and on. And I don't know, I'm just very fascinated by those subjects. It's quite interesting to hear these guys talk about it. Informedly. They're not just winging it basically. Like, unfortunately, a lot of channels on YouTube. So that's kind of one of my struggles is when I'm trying to find something, I try not to fucking get the guys that are just literally winging it. That were just, there's a few big political podcasts now that were literally a couple of comedians that took off, and now like there's this one channel. I think I might even be subscribed to it. So this is how ridiculous the situation is. But I think it's called trigonometry or trigonometry. I think it's called trigonometry, and it's literally two comedians that just took off during COVID. But now they get like prime ministers of countries on their show and shit. Like they had
Well,
Netanyahu on there a few weeks ago. It's just like
in the
this world is
past,
too goddamn absurd. And so I
in the
watch them
past,
essentially just because I have to be honest. It's interesting that they got the prime minister of fucking Israel on this fucking show. But ultimately, their questions were mostly super stupid because they're fucking comedians, and so it's like it's not to say the comedians are stupid. I mean, George Carlin was not a stupid person. Richard Pryor were not stupid people, but these people are stupid people. Al Franken was not a stupid person, but even
but
still, these
what I
people
was
are.
going to say is in the past, like you really didn't see like a comedian as like a path to like politics like that wasn't.
Yeah, that's the Joe
But I mean,
Roganization of
even the
everything,
guy from
pretty much.
Ukraine, from what I understand, he was like the John Stewart of the country, a comedian,
I'm sorry, who was?
and the president of Ukraine.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. That's what
I
people.
mean, he
That's
came
basically
through
what people called him,
comedy,
the John Stewart of Ukraine. At least that's what people
right?
had
And
talked
we
about him.
had Franklin. I mean, American politics is not so much,
Mhm.
but actually, comedian. Not all comedians have any business getting there or politics, but some of them, and like you say, George Carlin. Wow, he definitely was he was a very smart guy beyond comedy. You know what I mean?
Well, you
Like
have to be a
he
really
was
bright
kind of
person, really
political.
insightful and empathetic and everything else to understand
Yeah,
comedy.
I mean,
But that doesn't necessarily mean that you would be a great president or whatever else. You know what I mean? So, for example, George
no.
Carlin, spectacular fucking guy in so many different ways. But you know what? I wouldn't want him running the country. Give me a fucking break, dude. You know?
Well, I mean, yeah, it still bugs me about Al Franken. I think he got a raw deal.
Oh, he got fucked.
First
Yeah,
time, the
100%.
first time I ever was aware of Al Franken. Okay, way back in the early days of going to Grateful Dead shows, it was common. They never had an opening act, but they'd have like a comedian sometimes come on and get booed. The crowd wasn't into listening to any of it. It was just like a kill time type of thing. And I can always forget the guy's name, but Al Franken was a duo. Franken and this guy with curly hair. Forget his name, right? And they were the dumbest comedians ever, right? I remember like going, yeah, I'm here to hear the music. Like, what the fuck is this shit, right? They were corny and all that. But yeah, so he like beyond him being whatever, like he's a total deadhead, right? Like, he's been to hundreds of shows, like, um, and there he was up on, representing people, the people, and I thought that was a great thing. And then he got axed out.
It was Amy Klobuchar trying to be president, but that didn't even work out. Anyway, that's the
Yeah, I
worst thing. He
mean,
basically got fucked by proxy, essentially, just because of other people's ambitions. It's too bad.
Yeah, I mean, all right, his hand was a little low, whatever, but yeah,
No, he was not. No, 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 no. If you watch the if you hear the context and stuff, he was just goofing off. It was literally comedians on a trip goofing off. Like that was the whole point of it. It wasn't some kind of a leering picture or some shit. No, it was
no,
taken completely out of
he
context.
he wasn't like some pervert.
No, that's the thing. Yeah, dozens of women from SNL and everything else. Because that's the thing. He had, unlike our president, who had years and years of complaints, he had no complaints over years, decades of experience in Hollywood, right? Where there are a lot of people who are fucking scumbags. Yeah,
Yeah, well,
it's too bad he got
I mean,
fucked.
out of all the things he got away with, the one that gets me is like, yeah, Me Too happened, and they canceled all these guys that had questionable behavior. Like, just canceled them, right? And like, if there's an example of somebody that had the worst track record of that behavior, and it didn't phase him at all.
Who are you talking about?
Trump,
Oh
like,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
as far as like being the Me
Just
Too
today it
pervert.
came out that Epstein and I'm sorry, Musk. Oh my God, I'm forgetting the three names that came out today. Musk, Bannon, and there was another name in there. Thiel, the dude Peter Thiel. All the guys that are in the top of the government right now were on the Epstein list and evidently went to Epstein Island, basically. So Muskie Boy apparently went there in about 2014. Just came out today, basically, because the Democrats have been trying to push the list to push to release the list, basically. Supposedly, they now basically just barely by the skin of their fucking chinny chin chins have the votes. But yeah, there was a weird message just this afternoon. What's her face? Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't know if she's just playing to her fucking base or what, but if it's real, then it's kind of scary. She was saying, I'm not suicidal. If anything happens to me, blah, 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 because, she's apparently still pushing for the Epstein list. So, and she's evidently being pressured about that. Basically, the Trump team does not like that. So, basically, one of
Yeah,
these days, either nothing will happen and it'll just continue to get buried, or something will happen and it'll be revealed. It's madness, honestly, madness. Like if you basically say this stuff out loud, you sound to yourself like a crazy person. Like when I say to myself
wait a second.
that this country is very likely being run by a cabal of mostly stupid oligarch pedophiles, dude, it sounds like I'm fucking,
Here's what
you know
I
what I mean? It
question
sounds
about
like
this:
this is lunacy. This is literally coming out
the
as factual.
timing,
Pardon?
the timing of it. I've seen things old. I mean, he got murdered in prison. I don't know how many years
I'm
ago.
sorry, what timing of what?
Okay, we finished. Okay, so Biden was president 4 years ago, less than a year ago. Why wasn't the shit released then when we had the control and power? Why all
Oh,
of a
it's a whole
sudden?
story. They kind of slow walked it. They slow walked a few things, to be perfectly honest, and they definitely share some blame for that. Merrick Garland slow walked any number of things, and he really, honestly, should be burning a pyre, perfectly honestly, for his fucking sins. But supposedly the reason was that they were trying to, which is a legitimate reason, I'll give them credit. They didn't want to ruin the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. And she was up to her anus basically in every single one of those fucking files. She is the key witness, right? She's apparently staring down the barrel of a pardon from Trump right now. And they've already admitted like a quid pro quo. I said it wrong like three times. Quid pro quo. Cover your mouth if you could when you yawn, bud. What was I trying to say? Remember, folks, you're basically in a living room with us, with other people, even though it's on your phone and stuff. You're essentially like at my house or whatever. So if you yawn in front of me, it makes everybody else yawn. It makes like 50 people in the chat just started yawning too. I don't know how many people are watching,
They
but
probably
whatever.
were yawning and it
They
triggered
were
me.
already yawning and they triggered you. That's right, bud. I like the way you think. It's your fucking fault, people. It's your fault. It's your fault. Please apologize right
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
Fucking hell was I trying to say? I was trying to say, oh, so long story short, that they were basically slow walking it because of Ghislaine Maxwell. Because don't forget, she basically went to jail, what, right at the end of Biden's term? Or because it hasn't even been like a year that she's been in jail. Or maybe she went to jail last year. I'd have to look it up to be perfectly honest. But anyway,
Well,
that was evidently the reason. And to be perfectly honest with you, they weren't the ones pushing for the Epstein this, Epstein that. It was actually Trump's team that were like, we're going to release the
yeah,
Epstein
yeah.
files and da da da, because their whole contention was that prominent Democratic names are in the files.
Well,
Of
it
course, the
seems like
Democrats are all like, fine, release them. What the fuck do I care about Bill Clinton? Jesus Christ. But yeah,
it,
for
it
some reason they
seems
thought
like
that would
that
be
term slow walk. Yeah, that's how. he was able to like pardon or get out of all those cases
Hmm.
that were just about.
Merrick Garland basically slow walked. They didn't even actually officially get rid of most of the cases. They just slow walked them for so long that he just got reelected, and then they just basically closed them all. Yeah,
Yeah, that was a bad strategy.
yeah.
Whatever the reasoning was that
Turns
that
out it
prompted it.
works. Yeah.
You know. Well, a lot of defense in law is just postpone, postpone, postpone. Hope for a better day.
It's it, dude. It's a very interesting case study, and it's going to be used by a lot of bad actors in the future. Just have no shame. Just literally have no shame. I mean, like Nixon, his probably downfall was that he actually had shame. Remember, he resigned. Like they could have actually pushed him to the resignation, to the impeachment and everything else. Like if it was Trump, he would have basically made them walk him out the door. They would have made him frog march him out the door. You know what I mean? And so Nixon basically has only himself to blame. What's his face? Kevin Jodrey was telling kind of a jokey story about ratting on yourself. There was this guy who got the shit kicked out of him for ratting on himself in the context of rats in the cannabis industry. Anyway, oh, I got sidetracked there just now. Um, Again, cover your fucking mouth with the yawning. Jesus fucking shit cunt. Cheers, by
Sorry.
the way, J5. Who else in here? Red Setter Farm. Did I miss a couple of your comments? He says, I think we're being fed a mix of truth, lies, and theater, specifically to divide us so we cannot be self-reliant. Yes, I think
Yeah,
you're more right than you know, Red Setter. It's an oligarch playbook to keep us all obedient consumers while they strip mine the earth and remove our ability to sustain
yeah.
or have a small
I,
business.
I
By
think
the way,
that
that's literally a thing. Let me finish my thought, bud. This is literally called techno-fascism, basically. What do they call it now? Um, oh, I'm forgetting the name of their goddamn philosophy. This idiot Curtis Yarvin, the dark enlightenment. They call it the dark enlightenment, and this is quite literally what they're planning. Basically, these idiots essentially want everybody to be basically a feudal serf to their techno. They don't really necessarily always call it fascist, but it's essentially techno-fascist, government controlled, right-wing government controlled oligarchs basically lording it over everybody else. They see that as the ideal world. You'd have to be a mental patient to see that as the ideal world. Basically, you'd have to be rooting for the bad guys in Star Wars. These guys are the guys that root for the bad guys in Star Wars, 100%. So that's
well,
what they're pushing us
I
to.
think it's even the big corporations and conglomerates have at some point figured out it's more profitable when we're divided than when we're not. That's part of it too.
That I think is a arguably too cynical take. I think actually, the better take is arguably even more cynical. I was just going to say, looking at, for example, Disney just basically flopping over like a wet goddamn fish, both ways, flopping over like a wet fish for the Trump administration, then flopping backwards when they realized they were losing billions of dollars and millions of subscribers. It just shows that they have absolutely no morals of any kind. And how many years now have we seen fucking every corporation advertises on the Olympics, and they fucking advertise on Earth Day, and they advertise for LGBTQ Day and for Women's Day and for this day and for that day and Black Lives Matter. Turns out not even one of these corporations gives the first individual single fuck. They will literally flop right over for fat, whatever makes them a
Well,
buck. They don't care at
yeah,
all.
like it's really our only real power is the people, because over any type of like boycott or anything like that over the last so many years, immediately gets them in line.
Uh,
Immediately.
it sure does seem
Once
like it.
and if we use that power more strategically, yeah,
And I'm worried that some people are above boycott. I talked about Larry Ellison. Like, there's literally nothing that the consumers could do to hurt him. And he's the richest or second richest guy in the world. It kind of doesn't really matter. Uh, you can't affect him. You can't boycott him in any meaningful way. But there are plenty of other people that you could. Ironically, Musk has basically been boycotted. His car sales have fallen off a cliff, and yet he's richer now because his stock is completely disenchanted or disconnected to reality, right? It's essentially a meme
yeah.
stock.
Hey,
But go ahead, D.
did you guys hear that? Yeah, Tesla now has cell phones out, new cell phones where they
No,
can
I'm not
promise.
surprised though. They basically have one of everything. Soon enough, they're
Apparently,
gonna have
they're
strawberry jam and whatever else.
yeah. Apparently, and not promoting the thing, anything like that. But apparently you can they connect to Starlink and everything now and everything. You don't
Hmm.
even need
That's a fun
Wi-Fi
feature, I
or
suppose.
SIM card
Uh,
or shit.
T-Mobile was supposedly going to have a connection to Starlink. I don't know whatever happened to that. I was like, there's got to be some
Uh,
benefit for my fucking old ass T-Mobile because I've had them for
the
years. You know,
asset of
I
Starlink
should have
is
disconnected
really
years
like
ago, but for some reason I'm still around. What's that?
I think Elon realized it doesn't matter what happens to Tesla. Like Starlink over time is going to be the asset that is like becomes so valuable.
I don't know. That's what people say, but there's a lot of competition coming basically for that. He's the only game in town right at the moment. There are
Yeah,
already some competitors serving local areas in Europe and China and stuff like that, but evidently for the international coverage, he's the only game in town. But there are like literally like they're in the launch schedule and everything apparently for the next few years. So he's by no means going to be the only one. And evidently those kinds of satellites, I'm not an expert on this by any stretch of the imagination, but evidently, those kinds of satellites really need constant maintenance, or they'll basically fall out of the sky. So it's not like something that's there forever or something. It's not like a U.S. military satellite, even that it's in a high
but
orbit. It's not going
one
to
of
fall
Musk's
down.
his edge is yeah, as he's testing out the rocket program, he was shooting up like 64 satellites in each of those launches, from his own company.
No,
So
it's
you're gonna have
clever.
to
I'll give them
pay to
that. It's
launch it.
clever.
Well, that's an expensive proposition to get things up into space
I
and
guarantee it
shoot
wasn't his
far.
idea because
No,
famously the full self-driving still doesn't work because he doesn't want the cars to have LiDAR and everybody else says they have to have LiDAR. Even phones now have LiDAR, but he won't allow the cars to have LiDAR. Like the guy's just an idiot.
yeah,
Uh, what is he saying? Red Setter saying cannabis becoming criminalized almost 100 years ago was an oligarch's play move. Yeah, it was. Um, what else did Red say? Psyop Tim. Oh, he's responding to somebody. He's responding. Legalization was a way to get people who made money off cannabis to spend all that money on licensing and crash the markets. They have to sell out, and then the only one that wins is state. Yeah, it's possible. I often think that this long term, this extremely slow roll, speaking of slow rolls, this slow roll legalization game that we're playing now, where it's 5, 10, 15 years, who knows how long it's going to be of this semi-legal state, basically. I think this is a way to bleed out any small producers and leave only the billionaire or oligarchs
yeah,
remaining. And specifically because I think even those billionaires, the freaking cookies and all those guys that are ready to cash out, they're just going to get gobbled up by Marlboro and all those fuckers. You know what I mean?
yeah. But
So,
what's happened for sure is that with this slow roll has devalued even those brands,
mhm.
right? So like when the conglomeration finally starts, yeah, it's going to be like hundreds
So
of
much
millions
easier.
instead of
Yeah,
billions that some of these
yeah,
brands are going to be worth.
yeah, yeah. We'll
Like
see.
I'm not a burner fan, but I know that and they put it in Forbes when he turned down $880 million buyout so many years ago. He said last like the way he came across in the
Well,
article
again,
was
who
like,
knows if he
yeah,
would get the
when
same
they add
buyout now.
another comma and some more zeros, basically implying he thinks it's worth billions, right? When the day comes and they finally buy it, it's not even going to be 880 million.
Yeah. I mean, that was a business decision. Sometimes people get
Well,
the
sometimes you
they
gamble.
smell their own farts sometimes, right? That could happen. And then of course sometimes they just get terrible advice. That definitely happens all the time. I mean, I went through three lawyers, professional fucking licensed lawyers basically before I finally found the lawyer that, finally helped me. Or is helping me because this shit's not over. But I mean, I went through, and they weren't from fucking Podunksville, USA. They were literally in Los Angeles, licensed, whatever, working lawyers. So I mean, like, you get fucktards in every single profession. So anyway, I guess I'm trying to say like that he might have gotten. And don't forget, these are just. I'm sure they would say the same thing. I don't know. Maybe it's just something else now because they're all fancy pants. But they're basically just like hood kids. You know what I mean? From the frickin' suburbs, basically. You know what I mean? Most of them, I think, from the suburbs, who suddenly struck it rich. You know what I mean? They don't. It's not like they know the best lawyer in town or something. Probably they didn't have to. They didn't. Probably they didn't have a connection to the best lawyer in town. So the first lawyer that they get in touch with, that's the one that basically gives them all their advice. The first financial planner or whatever else, right? So it could very well be that the people giving him advice were giving him stupid advice and saying, "Hey, you're going to be worth $10 billion next year." Well, you should have taken the $1 billion because that $1 billion could have been invested and now it would have been $2 or $3 billion. But that's life, you
Yeah,
know? And then
yeah,
again,
no,
don't forget, he might this might all pay off for him. You know, he doesn't have
yeah,
to be the only example, I'm sure, but he's the best example. Everybody knows. Um, by his own marketing. Everybody knows freaking Burner, right? What am I trying to say? Who knows? Maybe it'll all come back, right? And maybe he'll be
yeah.
proved right, and maybe all of a sudden he'll go public, and before you know it, he'll be worth $400 billion like this fuckface
Well,
Larry
like,
Ellison.
like,
It could happen.
I think even like why certain brands that were on the path didn't make it is because they in their business model they were predicting this to happen sooner than it did,
Hmm.
right? Like Men, they were pretty positioned,
Well,
and
don't
then
forget you burn a fuck pile of money going through all that merch and everything else. I honestly wonder, I guess I haven't really checked their website or anything else recently, but I remember being just really blown away last time either Smash or somebody showed one of the cookies websites and it was showing, I guess they have merch stores in Spain and all these different places where they're not allowed to sell weed or anything, right? But they're just selling their brand stuff. And I don't know, maybe it's a huge international brand. Maybe I guess
no,
maybe it
it's
is,
been a
right?
long
But
thing.
I mean, I think they're
There's
probably just basically burning money trying to make it a worldwide
no
name,
cookies
essentially.
numbers that for years have shown they make way more, not way, but more millions a year on their public fucking tax forms or declarations than they do off of cannabis. They're separate, right? It's cookie merch and cookie cannabis, right? As far as entities, and the merch outdoes the cannabis by far.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if they sell more of it, but I'm saying like, is it an like the brand name cookies? Like it's not. I mean, I don't know. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but it's not Louis Vuitton. It's not Balenciaga or something. You know what I mean? Like it's a very specific brand. I would be surprised if it's making in the hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars a year. I think
No,
probably if it is making any of that kind of money, they're probably burning money to do it. In other words, they're spending more money than they're taking in to put these stores in the center of towns all over the world to
yeah, and
build
I've
the brand
noticed
name.
there's a few years ago, like we just everywhere we went, mainly kids or young people, not kids, but young adults. Yeah, they had that cookie shit on. Like, you know what I mean?
All
That was
right,
like
maybe I'm wrong. I
that
mean, shit,
thing.
I'm not
Now, but
the
wait, what
arbiter
I've
for
noticed,
coolness.
oh, I see a lot less cookie stuff out and about these days, right? As far as people wearing their shirts, their hoodies, and everything else. But there were a few years where it was like that. As a kid, that was your, just like I wear Grateful Dead stuff that, that's part of the,
Well, too, though, that was
people
just
wore
in
cookie stuff.
California. I don't know about like international. I'm just like, dude, what does some guy walking around Berlin give a shit about cookie? It's a nice logo and stuff. Okay, it's not, there's nothing wrong with it, but it's just like it's one logo among thousands that they might
Yeah,
have, you know?
but for a while there, if you have that logo on indiscreetly, you're like saying, "Hey, I'm a stoner,"
I suppose that's true too. Yeah,
without like having a pot leaf on your chest.
yeah, that's not a bad point.
You
Cheers.
know, a lot of them just say
Hey,
cookies.
what's
The font just says cookies. That's it. Doesn't have anything else. No other art. That's
Hmm.
a pretty popular shirt. But I've noticed it's a lot less.
Sandy?
what's hey, what's wrong with wearing a pot leaf on your chest shirt? I'm just
Well,
kidding, but
some people don't want to be. Everybody's got
I
their
know,
own.
I know. Just busting balls.
And like I say, it's young adults. Where I mean, that's the demographic. Every year,
I
whatever
laugh
million people
sometimes when I
turn
see
21.
men or women both, honestly. I guess I laugh a little harder maybe with the women because it's always funnier to visualize a grandma, but um I guess old grandpas are just as funny now that I think about it. Sometimes you'll see women walking around with just the most lewd t-shirts, basically, that we don't have to get into, but they just say lewd shit on the shirt, right? And so I'm just like, So, and sometimes you'll see them taking a picture or a selfie or something, right? So I'm just like, so I wonder if in some photo album their great grandchildren or something are going to see this shirt of fucking Mima saying, I'm a such and such whore, da da da. You know, I'm just like, how are they going to express this to their great grandchildren or their grandchildren 40 fucking 50 years from now? Anyway, whatever. Times change, I suppose. And that's how I met your mom at the gangbang.
Well, I'm not like a tattoo guy, right? But sometimes I see really beautiful women with like some pretty gnarly tattoos, and
Yeah,
I'm
that's
always
true
thinking,
too.
yeah, how's that going to age? Like when you're
I
grandma,
mean, these days, actually, I've seen, I think it's been around now because it's been maybe 10 or 15 years where tattoos has been kind of fine openly. You know, there was a changeover maybe about 10 years ago or so where it was still kind of
yeah.
weird and then now it's basically normal. And so now it's actually pretty normal to see maybe younger grandmas, but definitely like 60-year-old women. I've seen them with the tatted sleeves and stuff. It's kind of normal now. You know,
Well,
it
like you
used
say,
to be,
these
holy
last so
shit, a
many
pirate's
years,
walking down the street, but now it's, oh
like
my
if
God,
you
the
did a
Yakuza's
face
in town.
tattoo, that was basically you made a decision you're unemployable. You know,
Hmm.
I was at Home Depot. The cashier had face tattoos. I was like, all right,
Huh.
I guess things have changed a bit. But like
Huh.
when face tattoos first started,
Yeah,
coming
face
around,
tattoo definitely seems hardcore. I'll see face tattoo
right?
people sometimes and I'm like, wow, that is a choice.
Like
Goodness.
really, the first face tattoos were the people that did those. I mean, people that were in prison. Like
Yeah.
that was a sign. I don't give a
Or
fuck. You know
Polynesian
what I mean?
fucking sailors. Yeah.
But now tattoos have become so accepted that even a little face tattoo is not the end of the world.
Yeah, and Portland is famous for people with split tongues and the fucking ear
All that
gauges and all
stuff,
that shit. Yeah, oh my goodness.
stretchy
Goodness
ears. I'm
gracious.
like, wow,
That's it.
that's pretty crazy.
Oh, by the way, send help. The fucking administration's apparently sending the army into Portland. So Trump is apparently declaring war on Portland.
Yeah.
He thinks, just like my demented mom thought, he thinks that Portland is currently at war being burned down by Antifa, which is fucking pretty hilarious because I'm sure you could drive down, not now, but you could drive
Well, is your
downtown
governor
tomorrow and get fucking
strong enough
donuts
to
and be
like
just
put
fine.
up a fight?
Pardon?
Like, is your governor? It's weird. Like Newsom had a pretty
I
bad
don't
rap,
know, man. Yeah.
but then
I
over
think
how he's
we're not
dealt
as big
with
of a
the
state as
pressure from
California,
Trump,
right? I mean, we have National Guard and stuff, but I
uh,
don't know if they're going to fight the
the
feds.
you
That
know,
would be a weird one.
They're not eating the dogs. They're not eating the cats,
They're
are they?
definitely not eating the dogs. They're not eating the cats, that's for sure.
All right, that's good.
No, my dog is
well, his
alive and
attempts
well.
at that seem
He
to
has
have
not
been
been
kind
eaten yet.
of thought out.
Pardon?
Like he was trying to go into Chicago, and they kind of, he
Yeah,
tries to do a
California
lot of
too, and
things
that
that don't
failed
always
too.
happen. You know,
People are saying I think he's trying to declare martial law. I think he's trying to get enough violence going where it pops off enough that he can basically justify declaring martial law. I hope that's not the
yeah.
case. We'll see.
Well, I mean, we have the blue states, and we'd like to take take control of those too.
Oh yeah, he would love nothing better. Uh, but I don't know. I don't know where this is all going. It would be nice to have a
Not
president
going
who's
good.
not basically at war with his own country
Yeah, I mean, being California, oh, he definitely
and not
has
just
it in
pushing the
for us.
most outright just trash imaginable. Like
Like
now
it's a
this new
personal
Tylenol
thing.
and autism. Like did we
When
we didn't
he,
even talk about this, the new Tylenol causes autism thing. It's just like it's so transparently ridiculous that you wonder how they even workshopped this. Like I know we're supposed to say something about autism, right? Johnson, how about you know what, Johnson, find us something. Find something we can blame for autism. And Johnson, he's like looking at a fucking bathroom and he's like, I don't know. He picks something off the wall. How about Tylenol? That's how it feels. It feels fucking random. You know, Tylenol. It could have been
well,
aspirin, but they had a
what
bottle of Tylenol on
I
the wall.
heard is okay. There's been some studies,
There's no
that,
fucking
but they've
studies,
been
bud. These people are
no,
up
no,
their
wait. They were
ass.
old too, and they were already disproven. Like it
Uh,
was false. Like
Fucking
California.
worm
that I
brain.
believe.
So the fact that the president of the United States regurgitated something that's years old that was
Hmm.
deep in the science, yeah. Well, I guess whoever's the corporation Tylenol, they're it's
They didn't pay enough
he
of a
wouldn't have done
bribe.
that to one of his favorite donors. Let me tell
Yep.
you that much.
I think you're not wrong because basically that's the Russian playbook. It's really more just the authoritarian playbook that the Russians perfected. But preferred, for example, he basically gave TikTok to Larry Ellison, and he's now talking about they're going to make TikTok MAGA only and whatever else. Well, that's a preferred friend of the freaking administration they gave a huge business to.
Yeah.
Whereas, like you say, I guess the Tylenol people, I don't remember who owns them, Johnson and Johnson or whoever, I guess that family probably donated to the Democrats or something, right? Like that's transparently how authoritarian regimes work. I hope that's not
No, I
where
mean
we're
that's
headed, but I
why
think it is.
you had so many corruption second term, like even the internet ones, like go from being sort of against him, like right in line with it because they're afraid of what's going to happen if you don't.
Yeah, that's right. All those tech
Because
CEOs
like
just
beyond using the
sniffing the
presidency
chode.
against states, like he uses it against people.
Hmm.
You know, and
Yeah.
a lot of these, like, it's thing about L.A. or California is really Hollywood because when he was the star of all stars, the highest rated show for years, The Apprentice, he was never accepted inside the circles of Hollywood. You know what I mean? They shunned him way back, right, from being like uh, in. He wasn't accepted in, and
Well,
he's
because
never
he's
let
never
that
been
go.
welcome in anything, basically. He's always been an
Yeah,
outsider and everything because he's just kind of boorish jerk off, basically. Supposedly, the story, and it is a sad story, evidently. Let me see if I can get this basically right. Evidently, his mom, who was born in Scotland, by the way, so it's really interesting that he goes after immigrants so much. But anyway, she was born in
Nice.
Scotland and had a strong Scottish accent, evidently, by the way. Anyway, she got sick with
Oh,
I
Atlantic.
don't remember what it was, pneumonia or some kind of a lung issue, basically, when he was about 2.5 years old, and she was essentially out of commission. Apparently, she maybe never really quite recovered, but she was definitely out of commission for like a good 6 months or a year, basically, and that's a pretty critical time when kids are toddlers for the whole mirroring and everything else. I don't remember all the different developmental things that people talk about, but essentially, he lost his mom basically for about a year when he was a toddler. And they say that he's never really recovered from that lack of love, basically. Anyway, I guess I'm interpreting this right now, but this is the interpretation that I've read that makes the most sense to me. And ever since then, he's constantly trying to be loved by everybody, basically, but also fighting back because he knows he isn't loved by most people, basically. It's a strange combination, right? Where am I going to with that? He was never welcome in the New York real estate community because he was always seen as an outsider, right? He was seen as an outsider partly because he wasn't a Manhattanite, right? His family made their money in like Long Island and the Bronx and all that kind of shit. And so they were always looked down on by the Central Park people. Well, that is just transparent aristocracy, right? So obviously he's not wrong about that. But evidently he had a chip on his shoulder about that. He was never welcome among the fancy rich people because he was always kind of seen as a boorish jerk off because he has the manners of a goddamn pig. You know what I mean? Like, come on.
and
Like
wait
the
a
way the
second.
guy talks, the way the guy talks about people, on and on and on.
He's
So
been
and
a
so is a
scam
low
artist
IQ
from the
person, blah,
gate.
blah, blah. Give me a fucking break. You don't talk
Wait,
that
wait,
way.
wait.
Pardon?
He's a scam artist from the gate. Okay,
100%. And people have been saying
okay.
this for a long time, basically, right? And so same thing in Hollywood. He's not an actor or a man of high repute. He was literally, for many, many years, he was this jerk off. He owned the Park Avenue, whatever, the Park Avenue, I can't think of it, whatever, the fucking hotel in Park Avenue. Doesn't matter. The famous one that was in Home Alone. And famously, anyone that wanted to shoot at that very famous New York hotel had to basically not only pay him rent, but also put him in the movie. So he basically got all these goddamn cameos, and that's how he basically built his, oh my God, Donald Trump's an actor. He wasn't an actor. He was doing cameos that he required onto the productions. So in Home Alone, he required them basically that he shows up and Kevin has to talk to him and blah, 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 blah. Anyway, all that stuff essentially normalized him. But like I say, he's never actually been a theater production or an actor. He doesn't have any skill or anything. Like, come on, he doesn't have any fucking skill at that kind of stuff. He's a showman, I
Okay.
guess you could say. He has that, but so do a lot of people. What am I trying to
Oh,
say? It doesn't
I
surprise
forget the
me
guy.
that he wasn't very well. And by the
Forget
way,
the guy's
reality
name. Oh
TV
no,
has always been kind of looked
Brendan.
down on. You know what I mean? So
You
it's
know who
like,
has
sure,
what
okay,
they
you're a
say?
reality star, but that was, you're not George Clooney.
If he opened this vault up, right, and he's a Democrat,
Oh,
liberal,
who? Mark Burnett?
Burnett,
Mark Burnett
Burnett.
is he's the ambassador to the UK. He's not a Democrat. He's the current
Well, no, the
ambassador
guy
to
that
the
makes
UK.
TV
Yes, I
shows.
know who you're
The make.
talking about. The guy who's
Oh, okay.
sitting on all the tapes of Trump openly shitting himself and saying the N-word. People say he's
Oh no,
probably the
that show
most
that he's a
significant
total
person in the
racist, a
history of the world that
total
nobody
like,
knows about. Pardon?
yeah, like he openly during that
And he
when
is
he
evidently the
okay,
current, let me look this up so I'm not fucking lying to you. I believe he's the current UK ambassador.
yeah, I didn't know he had any politics. I know that
Oh, he might have been a
he has,
Democrat, but you know what I mean? He's friends with Trump. They made millions together, so that over supersedes everything. Uh,
he made a lot of big TV shows. The Apprentice is only a fraction of it.
oh no, I was
You
wrong.
tell
Now it's Warren Stevens. So I'm glad I looked that up because I would have been lying to you all. Was Mark an ambassador?
maybe it's a different.
He was appointed. Oh, okay, he was appointed as a special envoy. My apologies. Still partly right. I guess I could say that's the best kind of
Well,
right.
that's part of it.
Technically, I'm correct. So he was appointed as a special envoy to the United Kingdom by President Donald Trump. Unlike the official U.S. ambassador, a special envoy does not require Senate confirmation.
Okay.
So what's the deal here? Oh, he's
Well,
probably one
that
of these
locked
guys
up
where
the
it's like a
vault.
recess appointment or some shit.
Yeah,
That's what it
that
is.
locked up the vault
Yeah.
because technically, yeah, it's like it's an honorable thing to any producer that holds any of that. That
Yeah.
it's you don't release that stuff. I get that part of it, but like supposedly what's in it would be that like yeah,
Mhm.
the open racism right there with different people right on the panel that were of
But
color
you
and
know,
stuff.
same shit, different day. At this point, I don't know if anything really would matter. Because I mean, the stuff they talk about in the Epstein files, people talk about it enough that it should already have damaged him reputationally. I don't know if it's going to actually affect him at this point. You know what I mean? It would have
No,
affected
no.
anybody else, but no. Like the
Well,
fact
yeah,
that his Secretary of Health and Human Services got caught taking a bag of cash from an FBI undercover. That should have
and
been the
still has a
end of
job
that guy and a bunch of other
that
guys
day.
that know him. That
That day.
fucking day. Holy shit, they should have shot him out of a cannon into the sun. But nope,
No,
everything's fine. In fact, the story has just gone under
no,
the rug. Nobody really knows about it anymore.
because
It'll
there's like
probably get
80
buried.
other stories every day.
That's what I'm saying. They have learned government through complete lack of shame. And not only that, but very much like Putin, a fire hose of new shit every day. Every fucking day, some new shit. You know, like
Yep.
they
We've
really they
never
must have a schedule.
digested
They
any of
must literally have a
the
fucking
big meals.
planned out calendar. Like people plan out their grocery shopping or their yoga schedule, or I don't even know what you plan out, right? I'm bad at planning, but I mean, Jesus Christ, people who plan out their fucking dates or some
No,
shit,
it's a
these guys
tactic.
plan out the series of disasters
That's his brilliancy in all
roll out
this
to the
is
world.
that tactic. Like he mastered that tactic. Like when the biggest shit ever hit, whether it was the Hollywood tape, Access Hollywood, you can go back to the list. In the next 24 hours, some other big ass sort of
Yeah,
drama
he buried it with something
superseded
else.
it,
Yeah.
right? And then
Mm,
that's how we've never digested as
mm,
as any of the those things.
mm.
They just like you say get under the rug
Yeah. Yeah,
because
crazy.
today we got this, the next day we got that, and that hey, keep up that drama for 10 fucking straight years. Jesus Christ.
Joseph Anthony thinks somebody's going to WD-40 the Continental Plates. That probably would fix it, right? I mean, if they're squeaking, just throw some WD-40. Well,
Yeah.
WD-40 is not really a lubricant, honestly. Silicone grease maybe, or some Triflow, for example. But you know, the WD-40 would penetrate into the cracks. At least that to prevent
Or
rust,
get a
perhaps.
couple tanker full of
Use that on your
petroleum.
mama.
Take some of the petroleum from Saudi Arabia and stick it in the crack.
That's right. That's right. But wait, no, it's leaking out of the
Your
cracks.
mama.
That doesn't work right. Dang it.
Oh,
Oh
I
no, too bad.
think it's got
We're
oil
gonna have
in
to
there.
think about this a little harder. Who else in the chat? Love for the plants in the house. Cheers, buddy. Oh my God, seriously, dude. And I don't know the why. Like, I guess in his head he thinks it sounds great when he whines about an escalator, but it's just like, dude, sometimes the escalator stops working. I don't know. Like, is it a great conspiracy? It turns out it was. It turns out it wasn't a conspiracy. Turns out it was one of his team that basically just fucked up and pressed the wrong button because, you know, he just always has yes men. You know, like everybody that basically works for him has to just obsequiously compliment him at every possible thing, and then he fires them if they don't. So as you can imagine, he has clowns that work for him. It was the same thing with Musk. All his Doge clowns were 19-year-old dipshits. They've leaked this million social security numbers, that fucking this, and that. Like just all complete fucking Laurel and Hardy bullshit. Benny Hill without the boobs, basically. What
Yeah,
am I
I
trying
mean,
to say?
to
So
keep
anyway,
that
sure
amount
enough,
of
the escalator
pressure.
stops, and his wife just walks up the escalator because she's just like, oh, well, whatever. I mean, I got to get up the escalator. And she's fucking. I saw the video. It was hilarious. Like she just continues walking. She's like nothing, nothing, like a normal person, honestly, right? But he's like all grumbling, "Rah, rah, rah, rah." And then he whines about it in front of the UN. Bro and a half. Like that is not as manly as you thought it was when you were doing it. When you thought about that, you're like, I'm gonna whine
Yeah.
about the escalator and the lack of marble. I'm like,
Hey, let me
the
tell you this
fuck,
much.
dude? Shut the fuck up.
When you
I
claim
don't
on
know,
all
man.
the official documents that you weigh 175 pounds,
Oh
but you're
God.
probably over
Yeah.
400,
Yeah.
those last few steps of an escalator is pretty rough.
Oh no, for sure. It's gotta be murder on the knees. Yeah. But if he is the 6'5", 220 or whatever he says he is,
Yeah,
should
it's
have been fine,
ridiculous.
man. Should have been perfectly fine.
Yeah,
What's he saying? CTC's in the chat. CTC's
to
always got a
help
little bit of a
inside the
different take. He's
planet.
saying, see, this is an interesting thing, CTC. I was actually going to talk about this a second ago. Very polarizing. Okay, I'll hold that for a second. He said his first comment, I thought I would hold that thought for a moment. At least he's preventing the annexation of the West Bank. Interesting comment. And then CTC
Be doing
follows
it.
up. He says, the Epstein files are already out there. All the celebrities and politicians' names of Trump. Not really, CTC. What is it? The redacted files, I guess, is what it is. Because basically, in theory, this stuff is known. It's a weird fucking meta situation where we're in. Because in theory, the women that are involved, many of them have actually spoken up about this. But in many cases, it's still anonymous, or in some cases, it's involved in active lawsuits. And in some cases, the women haven't actually come through and come forward and talked about these things because they're worried about either being sued or because they're worried that it'll jeopardize a lawsuit. There's a whole cavalcade of fucking bullshit in this. So anyway, long story short, it seems like the only reasonable thing. I mean, Epstein's fucking dead. What are you protecting? Release those files, right? But they're going to hold on to that like the I don't even know what the original freaking Ten Commandments or
Well, I don't
something.
know. I mean, it just came to mind. So, did, did our government seize like some massive amount of assets that were uh, due, and then
Pardon?
the people are suing against that? Is there anything
I'm sorry,
left to
what?
sue?
What are you asking?
Are the victims suing like the estate
Oh,
of
yeah, yeah,
the
yeah.
family?
I actually think so. Yeah, I'm not the expert on this, but I think basically
Because
that's
I
what
guess
some of
he
the
had a
victims are
lot of
trying to do
money too,
because he
right?
had a tremendous amount of money. Yeah, and ironically, what is it? Peter Thiel, I think, took over a tremendous amount of his estate. So I don't know. I don't know what the circumstances are. If his estate is just basically still active. I mean, he only died a few years ago, right? So it could well be that his estate is
Well, yeah.
still active, and it was big enough that I mean, hundreds of millions of dollars. He had private planes and on and on and on, islands and on and on. So I mean, like it could
Well,
definitely be going
some
on.
people say that
Like
part of like this whole
your
thing
Mima,
is
her fucking
extort,
estate, especially in California, it can go on for like 18
extorting
months.
rich
Go
people.
ahead. Pardon?
Like he was what do you call it? He extorted people.
Mm,
All right, he got shit on a lot of people, and then
hmm. That's
that
definitely
was
what
an
it looks
angle.
like. Yeah, that's essentially what it looks
Oh
like.
no,
That he
that was part of
extorted
his
a huge
angle.
amount of people. Yeah.
Yeah, that was part of the angle.
Yeah. Love for the Plan, that's a complicated one itself. He says, if it's all out there, why aren't there arrests? Why is this so hard for some of you? Well, the fact that there aren't arrests, I hate to say it, is the fact that there's a lot of people who are above the law. This is something that our society, I think, is not willing to accept because it really is anathema to our society. But there are some people that are fundamentally just above the law. There are some people that it looks like just can literally do anything. They can be pedophiles, literally. They can go to pedophile islands where girls are trafficked pretty openly, on and on and on, and apparently it's fine. So we'll see. I don't know. You know, it's baffling to me, honestly, that our society is so um, I don't know. I keep saying
Somewhere there's
obsequious. It's
probably
an interesting word for it's going to be the word for the evening. I should retitle the show tonight. How to be
in
obsequious. I
all
don't know,
this,
man.
there's probably whatever amount of women that are now adults that had personal, like yeah, they were the
There's a
victim.
whole list of them. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There's a whole fucking list
Yeah,
of them.
a victim of this particular person,
Yeah.
of this particular person.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
but they're not allowed to talk about it probably for legal reasons. And you wouldn't want to talk about it. You wouldn't want to be the one that basically comes out and says, "Yeah, Bill Gates shook me when I was a fucking 14-year-old." Bro, Bill Gates is going to fuck your life, you know. And by the way, Bill Gates was
Right?
one of the people on the list. What has
Right?
he said? CTC. I don't think so. CTC. I think there's going to be people from both sides. I have to be honest with you. I think in the very wealthy communities, I think they don't give a shit what their uh, 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 party of choice is going to be. I think it's kind of foolish to think that way. Honestly, CTC. It kind of shows that you're in this very political kind of dichotomy, good and bad or something. I think the reality is there's going to be a lot of people that basically vote on both sides, and there's going to be some people that people are going to be surprised by. To be perfectly honest, I think. What's the rest of the comment? They have hundreds of
Well,
images of
whatever it
Chinese
is,
billionaires
like,
taking bribes.
okay, they might be
Why are
trying to keep
Israel and
certain
Russia
stuff,
holding the world hostage? Pardon?
uh, Freedom of Information Act. 20, 30 years from now, every little scrub of every one of those documents will be made public, right? I
No,
mean,
because actually these guys are really good, bad at destroying documents and texts and everything else, and they work on private forums. Like, no, famously, the Trump team already the first time around was a huge black hole for records, and this time around, like Trump famously like crumples up record. There was actually a team of people who would uncrumple the fucking documents and stuff the first time around. Like, anyway, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what the
well,
future's
I've
going to say
always
about this
like
stuff. It's
thought
going to
like
be
you could
comical.
try whatever you want to keep certain things out of public. Like I'm surprised that like a copy of a couple years of his real tax returns was never
Oh,
made
that
it
shit will
public.
eventually come out. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, history will eventually vindicate whoever was calling him an asshole, but that's not much of a
Well,
vindication.
this
You know what I
list
mean?
is
It's
like
like, yeah,
it'll
great,
be
everyone's
out.
dead, but you were technically right. Like I said, the best kind of right is being technically right.
This list like it'll eventually be fully out, but maybe not now, not when it matters. But
After everyone is dead. Yeah, just like the
yeah,
Kennedy papers, right? Like basically in another 100 years, after everyone who knew anyone will be dead,
yeah,
then they'll release it when it really doesn't matter anymore. That's
yeah,
the best
yeah.
time to release it when no one cares. Seriously, love for the plant. You wonder sometimes what's the deal with the freaking with the pedal love or something. I don't know, man. What's he saying? They aren't arrested because they're considered victims of blackmail. Bullshit. Bullshit. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. That's how that works. What was it? That was kind of embarrassing though. CTC 100% that they couldn't give Diddy life in prison with the fucking the lube parties and shit. Jeez. Or no, baby oil parties. That's what that
Well,
was.
I never followed
Jesus.
that. Is he out of jail and free man now?
I don't remember. Yeah, I
I
think he
don't.
only
I
got
guess.
found guilty on one minor charge that they were going to give him probation for or some shit.
Well, it'd be weird that he hasn't been public. I'm not
Oh, a
like
guy like
totally
that.
definitive.
Well, I think people are actually angling to get him in other ways, potentially civil lawsuits and stuff like
Yeah,
that. So, a guy like that will probably be told by his lawyers to keep his fucking head down.
yeah. Well,
Uh,
he's
what
canceled.
other
You
folks
know what I
say?
mean?
Oh, I don't know. Chris Brown is still around. You know, people use this word
Yeah,
canceled way
they
too lightly. I think
yeah.
it's
Well,
really a kind of a propaganda
part of it
term.
is you lay low for a few years and then you slowly resurface.
Yeah, maybe.
That's the strategy.
Yeah. What were we talking about earlier? Oh, CTC. So he was talking about Israel. He says, "Why are Israel and Russia holding the world hostage?" Well, I would argue that these are two different issues, and I would argue that these are actually both good examples of the what would you even call this? Holy fucking shit! Half the YouTubers that I watch these days they advertise ground news. I don't know fuck about ground news. I've just visited the West website a couple times, but ground news advertises itself as this like unbiased news aggregator, basically, right? News aggregators have been are they've been around for ages, right? What was that fucking guy from Florida for years? The conservative guy. Can't think of the fucking guy's name. Not Rob Roy or
And
whatever
this
the
is
fucking
like is
guy's name
about
was.
the
Pardon?
whatever freak parties, right?
Oh, I
You know
can't think of the
that
guy's
all was
name.
going on.
He was super friends with the Republicans, and anyway, whatever. This guy from Florida that literally ran a news aggregator for years. Anyway, those are still around,
The freak
and
party era was when Trump was already like out of the public. You know, he was president. if that guy was like just a public citizen,
Well, these are the
doing the
same
golf, but
movements, actually. The
whatever,
Tea
he
Party,
would
the
have been
Free
right there
Party,
at
the
the free
MAGA,
parties
these are
too,
all the
dude.
same people, basically. They're all pushed by the same billionaires, the same major donors, and so forth. Some of them have slightly different priorities, but basically they're
You know,
all the same fucking people.
for the free
I lost my
parties
train
and
of
all the
thought. I was
stuff.
trying to
There was
say,
a there was a there was a certain thing that used to go on in Studio 54. The big disco, right? Right?
oh,
And
so let me
right
finish my
up in
thought
the,
because now I don't even know where the fuck we are now. We're talking about Studio 54 now. Let me finish my thought, please. Misinformation, information, and misinformation. So I guess I was trying to talk about how I was meandering. It was probably my fault that I was meandering. So there's all this information out there, and sometimes you'll be informed about a subject, but the information will be accurate. So your information essentially is misinformation, but you won't realize it. And I think a lot of people unwittingly, because who wants to be wrong intentionally, I think a lot of people in this world have been misinformed. And then I guess the couple of questions would be, or at least the first question would be, why are they misinformed? Is it their fault or is it someone else's fault? Or is it accidental, for example? Like, did they just read sources not even paying attention and just kind of got the details wrong? Or did they, for example, themselves kind of choose not to know? Or is someone actually bullshitting them? And in many cases, unfortunately, these days, someone is actively bullshitting you. And that happens basically for, I guess you could say, both sides. I hate to use the both sides argument because it's a
the
logical fallacy, honestly. But the reality is that both the left and the right, you could say, just to simplify the sake of argument, for the sake of argument right now, are being propagandized in a variety of very stupid ways. For example, there was just a story a couple days ago about the Cracker Barrel outrage, and a bunch of people. I remember talking online, or I didn't talk to a lot of people online, but I remember seeing it online. People were, and we joked about it on the show. I was like, "Who the fuck is outraged about this stuff? Who gives a shit about Cracker?" I don't remember the last time I was in a Cracker Barrel. On and on and on,
Yeah, I've never
et
been
cetera, et
in
cetera.
one.
Right? You've never been in
Neither,
one. I've seen them at the
nor have
shopping
I.
mall. Right? Like, give me a fucking. I think I ate at one time. But evidently, people are up in arms about this fucking thing. Turns out the outrage was exclusively bot driven. So basically, it was online bots programmed by somebody, some, in most cases, malicious actor. I mean, I guess you could say even trolling is a malicious action in this case. They just hired a bunch of bots or just used a bunch of their own bots basically to go after outrage. And bots are more than smart enough now, especially with AI, to generate their own comments basically, their own outrage. And you tell them, be
Great to be
outraged
outraged.
about Cracker Barrel or some shit, right? And they start driving that basically. Someone was driving disinformation. Well, here's the thing. And I'm not making this up, by the way. There's a lot of different sources where you can look this up. This is an interesting, new, terrifying also segment of modern warfare, where basically it's essentially, in many cases, completely virtual, basically psychological, but also completely virtual. What was it? This guy that I follow on YouTube, pretty good channel, Ryan Macbeth, calls TikTok a weapons platform. And I've been actually saying for years now that TikTok is kind of a dangerous thing, actually. Like the Chinese government themselves bans it in China. It's not allowed in China, right? Not even a censored version of it is allowed in China. But they push that out on all the rest of us. And it's famous for causing outrage about stupid shit, right? So anyway, he's not saying this lightly. He's actually researched the subject fairly extensively and come to the conclusion that it's being used intentionally to rile up, basically. That's the simplified version of it, to rile up people around the world, not just in the US, by the way, but TikTok is worldwide, right? So they can use this to selectively target outrage or disruption in all kinds of different places. And this has actually played out in the sense that they've had literal physical disruptions at, for example, protests. They've gotten people riled up enough to firebomb police stations around the world. So, in other words, basically, if someone, for example, hypothetically, this might even still be hypothetical, but the reality is that it's showing that how do I put this? Real life events have shown that if someone were to plan these ahead of time, it would be effective. You could enrage a certain segment of people and get them so enraged that they go and they literally firebomb police stations in their own countries. This has
Well,
happened. This
wait,
has
remember
literally
the
happened.
guy that the Democrat, the plot was that some restaurant, pizza joint in DC, underground in the basement was like some weird sex ring thing, and
Oh yeah,
the
yeah,
guy
yeah, yeah.
shows up there,
This
tactically
was the
ready to like deal
it's
with it.
turning
It
out a
turns
lot of
out the
people have been
place
saying this for
doesn't
a long
even
time. It
have a
was projection
basement.
all along. Yeah, that the Democrats were running a sex cult in the basement of the pizza joint. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The pizza joint that didn't physically have a basement. It was a one story. Like that area doesn't even have basements. Not even nearby businesses had basements. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the guy showed
Good
up there
example.
armed
Good
to the
example
teeth.
of misinformation. And then there were all these guys. There was a guy that went and tried to attack, what was it? Oh, I don't even remember. It was a synagogue or something. And he walks in, he was all angry and just he had guns and stuff. But then they talked him down. He was like, I thought you were. I'm getting the stories a little bit wrong, but there was this basically guy who tried to go on a mass shooting, and I don't remember where he was, a pizza joint or whatever the fuck. And he goes in there and he realizes maybe he went to the actual pizza joint in Washington, D.C. I'm totally misremembering
Yeah,
the
no,
story.
it was
Uh,
like a whole
was that
squad
what it was?
event. It
Yeah, he
turns
went in
out,
there and he was like, "I'm
yeah,
gonna get to
and
the
he had
bottom of
more than
this."
weapons.
And he
He
gets
had
in there and he's like,
bombs.
"Wait, there's no basement here.
He
It's
was
just
like
literally a pizza
ex-military,
joint."
and
Yeah,
like he came
yeah,
in
yeah,
there to
yeah. Yeah.
deal with it and the fucking.
Fucking hell. Good
Uh,
example of
it was
misinformation. So what was I
no,
talking about?
it
Oh,
was
I had a whole
yeah.
thought with. Oh, so speaking of which, the Iranian National Guard has their own online army, basically. This is a strange thing to wrap your head around, that basically the army of a country, because the National Guard, that's their army, basically. Uh, they fought with Iraq and everything else. They have a virtual bureau, basically, where they have a bunch of guys in the fucking computer rooms or whatever, sitting there and just fucking with people online. And I guess a version of scamming and scam baiting, kind of like Dee is familiar with, but basically they're online trolling. And sure enough, they were basically the guys that led outrage. And also, by the way, they do physical planning too. How do I put this? I'm misremembering some elements of this story, so my apologies. This is just for the sake of this argument, of this discussion. It just has transpired recently that Iran has been exposed as actually being Australia actually announced this recently. They were responsible for planning a bunch of attacks on Jewish businesses and Jewish tourists, both in Australia and around the world. And Australia basically announced the intelligence basically proving this. Why the fuck is Iran trying to bomb Israeli or Jewish businesses in Australia? To cause chaos, to cause problems, to fucking further their goals, basically. And where am I going to with this? That a tremendous amount of the information that people think they know about Israel is factually incorrect. This is something that I had as a very eye-opening experience when I went to Israel, because I myself was one of these people that in many and I'd been to Israel many times, not many times, but several times, and so I thought I was an expert, right? Oh, I've been to Israel. I'm Jewish. Da da da. I know everything there is to know. And it turns out there was a lot that I didn't know, and I was confronted with it, kind of right in my face when I got there. And what am I trying to say? Russia is, that was the other example the CTC was bringing up. Russia is famous for being one of the biggest disinformation drivers in the world. In fact, I wonder sometimes, and I'm not the only person that wonders this. People whose job it is to wonder this stuff wonder, is Russia literally responsible basically for every problem that there is right now in the world? Which sounds ridiculous, of course, when you say that. And then you look into it and you realize Russia is literally bankrolling every single far right party in Europe. They're actually known to do this. It's not some big secret. From years ago, the FPU in Austria, the what are they fucking called? Whatever. I don't have to list these parties, but literally every single one of these separatist, far right, anti-immigrant, whatever parties, Russia is known to fund these guys. Funny enough, the anti-immigrant sentiment is a little bit like an Ouroboros of bullshit, because Russia is known to have actually pushed countries like Syria to push migrants basically into through Turkey and into Europe, basically, so that they would essentially go into Europe and destabilize Europe. A lot of the asylum seekers basically in Europe are there essentially because of Russian strategy, basically to destabilize the West. What was the other one? Something a lot of people don't know is that many of the things that are said about Israel, going back actually to Israel now, many of the things that are said about Israel, that it's an apartheid state, that it commits genocide, that any number of different terrible things that you've heard about Israel, that they want to exterminate the country, that it's a Jewish-only country, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Those were literally propaganda points. I'm not making this up, created by, I don't remember the name of the bureau, but they were called um, Zionologists. There was a team in the KGB called Zionologists, and they were basically anti-Zionists essentially. And what their whole goal was to fuck with Israel. And some of the stuff that they came up with was calling Israel the true Nazis. Literally, that actually comes from the Soviet Zionology Bureau of the KGB, the apartheid story. And if you actually go to Israel, it's hard to know about this because Israel is a very, very small country. You almost would have to go there to find this out. So sure enough, I went there and found out you actually see black people working at the hospital. You see most of the employees of all Israeli hospitals are Arabs, and they work there. They're Israeli Arabs. They live and work in Israel. They don't even really call themselves Palestinians because they're Israeli Arabs. The whole story is fucking horseshit, and it's been very interesting to see that in this country, many other countries too, I think, the left has been sold one story, and the right has been sold another. And so right now, many Jews, for example, like me, are in a very weird situation where essentially the only people that agree with us about Israel are our political rivals in many cases. So, for example, a lot of times if I want to look at anything on YouTube about Israel, chances are 99% chance it's going to be some right-wing fucking weirdo talking about Israel, basically. Even in the Jewish cases, it's some chassid with a kippah and this, and he's chanting pro-Israel, da 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 da, and that's the only shit that I can find, basically. I'm exaggerating for comedic effect a little bit, I guess. But what am I trying to say? On the left, the entire argument is genocide, 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 genocide. And actually, in point of fact, now this is probably getting too literal into the weeds. We would have to have a whole show about this. Actually, as it comes out, the genocide thing is again from the Soviet Zionology Bureau, and it's just kind of the gift that keeps on giving because it's about every single conflict Israel ever has. No, there's not a genocide. Gaza has had, I can't remember what it is, 50 or 70,000 babies born since the conflict, on and on and on. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter all the details. But the point is that, for example, in this country, the left is completely propagandized to the point that, for example, one of my good friends from years ago has basically cut me off because she thinks that I don't know. I actually haven't, I don't want to get clarification because fuck her for that.
Well, I
But
mean, a couple
she
points
basically cut me off because I wouldn't say that the genocide in Gaza is a real thing.
I've been
First of all,
trying
why is
to
she coming at me? The only reason she's coming at me is because she knows I'm Jewish. So what am I, the ambassador for Israel? Like, how am I responsible for literally anything that happens there? Like, even if Israel was dropping nuclear bombs on every single baby in Gaza, how is that my problem? How did I do anything for that? Of course, now that I think about it, the show with what's his fuck and the other fucking clown, they said that I was responsible. Jesus Christ, the mentality on those people. But anyway,
Yeah,
in the real world where we're not cuckoo, who
who
the fuck
knows?
am I? I'm not the ambassador for Israel. I can't call up Netanyahu and say, "Hey, bro, you got to stop that." Oh, sure, Fumi, I'll do that right now. Give me a fucking break. So the left is just as propagandized, unfortunately, as the right. And this is one
listen.
of the most interesting things. You don't always see this. You can go, I think, many years in your life without really seeing seeing the frosted glass. Again, it's a weird thing to express. I don't know how to exactly express this.
All
Like for
right.
many years, people said, "Oh, the news is bullshit." Well, yeah, but how is the news bullshit? Well, here's an example of it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Go
Let
ahead.
me let me tell my little story. Okay. So in 1998, when me and my wife got together, till 9/11, we lived on 350 acres and we had radio, no TV, no nothing. But we could have had all that stuff. Just order the satellite, whatever. My wife was, no, we don't want any of that stuff. It was a beautiful time in my life. Okay. We were getting gas at the bar in our town, the place that sold gas was the bar. The 10 in the morning when it happened. You have to go pay at the bar, this dingy ass bar with a bunch of old farmers getting drunk at 10 in the morning. And I look up on the screen, and that was when 9/11 was happening. And I came out and said, I said, something's happening. We were like in our own fucking bubble of fucking life, right?
Hmm.
And then we bought a TV, right? And I was
I moved to
obsessed.
Portland the day before 9/11. Yeah.
Okay, I was obsessed with like net, not like at least knowing what's going on in case something happened, right? And basically became a product of MSNBC, little CNN, but consumed that shit, right? For like all the way up to like right at COVID, right? Now I'm already a tree hugger, born and raised liberal Democrat guy, right? This is what I think. But then somewhere in that, it's kind of a discussion like this where it's happening on both sides. And I looked at like some of the bullshit that the my side, who I believed in 1,000%, like the whole stream. I don't, I was like addicted to this shit, right? Yeah, they've been bullshitting me too, but bullshitting me on like the stuff that that I ate up. You know what I mean? Like, and then yeah, now I don't watch any of that shit. I especially couldn't watch that because it's really disgusting to me to see that they use those same tactics,
Hmm.
the same tactics, as far as like whatever their story they're trying to get out,
Hmm.
right? Like yeah. So they both are like the same, but feeding different, you know, things, right? But yeah, it all start. You know what it all started with? Imus in the morning because I'm a night owl. This guy used to come on at 3 in the morning. Some weird
Fuck, I remember Imus.
redneck
Why
dude.
can't I think of
Imus
the
in the
guy?
morning,
God, I gotta think of the guy's fucking profile in that stupid.
and I liked that show. And I was up like that was
Oh,
when I was winding down with my life. I put on Imus, and like I don't even remember, but like that was like. But then that led me into like 1,000 million hours of MSNBC. Like it was always on. It wasn't like I watched it. That was the other thing. Like,
right back. I'm gonna get some weed.
yeah, like I
Hmm.
gotta tell you, that morning of 9/11, to be living in your own bubble for like 3 years, totally oblivious to anything else going on in the world except like our trip, right? Happy as large, right? And then all of a sudden, like one morning to the next, this thing happened. Um, that was a thing. Like it changed the way we live every day after as Americans. Yeah, it was odd. Like you think, oh, go back to that bubble. I know that there's a place you can go. I know how to get there. It's harder now with cell phones. Like then we had flip phones. It wasn't like we were on the internet. Uh, uh, but then after 9/11, I felt like this weird thing where I didn't want to like all of a sudden wake up to something that I had no idea would even happen. Because if we weren't getting gas that morning or something, it could have been like weeks before we would like maybe
Years,
one of my
bro.
friends might have mentioned it or something, but not really. Like we lived like this other life. I kind of miss that, but I couldn't have created that. She was like hippie, like yeah, we don't want no TV. That's why I talked her into it. But
Sorry about
yeah,
that. I just got back.
I was totally like just. But I already think those ways a lot anyway. That's the side I'm on. But they had a way of manipulating you too, right? Like because I noticed like friends of mine that are fox heads and that yeah, their algorithm, the things like I point we know that I'd be like, yeah, like if they would have some whatever their point was in the debate, and I was like, yeah, you're being fed that from that. And thinking that I wasn't being fed anything. No, no, if I was being fed my own talking points, you know what I mean?
Hmm.
And a lot of people weren't on either side, and then they can see that clearly. Fake news. Like I always thought it was crazy because I for sure know that Fox News was the beginning of fake news. Okay, and that was way back in Bush, Fox News' heyday, right? And so I anything that came from Fox News, I thought was from this was right, but I didn't think my side. We were the fair and whacker, whatever the fuck. I don't know, but then after so many years, I realized no, we were just like I don't think it started that way. I think like they just said we can't beat them, join them, and these are the techniques you use to get like
No, I think the reality is that the media in this country is owned basically by a handful of billionaires and corporations. And so there really
yeah.
isn't a such thing as sides anymore.
And it's profit, meaning the higher their ratings are, the more money they get from the ads. Right? It's rating thing, and to keep that, the only way to get media fair would be like, yeah, it can't be for money. So take the ads out, take that because it's a huge, like that hour of TV makes it just as much money as some of the other hours of the TV. Like a lot of money because millions of people watching create the ad money. And however you're going to get that done, it's like a story would always be like, yeah, you had to wait till the next hour segment to get to the next level of the story. They knew how to keep you on there. Just like the internet. What is it? Your usage, right? The whole way Instagram and them like manipulate you from the beginning is through your algorithm. The things is to get you with it. I don't know the term, but uh, engaged. The more engagement, the better it is for them. TV. No different. News definitely no different. And but I realized you can't completely get away from it because well, I guess I could make some changes and delete a couple things on my phone. But no, because some of it bleeds through Instagram and even just other people's posts. It'd be impossible to get to where I was pre 9/11, where yeah, we had a great life. We didn't
Unfortunately, it's
like
just a
have
different
we,
world. Yeah.
we were living in this bubble,
Hmm.
right? That wasn't that hard to create then. A couple things you eliminated, and the next thing you know, you didn't know anything. You didn't care about any of that. It had nothing to do with your life, and you focus on your. It's different, but then yeah, because all this stuff, yeah, it gets us all riled up on both sides, right? For a long time now. You know what I mean? Uh, there's a lot better things we could do with our brain power and our soul than like be caught up in this like it's division on whatever thing. This side against that side. There's too many sides. And the issues
I
are
mean, I
sort of
suppose
like
that's
so
true. At the same time, I don't know. How do I
like
express
back then I
this?
wouldn't have had it to I wouldn't have known which side. I had no side, really, right? I mean, technically, I'm like a hippie dippy California dude. So I think
I
fundamentally
think the
those things
U.S. is
don't
so removed from real life at this point that many of us, I don't know, we're not removed from real life because a lot of people struggle on a daily, day-to-day basis, literally paying for real life. But I think maybe, I don't know, that detaches them from ever having a chance to think about it or something. I'm not really sure exactly where I'm going to with this because I remember, I guess I'll just go with it this way. Somebody was talking about, to be honest, I think it was probably a YouTube channel because I can't remember if it was somebody in my real life. I don't think it was. I think it was just a YouTube channel. They were talking about how Middle Eastern people have a fundamentally different way of looking at the world. And it's kind of inarguable that that's the case. And you actually see it, to be honest. Most of the Middle Easterners you'll ever encounter are Muslims and Arabs and stuff, but you'll encounter others. You'll encounter Iranians, for example. You'll encounter Christian Lebanese, and then, of course, you'll also encounter Jewish Israelis, and they all are kind of this way. They don't sugarcoat anything. They will tell you exactly what they think. They don't give a fuck what your opinion is, basically, about it. They value honesty, but also in a Machiavellian way because a lot of those countries are used to having kind of authoritarian leaders, so they do have to be clever about the things that they say, but they very much don't think like we do, and they don't think necessarily in terms of right and wrong, or I guess to say they don't really necessarily think of an objective right and wrong. They think of what's right for their tribe and what's wrong for their tribe. And to be honest, I don't know, I guess you could say that's just another different kind of a moral argument. I don't know how else to express that, but it basically makes it very difficult for us to, from the outside looking in, look at those different situations. I'm explaining this too broadly. I'm trying to bring too much in here. Dang it. I'm not making any fucking sense right now. Yeah, I should dial that back in. I'm trying to
I
connect too
know,
many
dude.
stories. Folks, hop on here. I've posted the link a
Huh.
few times. I'm not going to beg you
Wait a second. I
again.
never read
Go
the
ahead.
chat. Okay, but so I don't even wasn't even talking about this, but our friend CTC says, and I don't know, maybe I have history wrong, but who did 9/11, bud? Al Qaeda, okay, in collaboration with Israel. So wait, those guys are from Saudi.
CTC. There was no collaboration with Israel. That's just fucking bullshit, buddy. Holy
Yeah,
crap.
yeah. I
Who
don't
did
know
9/11
all
by
every
Al Qaeda
fucking
collaboration?
details and all this
Israel did not
history thing.
collaborate with Al Qaeda, CTC. That is some troll level
Yeah, I
trash.
mean,
Please
get into
don't
the
continue with that. That is just
Sunni,
nonsense.
whatever.
You can Google that. And you can find out that that is fucking horseshit. That is absolute horseshit. Because basically, unfortunately, this is another anti-Semitic trope that's gone on for a long time. I hate saying the word anti-Semitic because it's honestly actually too broad. It's literally anti-Jew. It's Jew hate. Jew hate would be the best word for it. But Jewophobia or something. Anyway,
What was the dude's name? Bin Laden, right? Was it Bin Laden? That's the dude, right?
who
Yeah, I
for
mean,
Al Qaeda? Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Oh, and
okay.
Ayman
And he was just at
al-Zawahiri.
the right place at the right motherfucking time, dude. Like that guy had manipulated all kinds of different shit to get to that spot where he was able to make that strike, dude. Miracle. Like you're talking about a long shot. Holy fuck, dude. The fact that that even
Not
was able to
really.
be
The
pulled
thing was
off.
a clown show. The FBI fucking figured those guys out in like 6 months. It was really they
Yeah,
just
but
got away
even
with
if
the
they
fact
like
that no, they got
got
away
away
with the
with it
fact
that
that
day.
Bud, don't talk over. They got away with the fact that nobody was paying attention to rich Arabs. I mean, my sister was in a dorm room filled with rich Arabs, basically at PSU. Not intentionally, they were actually kind of obnoxious to her. But rich Arabs are super common on the West Coast. I'm sure they're even more common on the
Yeah.
West Co or on the East Coast. Nobody was paying attention to their shit, and they do some extravagant shit. Like there was a guy famously at my college. He was so rich. He was just some minor prince, honestly, of one of the Emirates or something. It wasn't Saudi Arabia. It was one of the Emirates, I want to say. And because I didn't go to Harvard. I wish, but I didn't go to Harvard. So he was just at some, freaking college on the West Coast, and every week or two, he would basically speed through town because it was a fairly small town. He'd speed through town in his Ferrari or Mercedes or fucking Alfa Romeo or whatever the fuck his dad would import him, and the cops would seize it. But because he had diplomatic immunity, because he was technically the son of the ruler, they couldn't do anything else to him. So they would take the car and
Oh,
his dad would buy him a new one basically. He'd have a new car delivered to him basically the following day or a couple days later. This was a famous thing basically, and apparently the police department made millions off the auctions for these cars. Ridiculous
Hey, I can
story,
just
but they
remember
couldn't
as
do anything else.
a
So
kid.
tell me that some rich Arab guy is taking flying lessons, and I'll sell you another uninteresting story. I mean, those
But
guys were
in a
doing all
whole
kinds of
different
crazy shit.
era, like way back. So we're talking in the 70s. This is when the actual Shah was in power in Iran. Like in our my neighborhood is predominantly upper middle class white, up in Woodland Hills, and the Valley, right? And this is like sixth, seventh, eighth grade. There was like an influx, like maybe like a dozen. They were Iranian immigrants that like the whole family just moved to to wherever. As so, yeah, those kids would get picked up in like the most expensive car. They spoke English, uh, but they were Iranians because like during that area, a ton of Iranians money was immigrated. Like that was the first like I guess you'd say Middle Eastern uh, people that I had like you know knew about and knew them. A couple of them were friends because they were super rich in an area where yeah
Oh,
most
LA
of us
has a
are
ton of
were
Iranian,
yeah.
wealthy Iranian families, and also
Well, look,
not wealthy
right
ones
on
too, of
Sunset
course. But
Boulevard in the uh,
oh, especially like
going into
Westwood, right
Beverly
around
Hills,
UCLA. Oh my
right?
goodness,
The
yeah, and Little Tehran.
timepiece that like the history of
thank you,
like
baby.
whose estate that was. and it had a certain decor. And then the richest Iranian bought it and like changed the whole fence, uh, the landscaping. Because when you drove by it, you could see all that to like the most innate
A
Iranian
bunch of
type stuff.
lions and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And it was
There
like
was
a
the guy that
thing
lived
that
down
like
the
that
street
that
from
was
me
like represented
in
Beverly
Hollywood. That
Hills. And
was yeah, it was like an Iranian Shah, and his
yeah.
dad, yeah, like fucking lions and shit. Oh my God, yeah.
And then it's like it's
One
come
of my
back to
neighbors too
normal.
was like a Pakistani royal or something, and he owns this beautiful house and compound. Drove like a 50-year-old Rolls Royce everywhere. Anyway, super private people, but apparently nice people. I never got a chance to meet them, but anyway, what were we
But over
saying?
time, yeah.
CTC,
I mean,
that shit is nonsense. I have to be honest. That shit is nonsense. Israel has never collaborated with Al Qaeda or fucking Bin Laden. That's just nonsense. Oh, I didn't finish my thought. That basically it comes from this very very old Jew hate trope, basically that Jews are fundamentally responsible for their own suffering. And so, for example, they're either guilty of it directly by basically blood libel, and that basically comes from the extremely fake
yeah. Okay, wait a
idea
second
that
though.
Jews drink the blood of young Christian boys or whatever, and then it became young
Well, it's been a long
Muslim
time.
boys or whoever else. That's first of all, it's not kosher. I mean, it's just
Wait.
physically
Back to
fucking
this
Yeah,
last
stupid.
topic.
yeah.
It's physically
Like
dumb. I mean, it's just a dumb fucking
I'm
precept,
a
right? But
stoner, so like I don't always know and remember everything perfect. But there was a time where I understood this Al Qaeda thing and what the structure was. It all boils down to this thing called Shia and Sunni Shia. The two different Muslims. Okay, and yeah, it's proved that Al Qaeda had anything to do with that. No, they were rooted in the Saudi. Now this is why I get mixed up. Who was Sunni and who was Shia? But like that
yeah,
supersedes
so you're getting it confused,
everything
bud.
else.
You're getting it
Okay.
confused, please. Let's dial it back because I don't like to bullshit on the show. So Sunni and Shia are basically like Protestantism and Catholicism. It's a little bit better. It's a little bit easier to describe it. Actually, is more like Eastern Orthodox Catholic or Eastern Orthodox, Byzantine Orthodox versus Roman Catholic, essentially. But that doesn't make any sense. That's not really the same kind of idea. Imagine the biggest schism you could have and essentially one side doesn't think the other are actually even people. So, in other words, the Sunnis basically don't believe that Shia are real Muslims. And even if you get, for example, a tolerant Sunni person who thinks that Israel has the right to exist, whatever else, if you bring up the Shias, they will fucking laugh and say those people are fake Muslims and blah, 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 blah. It's a crazy,
What?
crazy thing. Shias are not big fans of Sunnis, but they're not nearly as racist about it, basically, as Sunnis are, essentially. And it is an
Okay, but
incredible, and by the way, the Catholic and Protestant church fought the 30 Years War and everything else. So it's not like the Christian church was all kumbaya or some shit, right? Like that was some bloody shit, honestly. But they're still in
okay,
the thick of it and they still fight over it every day.
and
Al Qaeda was
relationships and
primarily a
ties.
Sunni group, though. Saudi Arabia is a Sunni country, basically. Even more so, they practice an incredibly how do you call it, ascetic. They practice a very, very orthodox, I guess you could say. Orthodox is the wrong word, but you know what I'm trying to say. Very, very hard on. Ironically, they probably all have hard-ons the whole time. Interpretation of Islam called Wahhabism, basically, which is actually a newer interpret. Ironically, it probably has more in common with
Yeah,
Hasidism than they probably want to admit. Hasidism is basically an arguably what's the word for it? Not apocryphal, but apostate. It's an arguably an apostatical, I can't remember think of the word for it, movement of Orthodox Jews. It only comes from like 1800s from Belarus or something like that. It's not by any means the entirety of Judaism or something. Anyway, and same thing with Wahhabism. It's basically just a particular sect of Islam, but a sect of Sunni Islam where they're super, super strict. Anyway, with that said, go ahead, bud. I interrupted you.
yeah. There is all this. We investigated the shit out of it. And some of it's whatever. But like when I bring up the Sunni Shia thing, is like, yeah, the the structure under Bin Laden, they were a certain sect, and that sect definitely doesn't deal with the other side, right? And so, uh,
You're probably
yeah,
talking about
they,
the Wahhabis, basically. They're super, super
yeah,
strict. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
okay. And so, but like that had that would have eliminated what he said about the Jews, the kind of connection, because no, it was deeper than that. It was like Saudi, what
Yeah, they're
I can't
mortal
remember.
enemies. Yeah, they call
Mortal
Israel
enemy,
the Zionist entity. They won't
Zombies.
even call it Israel. They call it the Zionist
right? So
entity.
like yeah, and that I don't know if that's ever been
But it comes
disputed
from
by
I
any.
didn't get a chance to say it. It is basically brain rot, but it is unfortunately a very common thing. Jews aren't the only people that have been subject to this. There have been plenty of other peoples that have been basically essentially bullied and then asked, "Why are you punching yourself?" Basically, right? Uh,
Well, I
uh,
think
um,
when it
Go ahead.
comes to the whole Afghanistan war, the our
You keep
whole
interrupting me before I make a point. Well, go ahead. That's okay.
okay, the trillions of dollars and the decades we got quagmired in that thing with Al Qaeda and ISIS from the gate, the day we rolled in, the one thing we fully didn't understand was the Sunni Shia mortal
I'm not arguing
enemy
with
to
you.
each
I
other.
don't think Afghanistan that was the problem. Afghanistan was a more tribal issue, but I
No,
agree
no,
with you. Iraq was more the
Iraq.
Sunni and Shia.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
get
yeah.
me wrong. Yeah,
Because the majority of the
Iraq is what I
population
meant.
of Iraq is
We
Shia,
rolled in
but the
there
majority of control has always been Sunni. Yeah.
and thought that we were going to have like this support. But what we didn't understand is, oh wait, we were picking sides one way or another, and then that was going to unleash the whole thing. And
And the thing
tactically,
with the Shia is that, yeah, arguably the U.S. Honestly thought the enemy of my enemy is going to be my friend. So, of course, they're going to welcome us with open arms. And to some degree, they kind of did. But the reality is that the Shias were bigger friends of Iran. And Iran is basically the headquarters of Shia. And
yeah,
so essentially, they were owned basically by Iran for the whole time. And so, in the very beginning, they were like, yeah, thanks, America, for taking down Saddam. But we're actually really friends with Iran over here. You know what I mean?
yeah, and then even roots down to like culture of the people. Like before, what makes a Sunni a Shia is it Persians and Arabs. There's like there's more
No,
to
no, 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 no. It's
understand in
not.
that
It's not some
whole
kind of a
thing.
race thing. No, 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 bud. Don't spout kind of nonsense. It's an ideological thing, basically, and it's basically a religious thing, kind of like Protestantism and Catholicism. In Catholicism, the priest is supposed to basically bring you the absolution. They literally give you the bread and body of Christ and whatever else. Whereas in Protestantism, you are allowed
Okay,
to read the Bible
so
yourself. You're allowed
maybe
to
you
have a
can
private
educate me.
experience, etc. So it's
Some
essentially a
people call
religious
themselves
schism. The
Arab,
Shias
and some
follow
people call
Ali and
themselves
a
Ah,
genetic.
Sunni.
Let me finish my fucking thought, bud. Holy fucking balls. The Shias follow Ali and basically, essentially, I guess you could call it a genetic lineage of the religious figures of the Imams, basically from the Prophet, people who knew the Prophet and then essentially their descendants. Whereas the Sunnis basically immediately go to somebody who was appointed a leader, essentially. And that sounds like a ridiculously small schism. From the outside, it is because all religious schisms are fucking retarded. But people will fight
Okay, explain this to
until
me
the
because
end of
I
the
don't
world
know.
for them. Go ahead.
So what is a Persian different than an Arab? Like
A
why some
Persian, well,
people?
first of all, Arabs are a very widely confused and adulterated group of people. I guess I'll save that for a second. A Persian
Okay,
is someone who is essentially from Iran. It's one of the oldest peoples in the world. They speak Persian. Basically, they have a Persian culture, and it literally is one of the cultures that has about a four or
so
five thousand
Iran
year
is a
history.
Persian.
Yeah, in Iran, it's a Persian place. And
So
essentially,
if
when
you're
you
from
find
somewhere
Persian
else, you're
people, they
not Persian.
basically come from Iran. Now, that's simplifying it a little bit because all those stands are basically partially Persian. That comes from a couple different things. Both the people are related, so way back in the prehistory, the people are related, but also the Persian Empire was one of the great empires. And for a
Okay,
couple
so the
thousand
oldest
years,
people,
they
Persian.
controlled Tajikistan and fucking Uzbekistan, all these different places, basically. So Central Asia
Okay,
is semi-Persian, semi-Turkic. Go ahead.
okay, and the Iranian Persians are what? Sunni or Shia?
Shia.
Shia, right? And then like there's a whole puzzle to the Sunni Shia history for a long time. Basically, I mean, it would be like if we had our biggest religions at real physical war with each other.
We did.
Without
Our
the
biggest religions had physical wars. They just haven't had them
yeah,
for a
right
few
at the
hundred
moment
years.
we don't, but this war is still going on. You know what I mean?
But
And
arguably, religion was a huge component of the Northern Ireland situation. The pro-unionists were what were they called? Oh, I cannot fucking think of the words for it. Anyway, they were basically Protestants and pro-England, and the Catholics were pro-Ireland, essentially. So it was not only a geographic war, it was also a religious war,
Oh, okay, I
essentially.
remember his name. Hussein. He was a Shia or Sunni. I mean, that's what this all gets down to, right?
Hussein was Sunni.
Ultimate.
The ruling
Right.
group, basically led by Saddam Hussein, were Sunni. And actually, the leadership of the Ba'ath Party were primarily Sunni, which had been a bone of contention, actually, because the majority of the population was Shia.
Right. And so after decades of that being played out in the people, when you took out dude, you unleashed, you know,
Huge chaos. Yeah.
yeah, I think we underestimated how that was going to
Blood
play.
feuds and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there was,
Even if we hadn't
people repressed
mismanaged
another
it, they
people,
totally undersold all that. They didn't understand any of that kind of stuff. Yeah.
you know, and not saying we didn't have intelligence, like, like at the top level of our CIA and all that shit, they understood all this shit. It was part of it. And I think we underestimated what was going to happen there. And
Yeah,
that,
that's putting it
you
mildly,
know,
for sure.
I mean, I guess it's over now, but like, damn, man, that's like 20 years and a lot of money and morphed into ISIS. And now all of a sudden, all that shit seems to be quiet at the moment. I don't know.
It's not
I'm
quiet.
sure there's still some, they're out
Uh,
there cooking.
That's one of the most interesting things about it. For example, the left wing in the US basically only really seems to care about Israel right at the moment and how Israel is the big bad wolf in the entire world. Funny thing is, you really don't have to go far to find conflicts that are so much more bloody than anything that Israel has ever been involved with, ever actually in its history. Well, I guess with the exception of World War II.
Oh, wait, and
In
then,
Sudan, about 1,000 miles away, maybe a little bit over 1,000 miles away, something like 2 million people have died in the last couple of years. What is it, 500,000 women and children just in the last year? Nobody talks about Sudan because it's an internal conflict between Muslims, basically. Uh,
well, wait a
Actually, from
second.
what I understand, there is a little bit of an issue of the Sunni and Shia there, but I think it's more of a race thing because it's basically
You
Arabs
take
versus blacks. Go ahead.
what we're talking about now into the modern era, Iran, I'm Sunni, wait, they were the
Shia.
Shia, whatever. But then they had ties to Hezbollah, this, that. They became like,
Because
oh,
they
this is
back, yeah, you're getting the point that a lot of
right.
people don't get in this country. They are the single backer, kind of like Russia is the troll of the world and backs all the groups. Iran backs all the shitty groups in the Middle East. They
Yeah.
back
And
Hezbollah,
that
and they don't
conflicts
care
with
if it is
this,
Shia.
that, and the
Because
other.
remember what I said? The Sunnis are racist against the Shias. The Shias don't really like the Sunnis, but they're not racist against them.
So
Kind
I
of
always thought it
ironically,
was
like the
amazing
Orthodox Greeks are. Pardon?
that when my girlfriend, Nina, who we talk like every day, is in Abu Dhabi, 6 years, she can't get her visa, but whatever. She'll like show me, like she'll walk to the building to make a video where scraps from the Iron Dome, like, oh, it's still like hit a building, something, very rarely. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works. Same Iron Dome Israel has. I think it's Hezbollah. Like, if you look at the map, it's this little gulf,
Oh,
and where it
some
gets
rebels are shooting at them.
closest,
Huh.
right? Iran is right across. I mean, Abu Dhabi's right in Dubai, right there,
Hmm.
right? And uh, that's their, like that's a target. But it's not Iran. It's like one of the things they back, right? Shoot missiles
Uh,
just periodically.
uh.
Most of them get caught in the Iron Dome, right?
That's
But
it. Like
like,
the Yemen, the Houthis have ballistic missiles that they've been shooting at Israel. Yemen is one of the
yeah,
poorest countries in the face of the earth.
yeah, yeah,
It's the
that's it.
kind of
It's the
poverty
Yemen.
you've never
Yemen.
heard
It
of in your
traces to
life
Yemen.
before.
Yeah,
And they have
right,
ballistic fucking missiles. Where did they get
right.
ballistic missiles? They did not
Okay,
cobble them together from sticks and mud, my motherfucking friend. They got them from
right.
Iran.
And so, like, I think it'd be like weird that, like, on the national news and stuff, right? Uh, that never is covered. That, oh, they shot whatever missiles over at Dubai, and some shrapnel took out the corner of a
Uh,
building. From the Iron Dome working. Like,
uh.
Like if anything like that happened
Yeah,
in
I didn't
Israel,
even know.
they
I knew that
always
there were all
report
these
about the
different
Iron Dome.
rebel groups. I'm telling you, there's all these different rebel groups in the Middle East nobody
Yeah,
talks about. But
and that's backed by Iran, and then a different sect of it from a different
that's
country.
it.
Oh, they're in war with the QR
Put it
and
this
shit.
way, if it's
And
not backed by Iran, it's backed by the Muslim Brotherhood, which is the Sunni version of the death cult that everybody
yeah,
loves
okay.
to love.
And
And
I
by the way,
imagine,
Hamas is part of the Muslim Brotherhood and ISIS too as
yeah,
well.
and yeah, and this narrative and story is growing and changing. But I imagine our CIA, our intelligence, have a pretty good handle on who's
Oh, they
who,
fired
what's
half the
what, and all this.
CIA, but you haven't
Right.
you haven't
Yeah,
heard
but this
about
is what I
that? They've
mean. Our
literally
current
fired half the
president
CIA.
isn't even able to like stay on top of this intelligence that is really he could
They had
have.
to give him last term, they had to give him picture books and he wouldn't even pay attention.
Okay.
This
Well,
term, I'm
you
sure they
need to
didn't bother.
understand all this shit if you're like, doing anything, taking planes, supporting one side or the other. You at least need to have the respect of like the history of humanity. At least understand what you're like, what's going on, right? Or try to. And I don't think
CTC,
so. I think
don't
he's
just
oblivious
randomly
to
come
that.
up with it. Bud, could you stop for a second? CTC, I'm trying to keep track of your comments, but they are all over the place, and I'm starting to think that they're just trolling. And I know, CTC, that I don't think you're a troll. You've been here for a long time. So I would love it if you could please put a little bit more thought into your comments, perhaps. Or alternately, elucidate a little bit, please. Tell us a little bit more about what you mean, because I know what you say is kind of nonsensical. There's truth in what you meant. For example, so CTC says Islam was created from Judaism or in response to it. So it's kind of complicated, but they are both to blame. I don't know what they're both to blame for right now. But the interesting thing about Islam, I suppose you could say, is that it accepts that basically Christianity and Judaism existed. It's not very nice about it. People really misunderstand the whole dhimmi concept. They misunderstand how the people of the book are supposed to be treated well. Yeah, if they pay 50% tax and are they willingly accept being a subservient slave basically to a Muslim. Physically, they're not actually allowed in that system that is thankfully not practiced basically anywhere. They're not actually allowed to walk on the same street as a Muslim is. If the Muslim walks by, the dhimmi is supposed to walk to the side, off the side of the road. Like people really, really oversell how nice the Muslims were basically to the so-called dhimmis. But anyway, Islam recognized Isa, Jesus, basically, Moses, Abraham, etc., etc. But famously, they think basically that the Muslims essentially went from not Isaac, but what's his other brother's name? The fucking ballsack. I can't think of the other brother's name. Brothers of Abraham, or sons of Abraham. What were their fucking names? He had what? Two sons. Hold on here. Folks, hop on here. I'm going to probably cut the show here in a second if nobody hops on here. I am tired of begging you. It's not going to happen one more time today. So we've been chatting for a couple hours. I know Bud would be good for many more hours in the evening, but I have stuff to do and I don't want to leave Bud just hanging here by himself. Well, D is here as well
Yeah.
too, but D
There's
might be
like
busy as well.
I'm starting to
Uh,
test the new strains. Uh, trying to the trimmers working on it now. Um, Holy shit. I'm excited. I got a
Ishmael, that's where it is. Isaac is
couple
supposedly the
flavors of
Jewish
it.
son, and Ishmael is supposedly the Muslim son. Whatever. That's kind of
And how many thousands of
ridiculous,
years
but
old is that?
oh yeah, how old was Abraham supposed to be?
Thousands of years
Hold
ago.
on. It doesn't
All
say
I'm
on
trying to say is,
Wikipedia. I
like,
wonder if there's
mainly
an
because
estimate here
I've learned a
somewhere.
lot in
I
history,
mean, it would
I
if
just
I
want
had to guess, it's supposedly maybe 5,000 years ago, right? Because I
okay,
think it's
okay.
supposedly before Egypt, stuff like that. How old
Now, what
is
I'm saying is
Abraham?
like, I barely know anything, but I listen to a lot of history, long form, like hour long YouTube podcasts. I like them all kinds, like because history's dead. Fuck, you can go
So
through
supposedly
just one period of time,
4,000 years ago.
and
All
they're
right.
just like, I don't know, somebody laying. They're like a teacher, sort of. I assume. Usually, whoever the people are that make it, I forget. Some of them are like hardcore history, which that guy tried to. have a certain tone to his stories. But the one thing I realized,
I
yeah,
don't have the
like
freaking window.
that's like what do they say? Like how do you like to be able to like make decisions on how to deal with things going forward, you have to actually really have a pretty good grasp on what history that brought us to these situations, right? And without that, how the fuck do you know anything, right? You can't like, oh, all of a sudden you're trying to mediate some international thing, but you don't know the history
There
of,
we go.
thousands of years, some of this stuff, right?
That's what the U.S. has actually repeatedly fucked up with, kind of around the world, not just in this one thing, and not just this administration. Famously, we've done it. I'm sure we're not the only one, but we've documented this because that's our country, so we document this. We'll go to weird places and just forget that they had a conflict from 1,000 years ago, and just kind of ignore it and pretend it's basically the Shia Islam
Well,
thing, you know? Yeah,
it's weird that both their names were Rice, but okay. Like I said, I missed in the morning. One of his best guests was Brzezinski, Mika Brzezinski's dad, who was Secretary of State at one point. So very, very well informed, even to the day he died. Uh, international, uh, and a lot of times he would explain things. That was the first time where like it got into like going a little bit in depth. But then, yeah, like I'm a Cold War baby, so like Russia's our enemy, right? Condoleezza Rice, that was in the Bush administration, and Susan Rice, that was part of whatever. They both have double PhDs in Russian history because I've listened to podcasts with them. They're like some of the most to this day they do. That's how they make a living. Uh, Russian history, uh, and that has its own whole reason to understand, right? If you're going to be dealing with Russia as an enemy, right? I forget who's our current Secretary of State or whatever, or these people like know that they don't have any
Rubio.
any true ties. Like, oh well, at that time Russia was a big thing, so of course he had the best Russian fucking
Yeah,
person on his
presidents
staff.
actually fired all the Russia team people at the CIA and
Yeah,
all this
yeah, yeah,
stuff.
yeah,
It's
yeah, yeah.
just like
It's bad as fuck the
seems
government,
very, very
but
unreasonable.
ultimately what makes the American president so powerful is at times, if used properly, you have the information,
Mm.
you know, uh, intelligence, whatever you want to boil it into. That's crucial. That's crucial to be on the upper end of the game, right? And we were good at that. And oh yeah, there's a lot of controversy over some of it and its tactics and shit we got into. But overall, yeah, well, somehow it's not just that it seems. You have a current president that like he doesn't have the time for all that, or he doesn't have,
Mm.
he's not gonna like dive into the
He'd rather
details of
golf.
any of these things,
Yeah.
right? Driving golf, yeah, that's dangerous as fuck. And that team was built like that intelligent stream of boiling all this down to what was most important on a daily basis. Like that was an important part of the office of the president of the United States. And in turn, like, yeah, like even as like this is the one thing, like, yeah, we know all the shit that Putin and Russia, all the issues on a minute, second to second basis. And this guy had our people roll a red carpet out, which was like unnecessary. And then he stood there, him, and clapped like it was like standing ovation as the dude got off the fucking plane. Right? That happened, right? Just so many months ago.
He acts pretty, since the show, word of the show is obsequious, he acts pretty obsequious to Putin, for sure. Yeah, he
And
shits on
wait a minute.
everybody else, but for some
Technically, the
reason, Putin,
guy's
oh my
wanted
God.
for decades for war crimes by the UN. And that was the spot where he was on American land. You could have just taken him right into custody right then. Other countries would have. That's why he doesn't go certain places. He hardly goes
Mm.
anywhere, right? Um, yeah, but the red carpet and the standing up, like
But in fairness, I'll give a little bit of a devil's advocate on that one because they were talking about, for example, Netanyahu the other day flying to the UN, and evidently he avoided several countries' airspace, Spain and a few others that have
Yeah,
pledged to arrest him for the
yeah.
uh, IPCC warrants, which is, and I was thinking about this, I was like, oh, it's a very interesting, complicated story because I'm not remotely a fan of Netanyahu. You'd have to know his history to know why I've hated him for 30 fucking years now. But he's still, in this circumstance, he's still the leader of Israel, and he's flying to the UN, presumably on official business. So basically, every leader of every country in the world would have a diplomatic immunity. Why is he presumably basically this uh, uh, guilty until presumed innocent, essentially, in this case, war criminal, when the leaders of Sudan and all these other countries can go, Putin can fly
Well, here's the
around the
thing:
world just
he's a
fine.
war
Putin
criminal
has
to
killed
who? The
many
UN?
people. Putin invaded Ukraine out of nothing,
Okay,
basically,
wait
for
a second.
nothing,
Who
and has
declared
killed
him a
millions
war
of people,
criminal?
not tens of thousands, but millions. Pardon?
What agency of the world declares him that a war criminal?
What is it called? It's in Holland, the International Criminal Court, ICC. I'm gonna
Okay,
the International Criminal Court of Justice, ICCJ. I
okay.
feel like I'm getting it wrong. I feel like I'm getting the acronym
But
wrong,
like,
but you're
okay,
getting the
great
point that I'm trying to
agency,
convey.
and they do stuff, but do they have the ability to take people into custody?
Not
That's
really, and that was
hardly the
always that's
case.
been the problem basically ever since like Milosevic and all these other guys. You kind of had to catch them, and then someone had to bring them in because they don't have their own
Now,
enforcement police
wasn't
or
the
whatever, and
history of
then.
these type of agencies the fact
Oh,
to
it
like
started after
Nazi
World War
times?
II. It started
Yeah,
basically,
right,
I want to
right.
say this one started like in the 60s.
Now, in those days, there were people on the run, and if they were taint, there was that was it. They brought them. They took them
If they
into
could, if they
custody.
had jurisdiction and stuff, because it was a little bit of a funny jurisdiction because for the most part, people that are the sovereign leaders of countries have protection, legally speaking, and they've had that for a long time. The laws basically exist in almost every country's books because
Well,
most leaders don't want to be killed when they're talking to other leaders or something.
what
So,
South American country, because they didn't have what do you call it, extradition with us, and then a lot of the Nazis flee to like
oh, Argentina. I don't even think that was
Argentina.
extradition. I think that was just a remote place for them to go. Yeah, a lot of them went to Brazil.
Yeah.
A lot of them went to Argentina. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well, okay. Like back in those days, it was easy to disappear to the
Mm.
world, right? Maybe,
Oh, some
right?
of them didn't even
Today,
disappear. It was just somewhat remote. Yeah, like
right.
Eichmann,
But all
basically,
right,
the
right. But you know what I
Israelis
mean.
got him in
Today,
Buenos
that's
Aires. He
like
wasn't even hiding.
due to the modernization, very hard to do. But it
He just thought
seems
they weren't
like
going to be able to arrest him.
it's not like you can arrest people. Back then, they would arrest people. You know, I don't know. Like, okay, there's a whole bunch of people on this war crime thing, and they continue to operate for decades.
Hmm.
Doesn't mean
Yeah.
anything. Putin's been on it forever.
Yeah. It's one of the
So,
criticisms of it, like who's the last person? I mean, they do prosecute people every year, I think, but it's usually like two-bit African frickin' tin pot dictators because it's never anybody really
yeah.
important. They'll get people every once in a while, but remember that Coney 2012 or whatever? Everybody was talking on the internet, Coney 2012, trying to raise awareness of this one particular guy. He's still out there killing people. Like that went nowhere, So like, and he's been wanted by those guys for a long, long, long time. So. Yeah, it's kind of a farce. But anyway, I was just thinking about it. Like whatever you want to say about Netanyahu, it's kind of weird to assume, oh yeah, we should totally just arrest him when he's fueling his plane for gas as he drives through Spain. But we're not going to arrest Putin. We're not going to arrest the random African fucking murderers and butchers all over the place. No, no, no. We're going to focus on Israel. Same thing. Everyone's talking about banning Israel from the World Cup. Israel's probably not going to qualify for the World Cup. They don't have that kind of a team. But even if they did, even if they had some miraculous team, what's Ireland is a small country and has a great team, right? There's a couple countries in Europe that have small countries, big
Uh,
team, great teams. What am I trying to say? It could happen, right? They could have the fucking, I don't know, Shaquille O'Neal of soccer
Well,
players or some shit. I don't know. But
it's
they're
weird
talking
that
about banning them from the World Cup. Why are they talking about banning Israel from the World Cup and not Sudan, not Libya, not fucking Yemen of all places, not
oh, how do you
Syria
see
that's
that?
massacring Alawites, on and on and on and on and on and on. No, 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 no. It's
You
it's
know what's
all
odd
Israel
to
all the
me? I
time.
always point this out because
mm, mm,
my friend Fabio, I spend a lot of time with. He's older. He's going through some heart issues. He's 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 lived here forever, but he's Brazilian, right? Like, right? And so he's always keeping me up to form with Brazil and the latest, especially with soccer, because they've got this new coach, and because them not winning is a like a natural crisis, right? For being, um, but like you know, even the soybean thing, and like Brazil is a huge country that produces a lot of stuff, right? They're not really our ally or whatever. They're just like neutral down there. But like, yeah, like in some way, I realized, yeah, it wasn't him telling me about Brazil and keep me up to date. Oh, over the years, their presidential thing is crazier than ours. Like guy getting arrested and doing his time and then being reelected and being more corrupt than before. The story's been played out. Our guy ate the first one. Uh, Craziest stuff. But like in our national news or our world news, we never fucking talk about Brazil. Nothing.
Mm.
We hear about Mexico and this and that, all these other countries here and there.
There's discussion, but it's
Brazil,
it's ultra, it's hyper specific, and you usually won't get anything on a decent level. I don't really watch TV, to be perfectly honest. I just watch, like, streaming and stuff. But um, when I used to have cable, and I know I see clips, basically. I guess I'll say this. So, for example, if you want to talk about the stuff we've been talking about, there's a handful of people that probably have interesting things to say about it. I do oftentimes enjoy this dude on MSNBC, Lawrence O'Donnell. And what's her face? I haven't watched her for ages, so don't quote me if she's gone crazy. But Rachel Maddow, she's fairly intelligent. Even if you don't agree with her, she's fairly intelligent about her takes. Uh, Other than that, yeah, you won't get really hardly anybody. Anybody else on MSNBC is pretty much just wailing into the wind. Most of them don't know what the fuck
okay,
they're talking
not
about.
bad. Those people I enjoyed, but then
But that's the
it
thing. That's all there
meant
is. You know
it,
what I
it
mean?
was
You'd
a
assume that there
statement
would
to
be
me
more
of
holy
like
fucking shitballs.
if you're trying to represent yourself as fair, right? Uh, the morning Joe Joe Scarborough's a conservative Republican his whole career,
Those
ran
guys are
as a
fucking
congressman,
clowns. He
right?
and
Okay,
Brzezinski,
he's a
those guys are
clown. I'll
fucking
get that they're all
clowns, dude.
clowns, right? Nicole Wallace that had 2 hours in the
They
daytime,
basically
she was
sane
supposed to,
washed and fucking slow walked this whole Trump stuff. That's what I'm saying. There's basically no that I don't even watch that. Like, I don't watch those shows
yeah.
anymore.
Well,
I'll
I
just watch
stopped
clips every
watching
once
it
in a
all.
while
Don't
on
get me
YouTube,
wrong, but when I did
or on
watch
Reddit.
it,
Pardon.
the point I'm making is like, and they weren't just rollovers to the other side. They had their
They fucking
core
had Trump on
core.
their show, dude. Morning Joe. Give me
Yeah,
a
no,
break. They
they
tongue
all
washed his
misstepped through the whole
balls.
game, and
They
I don't
fucking they
follow
well,
into
they
any
licked
of
the
that.
taint. They did
But
it
I'm
all.
talking about
They gave
during
him the
these
full
certain years
service.
that I watched that stuff. To me, at least, it was a channel that was willing to like
Oh,
have.
well, if you haven't watched it for a few years, it's changed. I guess, spoiler
Oh
alert.
yeah, no, I
So
don't
once
watch it
upon
at
a
all
time, I know what
anymore
you mean,
since
because
COVID.
when Imus was on, I know what you mean because I used to watch it. But that was so many years ago. That was back when
Here's
poker was
what
on late
happened
night.
all of a
Do you remember
sudden.
when late night poker was
Uh,
on? It was the same era, basically.
yeah,
And
okay, this is
Imus in
the
the mornings
day
and
and when
stuff. Yeah,
it
yeah, yeah.
happened, right? Sometimes what I realized by consuming that shit, I get up in the morning and uh, start my day with that shit, right? At a certain point, I drink coffee, I'd be ready to attack the day or whatever, and I feel sick. Feel sick. I'd be like, not like no, I felt sick, right? And I realized what was making me feel sick was that, like the
And
hour or
unfortunately, it's
two.
such a delicate balance because I've always been one of these people who thinks that you should know about these things. I think you should be an informed citizen, especially in a democracy. If you live in an oligarchy, who cares? You don't have any control anyway. But if you live in a democracy and you're expected to vote from time to time, I feel like you should be an informed citizen. You should be
And
basically
here's how crazy it got.
integrated in some way. But the reality of it is, a lot of this news is just horrifying and depresses us, and there's really not much we can do. The best that you can hope for is every
Here's
three
my
or four
life.
years, every 2 or 4 years, you can frickin' vote on the issue. But even that won't really solve the issue. So I see what you're saying, and this is one of the biggest,
So
not one
wait,
of the biggest, but it's
here's
one of the
like my
bigger
life
concerns that
until
people
I
have. Let me
realized it
finish
was making
talking,
me
bud.
sick.
Don't just talk over me. Although I realize I have monologued quite a bit on this show, so I'll try to shut up. What am I trying to say? I just lost my train of thought. Go ahead anyway.
Wait, let me finish. So like my life up until that point is yeah, have it on, go home, get stoned, and do whatever, get ready, my shit together. and then drive, do whatever I had to do. I had Sirius in my car, Sirius Satellite. Had all these channels, music, comedy, a million things. I used to listen to a lot of it. Nope. I get in my car and put, they also have all those news channels on and continue it. And then I had done this for years. And I finally realized that was what made me feel like ill, right? Like some days, the propaganda, the getting sucked into whatever the fucking trip of the day was, right?
Mm,
And being obsessed with like, well, what's the next twist? Was who, you know what I mean? The
mm,
developing story, whatever it was. And
mm.
then all of a sudden in COVID, it was so overwhelming. And I already like lived isolated, so it was like easy to go big and have no, you know, uh, I could go to the grocery store. Okay, set. Um, but yeah, like if I had done it then, it would. Yeah, I couldn't. I was done. I was like over. And I started just like doing any. Nope. No, it wasn't
I'm
that
super
easy.
lost.
I would go weeks where I wouldn't watch the news, and then something would suck me in. And then finally, I don't know when, but it's been like 4 or 5 years now, 4 years. About halfway through COVID, I stopped watching the news. Still maybe click on a couple stories online and read. And yeah, I don't feel sick at all in the morning. Like that was making me sick. Like feel like wasn't sure if I was sick or I wasn't. If I didn't feel good, and and I used to think, oh, is it this? Is it I'm eating whatever? No, it was watching the news made me feel like physically sick, so I stopped. But it's not like you can't still keep up with the news. It's impossible not to.
That's the thing. There's
I
ways to keep up with the news, but I don't think that there's any like even for example Rachel Maddow. I wouldn't watch her fucking 5 days a week. Give me a fucking break. Every once
guess
in a
what?
while, I'll catch one of the
I
best
don't
clips
think
or
she's on
something on
5 days a
YouTube, and
week.
yeah, I'll watch 15 minutes of it or something. It'll be great. She interviews people well. She talks about things well. She has a good way of breaking things apart. And like I say, even if you were to
She's
disagree with
smart.
her, she
She's
would be
just
a
a Fed
smart
smart.
person to watch. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
But like I say, most of these news channels, they're really owned by corporate entities that don't have our interests in mind. And so they're very selective about the stories they tell. They tell their stories in very selective ways. That's one of the, we were talking about ground news earlier. I don't give a single fuck about ground news, but the one or two times that I researched it, yeah, they are good at basically telling you which side the different places come from. And the most interesting part of it actually is that you see the headlines from different sides and they basically reveal the way they're looking at the issue just from the headlines. And it changes so much from one side to the other. For example, Israel, a good, I don't can't think of examples right now, but they'll literally change the entire premise of the story. Uh, uh, well, for example, there was one the other day that Hamas, this was documented, this was on camera, Hamas was firing rockets from the biggest hospital in Gaza. So Israel responded by firing back at them because under international law, once you fire from a hospital or any other place, that becomes a military installation and it's legal to fire at it. So anyway, Israel fires back. Well, so the story in the BBC was Israel fires upon hospital, and the story in what, like Fox News was Hamas fires rockets, Israel responds. Like they basically said the same thing, but in completely different ways, you know. Uh, uh, God, just more examples of propaganda. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to ask again. If nobody hops on in the next 5 or 6 or 7 minutes, let's see,
Yeah,
it's
where's
9:34
J5?
here.
Where's
Seriously,
silence?
they're probably
Where's
watching.
hardcore?
J5, other people are watching on here. If you don't want to hop
Where
on
are
here,
they?
don't hop on here, but the show is going to stop here shortly. What is CTC saying here? He's saying, you're right there. It's an evil system and it's a caste system. And it's, I don't know if I agree with that interdimensional. I don't know what part is interdimensional, pardon me. Mass hypnosis, mind control, language distortion. I to some extent
Yeah,
agree.
fuck the
Most people walk around
establishment or
without a
the
single unique
system.
thought, just a collective
You
set of
know,
shared wordcraft. I disagree with that to some degree, CTC. I know what you mean. I'm not disagreeing, sort of maybe conceptually or whatever. I think a lot of people aren't that unique, right? I think a lot of people are kind of living the similar lives and so forth. But fundamentally, I think I'm different than a lot of people. I'm a humanist, basically, right? Some people are not human. humanists. So I'm not necessarily an optimistic person or anything else,
Huh.
but I do fundamentally believe that humans will solve problems. And for example, even though I'm an environmentalist and everything else, first and foremost, I'm a humanist. So if it were to comes to shove and the end of the world, literally the end of the world is coming, I would say that the humans are the most important thing that should survive, not the bacteria or something. You know what I mean? Whereas an environmentalist might say, oh my God, no, the humans should all commit suicide and allow the species of the earth to survive. I mean, conceptually, both can be right, right? And we don't have to argue about it because thankfully this is a hypothetical. But where I'm going to with that is that I think that people are unique in their own interesting and sometimes spectacularly stupid ways. I remember having I used to go to In-N-Out all the time. Well, not all the time, once or twice a week, but maybe a little bit too much because it was such good burgers down in Hollywood. And it's a busy joint, so they would always have a security guard, and I got to know some of the security guards because I became a regular. Right? I'm a friendly guy, so I just talked to people, and oh, I heard the best stories. Like one of the security guards that was a buddy of mine, Paris Hilton was a regular at that particular In-N-Out, and I heard just the most ridiculous stories about Paris Hilton. Anyway, so my friend was in TMZ and stuff because they're shooting fucking pictures of the paparazzi are shooting pictures of Paris at the In-N-Out because I mean that's just where they found her. And my friend George is there basically telling her, no, I'm sorry, we're closed. I mean, just stupid, stupid, stupid shit. Anyway, one of the security guards there, I won't mention his name, he was temping for a little while, and I'm just harmlessly having my burger, and he walked by. I didn't really know him, so he just kind of, I think he just, yeah, maybe he'd seen me before or something, so he just introduced himself, and we got to talking, and I think I'm just finishing my food or whatever, and without a doubt, he was probably the single stupidest person. And I'm saying this in the, I hope, not meanest way that I can. I'm trying to say this genuinely. He was a very, very nice person, and it was a very pleasant conversation. But I shit you not, it was as if I could hear the gears in his head whirring together and misfiring from time to time. Like he was shifting gears in a car and grinding it half the time. And it was just so interesting to me because I think it was the first time in my life that I'd spoken to somebody who was not special needs, mind you. He had a job and everything else. He had a normal life. He drove a car and stuff like that. He was just super, super, super not bright. Honestly, super, super, super not bright. And yet, he had interesting things to say. It's been a fucking trillion years, so I don't remember what we were talking about anymore. But I do remember he had interesting points of view and interesting things to say. He lived up in Lancaster, where it's balls ass hot, and we were talking about that. And I don't remember. We didn't talk about heavy philosophy or some shit, you know what I mean? But we talked about whatever the fuck, the weather or whatever, and he had interesting things to say. And so all these years later, I remember thinking, and that's not even including, I mentioned special needs. I've met plenty of people who had Down syndrome or anything else. There was a kid in my school who had fun and interesting and unique things to say. So it just reminds me that it doesn't matter how smart or dumb you are. And by the way, I have met very, very, very smart people who were as pastel as you could possibly imagine. They basically were like milksop if it were a human being, you know what I mean? Without flavor. So the human rainbow runs all the fucking gamuts, and I think even, I mean, honestly, even those milksops had something interesting
Okay,
to say at some point in their life. So anyway, I guess I'll
only
end
my
it at that.
thoughts. Only my thoughts. Okay, I live in California. I don't know how many different hundred in and outs, but I can imagine. I know the one you're talking about.
Hmm.
There's never been a security guard in and out
That Sunset
that
one
I know.
always has an in and out.
Oh,
Yeah, it
well,
always
now
has a
okay,
security guard.
because
Yeah,
things like that happen.
yeah.
Now, I think I could count them on one hand the times I've driven through and left with my food. One, okay, so my last months of life. Oh, it's already 9:30. Other than the worst taco shops that there's no way I'm going to eat a bad burrito around here. Jack in the Box, like it's 9 o'clock. In and Out's open like 1:30,
Hmm.
right? Right. So maybe I'm up to a couple times a week, like where, but I always eat there, right?
Oh, I love
One,
In and Out.
to
Yeah,
me,
you're not going to get any
one,
criticism from
it's
me.
really
Yeah, that
important that
the
you
food
eat
is
it
incredibly
like
good. It's good quality.
it's
Yeah.
good. It's good. Like some food, like, okay, 10 minutes can go by and it's still kind of hot enough. No, In and Out when it's freshly hot is like a different level than even a few minutes in your car. Like it doesn't cool very well, especially the fries. So I always eat there. and it's always this collection of like, oh, it's always popping there. Like
Mm.
that's what I mean. It's not like, oh, it's already 1:15 and slow down, because I'm not the only one that realizes that it's only like it's the only game in town, right? Oh,
Mm.
you can go to Jack in the Box or you can go to In and Out.
Oh, and that
Uh,
Hollywood one, probably one of the reasons why it has security guard, not all the time, but it has security guards in the evenings, especially on the weekends, is because all the clubs around it get out and basically everyone goes down the
oh
street to In and
man,
Out. Yeah.
dude, I'm
So
telling
like for
you,
example,
like,
Jimmy Kimmel's like 2 blocks away from that In and Out. Jimmy Kimmel gets out and they all fucking head down to the
yeah,
In and Out.
yeah.
I mean,
Everybody
they
eats
only
an
get
In
out in
and
the
Out,
afternoon, but
right?
still.
You know what I mean? Whoever you are, you're like, yeah, fuck that, In and Out. No matter how
Yeah.
rich you are. Right? Um, uh, yeah, the drive-through. I mean, hey, one thing, whenever they make the order, the time of when you're going to get it, sometimes I feel like I might have saved a couple minutes by not driving through because drive-through moves quick. But we're talking like the one I go to, they're already on the street and wrapped on the street, and that's like 10 or more
Mm.
cars, right? So I just park, and it's a weird thing. It's crowded inside, but by the time you get your order, one of the little things are always open. I'm never like, shit, there's nowhere to sit. No. And to me, it's like, it's still a good experience. Like somehow, oh, even though it bugged the shit out of me, last time I was there, I was at this booth by myself, like before, and this guy and these two girls that were like from a drama thing. They were they had done their play that night or whatever, and they were critiquing who messed up and all this. But the guy was so like physical in his what he was doing. He would like it, vibrate the seat. It was like he was like people sit there all the time. And you don't feel the guy next to you. Oh no, this guy was it was bugging me,
Mm.
right? but but
Excuse me,
they were
sir.
just
Could you please
bagging
stop
on.
vibrating?
Yeah, they were
If he's
drama
got one of
people.
those
They were
chest
young drama
vibrators.
people, and they were all high on just finishing their show. But like these three went through like everybody else. Like so, I imagine somewhere else there's the other people talking about how bad they were. Right? They were replaying the events of the play.
There are
You
no
know, oh
vibrating in
yeah,
the
so and so
restaurant,
missed
please.
his line. He missed his line or whatever. You know. Yeah, and then I realized, yeah, drama people. Oh, they laugh. Even this one guy in line,
Oh, theater
I
kids are famous for always being
they were like making
the
so much
noticeable
noise. He
people.
looked over at me, and I looked at him.
Oh,
And we
look,
both
theater
thought the
kids.
same thing. Like, yeah, I mean, you don't have to laugh that loud. Like
Yeah,
they
yeah,
were trying
yeah,
to get
yeah,
attention. Yeah, drama kids.
yeah. Yeah, they're always a little special. They're
So
always a good
high,
time though.
I
If you
didn't
ever
laugh.
have
Everybody
friends that
laughed.
are drama kids, they're always a fun time. Especially if I were to pick, like if I had to basically just randomly pick some people off the street to have fun with in the evening, it would definitely
And
be some theater kids for sure.
because this
Yeah,
is
you're gonna
my
have a good time with
routine.
them.
Okay, there's always this bench. So, like I say, I don't go get a table until they give me my food. Just like
So
sometimes like
smoke the
whatever
last of my
amount of minutes,
oblivion.
right? Right. So I sit there and I just watch. There's like usually three, four people on the grill. There's the five, they're doing their thing. Less than 10 for like whatever, 5 minutes until my order comes up. Yeah, it's almost like what do you call it? It's almost like this day
It's
because
if you, I think
they're
you'll
really
like this
good at it.
comparison. It oftentimes
Like you
reminds
really
me
see
of
like
a
where this
Formula
group of
One
people.
mechanic team,
Oh, they're all
basically.
joking and laughing with each other, and that it's not like they're all just robots, right? There's, they're alive, um, but they're getting this done pretty
Mm.
much perfectly. Boom, 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 boom,
That's the
boom,
thing. If
boom,
you
boom.
ever look at McDonald's or not McDonald's, In-N-Out burgers, they are fucking the same
Efficient as
every
fuck, dude.
time. Perfect. Perfect. Uh,
And
uh,
most of them, there's usually a
really to a
couple
high level.
middle-aged
Yeah.
people, but you can't tell if they're the manager or if they're just in there. But they're usually people pretty young, right? Like first job types. To have them train and able to operate like that, busy constantly. Like it's not like, oh, well, we had a rush hour for lunch, but the rest of the time's pretty mellow. No, no, no. This place until the moment they close, right? Yeah, if there's any hiccups, the whole line falls apart. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? I always wonder how does the guys at different grills know, oh, I'm doing these ones, and the person next to me is doing these ones.
They don't drop anything until the order comes in. So basically, it works just like
Yeah.
a regular restaurant ticket, I guess. Each person has the restaurant tickets, and they basically know, okay, that's this order, that's this order, that's this order. This burger, for example, if you look at the people that are on the grill, I
Well,
guess you use the example. So they have, I like to order, a lot of times I'll get an animal style. Not all the time. Sometimes I'll get basically a regular, but I almost always like chopped chilies. So even if it's animal style, animal style with chopped chilies. Well, so they'll have the order there. Okay, they just dropped a patty. That's step one. But now step two is, all right, do they want mustard on it? Do they not want mustard on the patty? Do they want me to fry it with onions? All the different options that they have basically on their secret menu or whatever. And you'll see the cooks basically going through there and one by one by one by one, they'll do, oh, and this one needs two patties. This one needs three patties, whatever the fuck. Yeah.
well, this is what I finally realized. You can change your order, but forever, I just ordered number one, right? Oh, onions. They always ask anyway. But then I realized what it is. I'm not so sure I like their cheese, right? Or the cheese likes me, their cheese, the burger cheese. And so sometimes I just order a cheeseburger. Not
They
that I
just
didn't really want
use
the
they
two
just use
burgers.
American. They just use regular American
Yeah, I
cheese.
know, but like somehow, well, okay. So the last couple months I ordered double double with only one cheese, and then oh, I like that better.
Oh, you just do that, double single. People forget you can get
Yeah,
any
okay.
combo you want.
Like
You could
I'm
get a
not
double
like,
triple if you wanted to. I've seen people order that
and then
before.
I've never had the animal fries, but as I watch, oh, there's this thing where they take the
Mm.
fries, they flip, 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 and they have this whole heater oven thing, boom, boom, boom.
And don't
Those are
forget,
animal
it's in and
fries.
out. You don't have to have animal fries either. If you just want cheese fries, they'll just melt cheese on your fries.
I've known about all these things, but I'm like the guy that just orders number one or number
You're a
two.
traditionalist. You're a traditionalist, I'm telling you.
But I do know that, oh no, in all that, oh, there's people saying, oh, I want mine this way, that way, and they keep track of all that shit.
Oh, dude, people get way
They're
into
good.
it. They get into the don't toast the bun. Please toast only one bun. Do this, do blah
Yeah.
blah. Oh my fucking God. Yeah.
So,
I
but
know
I
what you
mean,
mean.
to be
I'm a
honest,
little bit too, I don't like the fuddliness of that. So I'm not like, give me a half calf soy latte, whatever the fuck burger. I'm just like, but for me, chopped chilies. I love spicy food. So for me, chopped chilies is a no-brainer. And I oftentimes love either animal style, or actually I love them both because I love raw onions, but I
well,
also love
okay.
the caramelized, cheesy animal
Yeah,
style.
but when you go inside, the ketchup dispenser, and then there's like a thing of those chilies. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah,
The
and then
green
they'll
chilies?
basically put
Yeah.
those up. They have sometimes they have to chop them themselves, but they generally have like a bin of those chopped, basically banana peppers, I guess, chopped in the kitchen. They'll just
And
put them on
and
the
also
burger.
what I like about it, sometimes I'm sitting there and the menu thing is there, and I mean, dude, they make a double cheeseburger, they make a burger without cheese and a cheeseburger, fries, and you can get shakes or cokes. That's it.
Nice and simple menu.
The most simplest menu.
Hmm.
Oh, they
But look
with the
how
secret
complicated it
menu
can
and a
be. Like you
couple of
said,
things.
they
There's
can
like,
make grilled cheese, and a lot of people just order grilled cheese. Vegetarians, for
no,
example,
that's
all
what
the
my
time,
wife
or
used
go
to
there and
do.
order grilled cheeses.
She would get the grilled cheese and ask for double tomato.
Hmm.
Now, that would be like last if there was fast food, and she was pretty, she knew why she hated it for the most part. She was like, she wasn't vegan. She was a hardcore vegetarian though. But like Taco Bell bean burrito, and you think what? But she knew that the way they made their beans,
Oh, they use lard.
no, they don't at Taco Bell.
Hmm.
Like, so it is like vegetarian friendly,
Because
where
I
like,
think a lot of people don't realize that Mexicans would use lard, basically, so it wouldn't be
yeah,
vegetarian. Yeah.
with that, you have to be careful of that. Like even at Mexican restaurants, yeah. And I realize that some of the places that beans are like pretty damn good. Yeah, it's that large, like the secret yummy sauce or ingredient. And like I say, yeah, it's kind of a weird thing to face that reality because I'm a night person living in a town that after COVID,
Hmm.
okay, oh, there's some like burrito 24 hours. But like if you live in a place where there's like really good Mexican food, you're not gonna like go to those 24-hour ones where, eh, if you're drunk, I guess it's all right, but it's not the good carne asada meat. It's not the good
Hmm.
cheese. It's not the good. Oh, it's
I
there.
know what you
So
mean,
I
man.
don't.
There's a
I'm
place
not
that
gonna
I've
use
gone
one
to,
of my
honestly, off and on
Mexican.
for fucking years, but last time I went there, like their burritos have not been all that great lately. And then last time I got there, I got the flu or maybe a minor version of COVID or something. I was sick for several days and I almost certainly got it from there. So I was like, I'm not gonna go there for a while. So long story
Yeah,
short, I've
well,
kind of gone on strike
if
with my
I could
burrito place.
actually handle it, the most economical and quality meal that I could go in my area and get good quality. Know where you're going. There's plenty of the good quality. Yeah, I could eat Mexican food every fucking day, right? And sometimes I go overboard where I have it too often because yeah, it's when you're thinking, let me grab something to eat, uh, most likely that's one of your choices because it's good and well, I mean their prices went up too, but whatever. Um, yeah, but so you can't. I can only eat the stuff a couple times a week. Or I burn out on it, and then all of a sudden months will go by and I just won't want it at all
Hmm.
because I had it too much, too often, and I burned out. And that's I've learned not let that happen because
That's one
then
of
when
the,
you're
by the
like,
way, I
yeah,
think one
what are
of the
my
biggest
choices?
underappreciated, people always say, oh, things that we don't appreciate. I think one of the biggest underappreciated luxuries of human existence these days is that most of us in the, not even just Western society, but I guess you could say industrialized society, because even honestly, in somewhat poor places, we were talking about the Middle East, Iraq, Saudi Arabia. Well, Saudi Arabia is not remotely poor, but anyway, some impoverished places, most of us can eat to taste. And so what that means is if we prefer certain recipes or if we don't prefer certain recipes or if we don't even enjoy certain staple foods, for example, here in the US, a lot of people will tell you they don't like lamb. Well, a lot of places around the world, one of the only meats that you can eat is fucking
Yeah,
lamb or sheep. So if you don't like lamb, you're fucked. You basically can eat chicken, I guess, basically,
it's
right?
weird for me.
Because beef
Like
is
five times,
expensive. Beef is always expensive, right? And in some countries, beef is just too expensive. Are you taking off, D?
5 times tonight at least. You've
What's going
described
on?
like
He's
a
given
certain
the.
type of person, and it's always
I don't
been
understand
me.
what's going
Yeah,
on.
I'm the
Oh yeah,
guy
he's
that don't
taking off.
like lamb at all. Period. Never eat that stuff.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you were talking about because I think D was
Like
leaving. So go
five
ahead.
times tonight, you use like the example, like you just did, where there's some people that don't eat that at all, or whatever. I'm like, yeah, that's me. Earlier, there was another one where, oh, when you were talking about environmentalists, that was a good one. It was like enlightening to me when you said, yeah, I would choose all of life than humans. And, like when you
Hmm.
said, oh, I choose humanity over life. I forget how you described it. That was I was the other side that
Huh.
probably would have said life over, you know. But a couple other times tonight when you gave like a, I don't know what you call that in conversation, but like a example where there's some people that don't eat lamb, but in some places,
Uh-huh.
yeah, I'm always the guy
A
you're
dichotomy.
describing.
I presented you with a false dichotomy.
Yeah,
I don't
like
know what
so,
it is.
like
I
we're the
just
same
find
on a lot of things, but then on all these other things, I'm the guy you describe as the other side
I don't know
of the
how it
belief.
is that I somehow am so open to different foods,
But
but
that
yeah,
doesn't
I'm
mean
always
like
puzzled by people. I'm
we're
like,
like at odds
Why
with
wouldn't you
each
eat
other.
lamb?"
You know what I mean? But like in our politics, things as simple as that is why people from one side and the other aren't even friendly to each other or social with each other anymore, right? Because
I don't know
little
about
things
that
like
because
their beliefs become like politicized. Where, well, I mean, I've one two people I let back in my life, but I like won't associate with people that are Trump supporters.
we've
Now I might
talked
have
about this.
overdid it.
Unfortunately, it's
That
one
was
of
like
these things
four
that
years
sounds
ago, my
so harsh,
response.
but
And then
it's
I
a
thought,
question of
well,
reality. Go ahead.
like now I just ignore
I'm
that
talking over
shit.
him.
Like, what does that matter? But back then it mattered to me. Like it was like I was on a different, it was a different thing. This 10 years has been You,
It's been
you live
years,
your
yeah.
life, and
It's been
I
more than
oh
10
yeah,
years. People like to think it's only 10 years, but it's actually been
I remember coming
closer
of
to probably
age
18 actually.
and the Watergate hearings and Ollie North, and I grew up to all this stuff, right? And some of that shit was pretty crazy at the time,
It's been
right?
actually, I
Things
think
that
people don't
happened.
want to hear this. It's been about probably 18 years because it's been at least since 2008. Because remember, he started with the whole birther stuff. Trump was the big birther guy
Yeah,
against
no, he
Obama,
was the
remember?
birthday guy.
And he was
So that's the
promising
biggest
us in
thing.
2 weeks some stuff that we are not going to believe, something,
Here's
something.
just
And
my
then, of course,
my
nothing.
my view of it, and I used to even watch The Apprentice and shit. Okay, the birther stuff. He's a con man. He'd already, like, 2008. He'd already blown whatever money and was already like uh, robbing Peter to pay Paul. That's his MO, right? And he realized with the birther stuff, politics is the money. Like, you make money in politics, right? After, like, burning out real estate and having a reputation and having your credit, whatever. He didn't have many other options. And then he thought entertainment. Okay, that paid a little bit. So Bertha led him into thinking, oh, wow, I could make something of this politics shit. And there it was. So many years later, he's in the
He's
United
actually
States.
been trying to do politics his whole life. I don't disagree with your take
Yeah,
on it,
yeah.
but I just wanted to say he has actually been running for president like
I
basically
almost
since
don't
the
think he
80s.
really thought he could win, but the way to get funding and money and whatever, like first term, first run at, like his election, like but somehow, like the train got rolling,
Yeah.
right? But
No, I'll
like,
never forget the night that he won. He seemed more surprised than anybody. His whole
yeah,
team was like, "Wait, what?
yeah,
Where we won?"
yeah.
I think it was a big grift, and it was just the dog that caught the car, and they were like, "All
Well,
right,
it
let's get
isn't that he's
started."
lying when he says he thinks it's fixed. Oh, he personally believes it's fixed,
Hmm.
so he doesn't have a chance because it's fixed.
Hmm.
Like, he thinks that, even though he's won twice.
That's what people say about folks like that. Basically, they assume the world is rigged because they live in a rigged world, basically, and they won't really do anything unless it's rigged. That's the thing. They won't enter into business deal that's clean. They won't basically talk to somebody that's not already on the take or already part of their deal. I don't know.
Well, okay. I know that now it's supposed to, well, it's from this coin he created, right? Where I guess when you
Something like
buy the coin, it goes,
$3 billion he and his wife have made from that,
okay.
apparently.
Now he's president of the United States and has a coin hustle going, and that's not a conflict of interest.
Of course it is, but no one's going to do anything about it.
I mean, that's unreal of a conflict of interest,
No, it obviously violates
along
the
with many
emoluments
others.
clause, but he was violating the emoluments clause last time and it didn't fucking matter.
Yeah,
They
like,
impeached
talking
him
about,
twice and it didn't stick. You know what I mean? The
yeah,
Republicans,
it's like,
people
that's the
ask you, say,
part
oh,
where
why didn't it stick?
ultimately I'm like,
It's not because
is
the
this
evidence
really
wasn't there.
happening?
That's not it. It's because the Republicans voted in lockstep to defend him. That's really
Yeah,
the
I mean,
answer to it.
I keep saying to myself, is this really happening? Like, our country went to
It is a
this
little bit too
level fucked
absurd,
up
yeah. Basically, if
to
Nixon
this.
were around today, they wouldn't have made him resign. They would have said, "Dude, you're not going anywhere."
Yeah, he knew from a conspiracy that this group of people under his thing was going to try to steal some documents from a campaign office. I mean, that's the extent
They
of
broke into the
Watergate, right?
Watergate Hotel, yeah. Oh, it was
Okay,
more than
to
that,
get
but
some
they basically
documents.
broke in and
Yeah,
burgled the
okay.
Watergate
Oh,
Hotel. And actually, there
that's
was a
some
lot more
cheating
that
in
they
the
were into,
election.
but that was what they were caught.
Okay, all right. So I mean, pale in comparison to the shit that's like happened right in front of our face,
People have been
or
talking
you
about
know,
that. This is actually a smaller scare, bigger scandal, really, than the Watergate issue.
oh
Yeah,
wait,
but
wait. What do they call it? January 6th, whatever. I mean, wait a second. Wait a second.
yeah, it
It's
was a
like
coup
so many
d'etat.
years ago,
Yeah.
right? Like, oh wait, but somehow the law of what disqualifies the president didn't include that.
No, we're living in goofy times.
Like, that
Yeah,
to
and
me
now
was
he's
like,
talking
well,
about
I guess
banning
you're never
Antifa.
going to
What is
run
that even? I
again.
don't know how you ban Antifa. And so, by the way, what does that mean? You're
Like,
banning anti-fascism? Is that what it means?
the
I don't
most
understand, you
important
know?
part of our system is the peaceful transfer of power. Like,
Hmm.
that's a critical part of our democracy. And if you refuse that, or hinder in that, or even anything other than like what you legally are allowed to do, Bush Gore or whatever, right? And that's it. That should be the last time you can run for president. right? So by refusing to leave, basically, trying to get your vice president to do something that's illegal,
Joking. He doesn't joke, but supposedly
right?
joking about a
And
third
then
term.
that speech alone
Oh
and
my
said, "Yeah,
God,
I'll
Miss
see you
Lindsey
there.
Graham was on
Let's
TV the
go."
other day. Again, obsequiously. It's the fucking word of the day. I swear to you, we should make a t-shirt. Obsequiously talking about how Trump should have a fucking third term. My God, that guy
Okay,
has no
I mean,
soul.
this is my memory of events that day. And then gave this speech where he basically,
Miss
under the
Ladybugs
press said,
Graham.
"Yeah, let's get down there right now. I'm going to meet you down there." Then supposedly physically got a little grabby with the Secret Service guy that refused to take him there and said, "No, we're taking it back to the White House," because he was really going to go down there, right?
I'm sorry, what did you
Right?
say? I'm lost a little bit. We'll start over.
January 6th, right?
Oh
The
yeah, yeah,
event.
yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah.
Right?
I
So,
heard that too.
so as Trump gives that speech, 1,000 feet away or wherever, and said, "Yeah, I mean, the part to me that's the critical one. One of the other things he said was, "Yeah, let's get going down there. I'll see you guys
CTC.
there. I'll be right there with you. Right? I'll be with you." Whatever he worded it, he implied that he was going there. He was when he got in his limo or whatever they call that thing. His Secret Service guy, the driver, refused to take him down there. They had overridden his wishes and would take him back to the White House. He got like he grabbed him or there was like a report that he like physically like tried to get them to take him where he wanted them to go, even though they weren't taking him there. So his intent was to go down there and be part of it, right?
Hmm.
Yeah.
No, he
Like
wanted to
now,
hang. Dude, people forget that he wanted to hang Mike Pence.
okay. All that happened. Okay, all that happened. That happened. It happened in real time. These events
The
happened.
fucking
I'm
shit.
not
He
sure
wanted to hang his
how
own vice president.
how our laws allowed somebody that participated in that or was the head of that
Oh
to
God, I don't
run
even
the
remember
business
what it was
again.
earlier today. I was listening to a podcast or some shit. I was making breakfast and some fucking lunatic shit from this government came out and I just burst out laughing. And I remember thinking, this is actually horrifying, but it's so funny that I'm thankful that it's at least funny. And I don't even remember what it was because like 10 other things came out, you know what I mean? But I just literally burst out laughing. I was just like, you can't even make this shit up. Oh my God.
And somehow, one of the cases that was slow walked until he had already became president was that
Yeah,
him
Merrick Garland will go
orchestrating.
down in the history of fucking the US as one of the biggest pieces of shit we ever had. We had a lot of
Well,
pieces of
now,
shit, and
now Comey,
that's a
Comey
big
was a
one.
tricky
Oh my
motherfucker too.
God, Comey. I
But
wonder
now
how
I
much
just read
he
that
enjoys
they
because remember
indicted him.
he was the original butthurt emails, right? Like he
Yeah,
was
but
like,
they indicted him.
well, I know that Trump is a con artist, is a scam artist. He ripped people off for 25 million at his university and da da da, but had butter emails. So I wonder how that's going for him now.
But
Yeah.
wait a minute,
I
they
mean, that
indicted him.
fuckface probably has so many legal friends. They'll all just
But wait a
jump over
minute,
their own buttholes
the
to
Trump
come and give him
administration
pro bono.
indicted Comey for basically lying, and they play the video of the lie. I mean, okay, yeah, blatant little misinformation there, but you know, so they're charging him with like yeah, they're going after Comey, who Comey basically
It'll
fucked
guaranteed go
things
to the
up.
Supreme Court, so I'm sure like his legal team will all just basically just jump over themselves to do it for free. My first thought was, how much is it fucking going to cost him? Because people are like, oh, if he's innocent, what does he have to fear? Well, the fact that he's going to destroy his retirement and everything else, basically paying for lawyers. Well, like
Oh,
I
and
say,
wait a minute,
he was the former head prosecutor for such and blah blah blah. I'm sure he knows everybody. So
Comey
and his
basically,
lawyer will be in front of the Supreme Court, so I'm
as
sure he'll be
much as
fine.
Merrick Garland did the same, Comey did the same thing too.
No, that's the
Like,
thing, basically. Comey, his whole false equivalence thing with Clinton, don't get me wrong, Hillary was a weird fucking bitch, but better than Trump. And it's
and
largely,
Comey's kind of
honestly,
like
thanks to Comey, apparently, that
supposedly like
last election
a
switched.
Democratic guy, right? But ultimately, when he was in that
No, he wasn't a
position,
Democrat. He was a lifelong Republican. I don't know why people keep saying
oh,
that to
okay.
this day.
Yeah,
It's
I don't
fucking
know
ridiculous.
who's who, but
No head of the FBI has ever been a Democrat. People don't realize this. There
yeah.
has never once in the history of the Republican Party, or in the history of the America, been a Democrat as the head of the FBI. Never once. Never, not once.
Well, when Trump started the rhetoric about how the Dems like have, you know, all the secret shit going on inside the FBI, just my whole life, the FBI, the feds, the suits, you call them, the suits, my dad
It's
used to
literally
call them,
always been
right?
run by Republicans.
Right?
Like, just Trump
Yeah,
makes
like
stuff up. I don't know. I don't know why
even
we entertain this so
the
easily.
the core, like the thousands of people that are officers
It's
or
all fucking Republican gun culture. Give me a break. Oh yeah, the liberal Democrats at the FBI, says nobody ever. Give me a fucking break. Like, oh my God. Now it's time to party. The liberal Democrats from the FBI showed up. They've got all the drugs and the LSD. Shut the fuck up. My God. What a fun TV show you could make if in some bizarre world the FBI were the fun people. I don't think that's true, CTC. The guy was, it's just not logical. Like, CTC, come on, be reasonable. He was a former prosecutor. He was the head of the FBI. Guys like that don't lie under oath. Like, they're far too smart to do that. They can omit
the thing I saw
information.
seemed like he
They can,
twisted the truth a little.
what's the word I'm looking for? Um, Deflect. They can
I
do all
saw the
kinds of
clip
things. Like,
that
give me
said
a
that
break. They
it's
don't lie
supposedly
under
the crime,
oath. What's that, bud?
and if that's I saw the clip supposedly that's uh it's twisting the truth a little. That's all. It's crafty, but I it's not blatantly
Oh, I
crafty.
haven't even watched it. Honestly, I haven't even
Yeah.
bothered. I
No,
figured it was
but
going to
it
be something
shows
for
that
the
it's one
Russian
of these
stuff, but I
things
don't even care.
that
It's
like
nonsense.
dude has a hard on from whatever,
Hmm.
even though dude did more to help you than you even
And he
remember.
appointed him. I love that nobody points out the fact that Trump seems to go after people he appointed as his enemies. Like,
Oh no, if you ever cross him, he'll never forget it. Never
and he
like
will
it's
come
he's
after you for the
obsessed.
rest of his life. Yeah.
Yeah, and no matter which
And
way,
it's
however,
so unreasonable. I can't understand it.
and all right. And a lot of people gave credible careers from the generals to even someone like if you're with him or not. He served the country from the time he was an adult and thought he was an admirable person doing it. I mean, I don't think so. I mean, I think they're all fucking corrupt. The system, fuck the whole system. But um, yeah, all those people, anybody that worked with them, their whole credibility of their whole life's work went down the tube. Bunch of four-star generals. To become a four-star general, that meant you've been in the military since the time you were of age.
Yeah. And it means basically you've been in the military for like 40 years. Yeah. You
Yeah,
could have
by the
easily
time you're
retired
18
with
years old.
benefits and everything else and then still
Yeah.
stuck around. Yeah. And so the generals are mostly, I think they say
And
in their
then those
50s,
guys
50s
had
and
their
60s.
like whatever the day they like had enough. But most of the fatal mistake was they wrote a book. And most of those books, like, yeah, I believe the things that were said in there, right? But Trump basically his counter was, oh, they're just disgruntled. That's all lies. Everything they said, right? And did other things to basically discredit them. But some of those guys are the most honorable, whatever side. I mean, yeah, if you've been in the military 40 years, like I remember always tripping out on the Joint Chiefs of whatever meeting they do, because then the generals sit there, like stone cold, all four, like the highest level generals, and they're full uniform, front row. And they never show emotion. They don't get up and clap or this. They're neutral. But when they zoom in on a couple of their faces, these young guys, they're like at the head of the like a military machine. They're like they're military guys, like through and through. Like you know what I mean? Generals, the gnarly top generals that are like involved in calling the shots. They're pretty gnarly. They put on this like I don't know. There's two rows of them, front row. I think it's called the Joint Chiefs of Staff. When the president talks, I don't know what the name, that particular, but that's the one where the generals come too. and the Supreme Court comes. Everyone comes. But it's always impressive to me the amount of military might those guys like. Just the look of them. They're all stone faced. Um, you know, military guys.
Look,
Yeah,
folks,
you
it's
fuck those
General
guys up.
Babyface.
Well, I mean, whether you're for it or
No,
against
that
it,
would
it's
make
a
a good comic strip. In fact, wasn't it actually like a comic strip? It was like General Baby or whatever. I can't remember. Years ago.
you know, to achieve that, that means that your whole life you've been like striving for the next promotion within the military system, 40, 50 years. A couple of
Or
them,
you're just really
I
good at
mean, in their
blowjobs.
books, basically said that what they weren't really for them, but they just felt like that we needed like someone to keep him from his worst tendencies, right? They were like serving the country or serving America by like
Yeah,
being in a
not this
position
time.
that could maybe,
Not this
and
time.
all that shit failed. He
No.
overrode all those guys.
I
This
find
guy,
it
the
I
guy
find
got
it challenging to comprehend how people can support him. I don't know. I really do. I struggle.
but
I'm
you
like,
think,
if
okay,
you're, most people I know have kids, so I'm just like, and they do their best. I have met parents that were
here's the
obviously
reality.
bad parents, but for the most part, I think parents try their best, right? They obviously aren't perfect. No human is perfect, and so some people do better and some people do worse. But I think most of the parents that I've ever met growing up or even now, I think they mean well. So I'm just like, would any of these
Well, what do you think?
parents want their children to behave like Trump does? Would they want them to be
That must be hard
bellicose
raising kids these
and
days.
bully everyone around them and call everyone a low IQ individual? And the first thing that they do when they walk into the UN is they complain about the escalator not working and blah, blah, blah. Complain, 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 complain. Constantly bitch and scream and moan about every
Call
fucking,
people names.
never one nice thing to say about any fucking thing, except for Putin, obviously. But other than that, no nice things to say to anyone. I'm like, would you want your kids to behave that way? I
Well, I
I
mean, one
I'm
big
honestly
thing as a
curious. I've
kid
asked
is
a couple people and they
calling
didn't have a
people
good
names.
answer because they realized how the
Calling people
question
names.
cut.
Like you try to raise your kids not to call people names, right? Like there's a
Yeah.
thing.
And
Of course,
not be a
that's one of
bully and
that's
not
his
be a
main thing.
shithead and not be
Yeah,
aggressively mean to people and
the
not be a
president of the United
greedy
States,
person. On and on.
if he doesn't like somebody, his main thing is he makes up some name, little Marco or whatever they are.
Mm,
But his names for people disparaging,
yeah.
and that's a grown man. That's his like
A grown
main.
man calling people names. Yeah. I like how
Yeah,
you put that. Yeah. They always say basically when you attack an individual, you've lost the argument. It's literally called an ad hominem argument. And anybody who's familiar with debates knows that when someone starts attacking your character, they've effectively admitted that they've lost because they have no other way to defeat you. That is his only technique. He never comes back at people with any kind of intelligent reasoning or anything like that. Just, so and so is a low caste, gets no ratings, blah, 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 blah. I can't even.
I mean, I go back to it. Yeah, what makes American president so powerful is his cabinet, the people he nominates to his cabinet, and his intelligence and all that.
And the
And so
United States
he's
Supreme
president
Court,
the first
apparently.
time and sort of had some players in there, but said what he learned from the first term to the second term was not what most people would learn. Well, I just need to get better people around me, right? More, more experts, more top, you know. No, he went the other way. He put people around him, basically set up a system that won't be able to fuck with him, right? No justice, no this, no that. Uh, yes, total yes men. None of them qualified at all for any of those positions. Um, that was what he learned from the first term to the second term. Definitely don't have a Justice Department that's going to bring any kind of case against me in the future.
Hmm. God, it's some fucking brain dead shit. I was just thinking about how the Democrats are both spineless cretins who are total losers, but
Yeah,
also supremely, let me finish my fucking thought, bud. Supreme, Jesus Christ, now I can't even finish the fucking thought. Holy fucking shit, I can't
we're
stand it.
bad.
Okay, so the Democrats are both weak and spineless and completely incompetent, but also so hyper competent that they arrange assassination plots against the sitting president. Like it is the most brain dead shit. But it comes from this old conspiratorial mindset of, I mean, it's an old story, Jew hate. I mean, if anybody who's knows anything about Jews knows that that's basically been the story of sold about Jews since before the Nazis, since honestly about 1,000 years ago. But I'm sure every single brain dead shithead has tried to fucking pull that shit. I don't even know. The ancient Sumerians or something. They probably hated some village and they're like, those motherfuckers, they had it coming because they're the secret assholes all along. No, so tired of it. What is
One thing
CTC
about the
responding? Claims
Democrats,
a symbol. He
like,
isn't the
yeah,
braining. He's
they're
not just a
all,
symbol. He's the
they're
president,
weak,
motherfucker. Jesus
they're
Christ.
a few
He's the
things,
fucking he's the little
but they're,
literal president.
they're not trying to do some assassination. It's not their deal. They'll just wallow in the shit.
No, it's the same thing. People say the same thing about the Jews. It's so like I was saying, it is actually literally an anti-Semitic argument. It's been used for a long time
Now,
against the Jews,
if
that they're
the
both
president got,
super weak and spineless cretins, but they also secretly control the world. So you hear it to this
yeah,
day. The Arab world commonly thinks that Jews control the world. In the entire
now,
world, there are 25 million Jews. In the whole
now,
fucking world, there are 25 million
if,
Jews.
if for
Apparently,
whatever
those
reason,
25 million people control a world of what is it, 8 billion people now? Just give me a fucking break already. It's so dumb. Go ahead.
somehow the president got, efficiently assassinated, I would for sure know the CIA did it.
Yeah, right.
Like,
That's
that'd be
how we
my
know it
bet,
wasn't the
right?
Jews because it wasn't the CIA.
Like, okay, so ultimately, like, okay, well, if the CIA didn't want him out, he'd be out, and they would have some crazy thing to isolate their, like even the
That or
Kennedy
aliens.
thing. So
It's
many
probably the
years
fucking
later,
aliens.
Roswell, and then some guy walks into jail, kills him.
That's it. ET. ET phone home and fucking Jason Bourne answered or some shit. I don't even know. Bonjour, Christophe. Bonsoir. No, it is bonjour for him. For him. For
Well,
him. All of a sudden I'm French. Croissant.
yeah,
Uh-huh.
and this was not.
Oh, by the
There's
way,
a student in the
who
song.
I'm sure there's somebody who I haven't said hello to. Cheers, Ned. Who else was in here? I'm sure I've missed somebody. There was someone. I think I'm gonna bounce, ladies and gentlemen. I am hungry, and I realize that I probably have to go to the grocery store, which is kind of annoying.
Oh, yeah,
It seems like
grocery
I'm
stores
always doing
are
that
always
during this
fun.
show. Basically, I baked a loaf of bread today, but I don't have anything to put on the fucking bread. So I think I'm gonna have to go to the grocery store in a little bit.
Now, do you
Go
think
ahead, bud.
one of the stores would capitalize and be like, yeah, okay, we're open till midnight or 1 or 2?
Oh, we got a store
But
around
no,
here
at
that's
this
open
point,
24 hours a
no,
day.
no,
It's like
we don't. 10
you
o'clock
don't?
for
Oh
all grocery
wow.
stores
Huh.
across the that since COVID. A couple of
Huh.
those used to be 24 hours.
Ralph's used to be
No,
24 hours, but I think even Ralph's
no,
closes. Yeah. Yeah.
like, whatever. It's the real change
Remember
after
the
the
Big
COVID.
Lebowski? Like Lebowski basically goes to Ralph's, literally the same Ralph's that I used to go to, at 2 o'clock in the morning. I think it showed on the register or whatever. They only close at like 11
During
o'clock now.
COVID
Yeah.
was the first time they instituted hours.
Yep.
Was the ones that went 20.
Yep.
I don't know exactly what politically, financially, what would happen, but my city, it's a pretty big city, yeah, it went from, like I say, on the food, it's same thing, 9 o'clock on restaurants, um, grocery store 10, and
Mm.
I could probably drive 50 miles to Temecula, or no, there was probably somewhere, but no, not
Mm.
within reason. I've checked,
Even LA doesn't have
I'm
all
a
that
night
much.
owl,
Yeah, I remember like it really a lot of
but
stuff, and it used to
like,
be a lot of stuff was open all night basically.
well,
It's not like
Ralph's
New
used to be
York.
the
New York is
24
the
hours.
24-hour city, but like LA definitely was
Walmart's, there used
later.
to be certain ones that were 24 hours. Nope, they close at 10.
Mm.
Uh,
Mm.
all of them. Now, a lot of that, as I was a shopper, I've said this before, late night, and I thought the stores uh, part of their economic reasoning was they're already kind of open. There's like dozens of people that come in at night and restock. It's like a whole thing, or clean the floors, or work in the store. Half
Yeah,
of
but
them
when you
do
think about it,
the
this I've said
hotel.
that too. But when you think about it, it's not really the world's best logic. Like you don't really want random people walking through your business and occasionally buying stuff. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
it's like
that's one of the
they
things.
do
I mean,
intentionally stay open when they're open. You know, so.
like they used to like at Walmart. The first problem because like I'd go there and get a lot of items, and then they would like first there was always one register open, and then self serve. Oh, and
Well,
then at a
Walmart
certain point it
famously
was
doesn't give a
only
shit. Yeah.
self serve, scan yourself. And if I had like, no,
Sometimes I
I don't have
really
good luck
wonder why
with
people
that yet.
shop at Walmart. You're right. Like the experience is oftentimes hostile. Like you say, there's one register open for 400 people and shit like that. I know what you mean. Yeah. Goodness
Yeah,
gracious.
I
Granted,
just
I
pretty
don't
much
shop at
stopped
Walmart
it
that
since they
often.
closed at 10. I'm not a Walmart guy, but I haven't gone there that often. But when they were
Wonder
open
who this
24
is
hours,
hopping on.
it would just be something if I had extra money. I used to go get dumb shit. And then I had too many dumb things. I'd buy the same thing over and over, like certain measuring glass. I had way too many of them, but they were only $1.89, and that's the only place I could get them. And I'd always buy them, even though I had them.
Hmm.
Certain
CTC
things. I
says it's
realized,
not
yeah,
anti-Semitic to simply notice. No, I mean that's not how it works. Basically, what I'm trying to say is it's an old anti-Semitic trope. And now I'm slightly forgetting what we're exactly talking about. Oh, the fact that people are both super strong and super weak at the same time. It is, by the way, a typical thing that fascist governments do. By the way, but they're not the only ones that do it, and people have been doing it for a super, super long time. So I was saying that it is a very typically anti-Semitic trope, specifically anti-Jew trope. But like I say, I bet you anything, people have been doing it for a long time. It's super illogical. You cannot be both super strong and super weak at the same time, but somehow really stupid people fall for that argument. I don't really understand it. How could you be both pointless and incapable, but also so strong that you secretly control the whole world? It's transparently stupid. And anyone who's not fucking 4 years old with a semi-developed theory of mind would see through it. And yet somehow it's something that continues through mankind. It's something that Israel is oftentimes accused of. Jews, the same thing. They're both incompetent. Israel sucks and da da da. But also they secretly control all the media. They all control all the politicians in America. They have them all in their pocket. Okay, good to know. Cheers, by the way,
yeah. I mean,
Midwest. Good to
there's,
see you, buddy.
I see that, yeah, we have certain like folklore that, or from whatever era, that just keeps going, even though it's like, not real. It's not even fact. Um, yeah,
Although Larry
interesting.
Ellison is Jewish, I guess we can
Yeah,
put
I
one
mean,
point in the
look, I'm
column of
Jewish.
the
My
conspiracy
mom and
people.
her
We'll blame it
lineage is
all on
fully
Larry
Jewish,
Ellison. He's a terrible
right?
person too,
But
so I don't care.
I don't know enough to even know anything. I don't know anything. Like some of my friends,
Oh,
because
you're
like
better off not knowing
they
about Larry Ellison.
they
He's kind
know
of a
I'm
terrible
Jewish,
guy.
right? So they'll send me like things about all this and even things from me saying but I don't I have never I don't know side. I'm not one side or never. It's like I never went to temple. I'm not like they were that way. I'm
Hmm.
not. I'm not. Just because my mom was Jewish, that doesn't mean I'm not. Wait, then that means you believe in a certain part of religious thing,
You're
right?
lucky,
To be a
bud.
Jew.
For some reason, I guess everybody, I don't even know, everybody that is apparently
Well,
on
I can
TikTok.
tell
I'm
you
not
why
even
I'm
on
lucky.
TikTok, but everybody's
My
apparently
mom
picking
and
sides
dad,
because that's essentially what's happened with my
well,
friends. They apparently picked
mainly it
sides.
affected my dad's
Weird
side.
shit.
My dad's Catholic, and his whole family was involved in St. Charles, the Cathedral Church in Studio City. My mom, Jewish, I forget what thing they were part of, right? When they got married, they excommunicated both families,
Hmm.
right? So my aunts, they got kicked out of high school at the Catholic school, right? Because my dad married a Jew
CTC, I don't know what you're trying to say now.
in
I'm
the
lost.
60s, right? So in the 60s, so my parents' whole view was, and both sides of the family tried to like influence me and my brother. the church or something like that. They thought it was crazy that my parents, like, their reaction to that was that they didn't bring any of that to us. Like, they were done with it, right? After they got communicated. And it wasn't just them, it like affected both, like, down the line. You were the church, you were like outcast from the church, right? Because you married somebody from another religion. And so I had no religion growing up from my parents. My grandma and the aunts tried to take me. The only thing I've been to is like midnight masses or a couple certain masses. Um,
When you mention this, this is actually surprisingly common. I don't know why we all think that we're in some weird post-religion modern world or some shit, because I don't even think it's
now,
the grandparents' generation. Please let me finish my fucking thought without being interrupted. Jesus fucking Christ, I lost my train of thought.
okay, but I'll add to
Uh,
it is like, now I do have a religion
all right, I'm gonna leave.
because at 15, I
If I
found
can't even
my
make a
own
point on my own
religion.
show, Bud, do you want to be host or what?
Well, it's just me, I guess. You told me to
Midwest is
leave.
here.
Well, I'm trying to just finish like how it. I come to realize later in my life. I'm sorry for interrupting you, but like even though I had no religion, religion's like a ritual, right? And so as I got older, maybe the last 15, 20 years, I realized, oh, my relationship with the Grateful Dead is is equal to that. Like it's a ritual to go to the events, right? The song book and the lyrics are like the word, right? Uh, and everything else with it. So like it's not much different. You know what I'm saying? Like, and oh, there's community, there's all the things that are also associated with religion. You know, they have mass and they have their community meetings and they, newsletters and uh, events or whatever. Uh, so I realized, yeah, it's like this, like it's not like I'm not religious. I'm just religious. Now, most people think, how do you call that religion? Well, why wouldn't you? It's like the same principles, right?
Maybe I'm being a
You
sarcastic
need,
person, but I would say it's not a religion unless there's a way to excommunicate the people who have wronged the faith. So is there a way
well,
that
there's
people get
that. You
excommunicated?
don't want to. Oh, yeah. It's not official, but like if you're known to be a thief or you cross the line, you're like sort of like shunned.
Hmm.
But now, if the scene grew to this like bigger than that, it's not as
Hmm.
easy as that. But back in a certain era when like it was great heads and all that, there was like this. There were like guys that were considered the elders of the lot, and sometimes they would be like, oh. We, yeah, I guess excommunicate, like somebody had wronged somebody and then it was decided that person was no longer welcome on the, now how that would be is there, they would just shun them.
Hmm.
Like, oh, if that person was self-supporting, you need a ride, you need community to be out there. And he was just shunned from the community and, they were off tour. You know what I mean? Yeah, there was that. There's like, when people gather together and do something, certain things develop in it. Like that's what I realized. Like 48 years of doing being in dead scene, even though it's changed and we lost our leader, and and it still exists, and it's because of those things that makes it like that. The community of it. Deadheads know what I'm talking about.
We're gonna
Now there's
interrupt for a
people
second.
just
Midwest,
like,
what's going on, buddy?
Not much. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. What's the good word?
Oh, just exhausted. Another long day.
Yeah. I was gonna
I
joke about your mom, but D isn't here, so what can you do?
it
I
wasn't
need
that.
to. I was like, oh, I should probably rush out. I didn't want to go to the grocery store because otherwise it's gonna be too fucking late. I didn't finish talking about this earlier, by the way. We've been talking about like politics and stuff, but I was harvesting earlier today. Did you say you were growing outdoors? I can't remember. No, no, no. You're growing. Fuck. Now I don't remember. Were you growing guerrilla style? I'm
Me?
forgetting. I'm sorry. No, 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 no. You grow indoors. Now I'm sorry. I'm a little bit high actually. I was smoking that Oblivion, and it apparently does send me to Oblivion because I'm just like dur, 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 dur.
I do
All right.
I do both.
You have it. Did you have outdoor this year?
No,
Okay, there we go.
indoor only
In
right
fact,
now.
nobody that's come on the show recently has any significant outdoors. No, J5, I think didn't have any outdoor. He has his greenhouse. What else?
No, he's out there. He's out
Does he
there.
have some outdoor?
He had greenhouse, but then he moved it down somewhere else and it's out there.
That's right. That's right. He even
And
showed it
maybe a
one
small
time.
greenhouse.
Okay, yeah. But it's been a while. All right. Anyway, I was harvesting, so whatever. Good news and bad news. It could have been a better year by far, but I still got quite a decent amount of flour, and I got even off of one plant that wasn't doing so well. I mentioned the other sour Morgana basically was doing not all that well, and I was just thinking about chopping it down for the longest time. I'm glad I didn't because I'm actually getting a lot of hash off of it. Not really the best flour because she was really struggling, but very, very, very terpy and a lot of it hash basically. So I mean it's flour right now, but it's going to be perfect to wash. So I'm looking forward to that.
That's a
Anyway.
so you've already harvested outdoor or not all of it? Is that what you're saying?
I got two plants left. Yeah, early, right? Surprisingly early. A lot of people last year I was still way into I think we were half done basically, right about this time. But I'm basically done. I could wait probably maybe one more week with Oaxacan. She looks like she still has some white hairs, so the flower's ready. The leaves are already fading out, basically. So she looks, reasonably ready. But she could probably go another week. But the other ones were ready. Ice cream cake was ready. Sunday driver, I'm going to chop down tomorrow. She was ready. Pine Sol was ready. Yeah, they were ready. So. Like I said, basically, I guess partly because of my yard, but also partly because of the way that the light changes, I guess. I think most people flip around the middle of August here, but I think for some reason, maybe because I got a tree line basically semi-obstructing my backyard, I guess. I don't know, the sun or whatever, obstructing enough. That's just my best theory that I flipped basically right around the beginning of August. So, whatever.
Huh.
Hmm.
All that.
Yeah. No, seriously, like middle of August, they were already crowning up. End of August, they already had bud meat on them. Uh, Basically, the month of September, they've just been flowering. So, yeah, I could probably have given them another week or something, but we've got rains coming basically on Monday. So tomorrow should be okay. Monday, and then it's going to be like a week of rain. So, I could have covered them and did the whole dance I did last year, but it was such a nightmare last year. It's easier just to chop them. Plus, they're ready, basically. Like I don't have any long flowering stuff this year. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
But
honestly, like that was the good news. Go ahead.
uh, Bud has a box fan hanging above right there. I see. Right,
Oh, he
swing
has all
set.
kinds of crazy shit. Yeah.
Have
The
you?
other one is his CO2 generator, I think. What
Yeah.
else? Yeah, he's got several
Yeah,
box fans. It's yeah,
CO2 is
it's an
here
interesting setup there.
on this side of the room. So this box fan helps it in this. There's more than box fans. There's
Yeah. Yeah.
a
Yeah.
array of different fans, but it's to get a cyclone effect where I can mix the air.
Yeah. What I'm wondering is, have you ever had a box fan handle break from hanging it like that?
Mm.
I
No,
have.
that is a piece of strip wire that I just rip and it can go where it wants.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
I hung one by the handle one time in my garage, and I came in and it was fucking laying there on the ground, sitting there trying to
yeah, it's all
spin.
plastic. Really, really junk these days.
I don't know why I thought it was going to be flopping around like a platter, but obviously it's not going to flop around like a platter. It would just flop straight down. But in my head, I was like, oh, the fan fell down. It was like, no, it wouldn't be doing that.
You've seen them videos of
Well,
guys taking
beyond that, right behind the fan is one of the split minis. So it's in that air
yeah.
across here and then back there, it comes around, and I can tell when the air's getting circulated. This room has its own whole thing
You
going
mean
on. I just
like
set
what
it.
you just said? Have
I'll
you ever
turn your
seen
on.
have you ever seen the video of guys taking a washing machine and putting like a cinder block or something in it and putting it out in the yard and letting it run and it like destroys.
Yeah, I've seen that. It's just in an absolute chaos. Yeah.
That's what you made me think of
Thugga,
when you.
thugga, thugga, thugga. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh my God.
Pretty crazy the power them things have.
Hmm. What was the other video that was around for a while? But I heavily recommend not trying this at home, by the way. But they were like abusing microwave magnetrons. I honestly
Ooh,
don't remember how, but basically intentionally causing explosions. So it was like dishwasher, clothes washers, and fucking magnetrons. I don't remember now. This is like
sounds
what,
fun.
10 years ago or something. Yeah. I don't even
I'm
remember
always
what they were microwaving, but they would be microwaving weird shit. And there's so much power in there that you get this really profound explosion when you basically, because you can effectively make it's not a nuclear bomb, but it's basically a plasma bomb, essentially. If you put
yeah.
in like water or some kind of other liquid into a fairly enclosed space and wail on it with microwaves, it'll turn to plasma and then blow the whole fucking thing up. And the thing, like, it's basically a fucking bomb. Like, it shoots shrapnel everywhere. Like, yeah, people were videoing that on YouTube. I don't know if that shit's on YouTube anymore, but yeah, that shit was on YouTube years ago. So I don't
Surely.
know. I apparently watched. I don't know. I probably found it on Reddit or something. To be perfectly
Yeah,
honest with you, because
exactly.
I'm like, what? What? I was just thinking to myself. I was like, what, Phoebe? What led you to the circumstances of searching for exploding microwaves on YouTube? I doubt it was. I doubt it was something intentional. It was probably on Reddit. Like stupid videos or some shit.
Yeah, that's more something like someone like me would look up.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Seeing things explode in weird and hilarious ways is weird and hilarious, right? But I don't know. There's something every time I think about that comedian Gallagher, I'm like, I kind of shake my head that people went to his shows. But then I'm like, wait, actually smashing watermelons with a hammer is kind of weirdly amusing. So I kind of get it. Oh, did you know that he had a brother that ripped off his whole routine? Like his
No,
routine was so profitable that his brother ripped it off and toured the country and world apparently smashing watermelons.
huh? No, I
I
did
know,
not.
right? Yeah, go fucking figure. Who would have thought that smashing melons would be that profitable? But it was profitable enough to rip off. So this is such a fucking weird world. I don't know. I swear we must be living in an alien simulation, motherfucker. Like I was just joking with CTC. I'm like, dude, I'm so tired of being an NPC in some fucking alien kid's Steam game or something. You know what I mean? Like they have their version of Steam and he's downloaded Earth Minecraft 2.0 and we're just literally characters fucking around in his goddamn Matrix. That's the best explanation I have at this point. I mean, find me
Probably.
a better one, Midwest. Come on, seriously.
Ooh, I'm kind of right there with you.
Seriously.
Uh,
In this simulation, could I please win the lottery or something? Come on, man.
yeah, yeah. Can I do something fun for a change?
That's it. Come on, man.
Give me some cheat codes.
So I was gonna
Yeah,
joke
but
about
like growing
some
weed every day of your
supermodel
life
falling madly in love with
is the
me, but I
most fun you
realized my
can have.
supermodel references are too old. What's that, bud?
See, like first off, I don't think we're in simulation because like I work every day taking care of all these plants. But like, what could be more fun than that?
Well, yeah, you kind of make your own simulation.
Well, it's a good way to look at it. Some people are lucky. Some people are lucky in love. Some people are lucky in general.
Yeah,
He's not wrong. It is fun to play with these plants. So I think most of us watching right now get to fuck around with some cool plants. Not all of us legally, right? Some of us have to kind of be a little bit underground about it. Certainly some people have talked about that, so that's unfortunate.
yes, it is.
Ironic to me though, I was well, I don't want to be more specific, but when I was a little kid, I was falsely swatted basically To this day, I kind of suspect that it was actually a swatting. It wasn't known that like people didn't know that back then. But these days there's a thing called swatting, right? People know what I'm talking about. I to this day think that maybe we were swatted intentionally because it kind of makes more sense than the idea that we were somehow surveilled with black helicopters or some shit. I think honestly somebody basically just kind of called in a favor. But whatever. Full-on SWAT team comes to my freaking parents' house when I was a little kid, and basically just they were about to break down the doors, but I actually opened the basement door and I was in my fucking I think I had tidy whities at the time. I was a little fucking kid, literally. I think I was a freshman in high school or something. Anyway, I'm standing there in my fucking underwear, and my stepfather was too cheap for me to have curtains in the fucking basement. So I literally saw these cops with these well, I didn't know they were cops. I just saw guys with guns. Literally, one dude had a shotgun, the other guy, I'm a little kid, so I didn't know, not a little kid, but I'm like 14 years old or something. But I was a kid, I didn't know what kind of fucking gun, but one for sure shotgun, and the other guy, whatever, doesn't fucking matter to be honest, right? And they're like, open the fucking door, open the fucking door. They're like fucking yelling into the other door basically because I actually had one door to my room, but they were at like the side door that was kind of like a hallway over or whatever, but I could see them through the window and they're yelling at me, open the fucking door, open the fucking door. And there's banging from the other door. And I didn't know what to do. I'm like, which door do I open? And at the same time, I'm like, I don't know who these fucking people are. They could be the PLO for all I fucking know. You know what I mean? Anyway, I just had the thought, all right, they have guns. I'm going to open the door. So I open the door, they rush up into the house, and by that point, I think my mom had actually opened the front door too. Anyway, they basically raid the house, and they thought that we were growing weed, right? And we were not growing weed. I mean, my parents are the furthest possible thing that you could possibly imagine in this universe to stoners. There was no like innocent, oh, no, 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 they were secretly growing it under the house. No, 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 no. My parents had nothing to do with weed. And the cops were weirdly unable to see that. And so, like, basically, they were there for a long time. I remember they were really mad. And I remember thinking as a kid, I was like, these guys are going to plant drugs on me or something, aren't they? Because I remember thinking at the time they probably came for me. My like logically it was like I don't know, maybe they came to fucking arrest me or something. I don't know, a little kid. Like, what else are you gonna think? Like the cops fucking the whole SWAT team comes, or like 20 guys with guns. So anyway, ironically, I don't live far from where that happened, and I grow weed to my heart's content. It doesn't really fucking affect anybody. Like I probably could share joints with the cops at this point. Probably some of them smoke weed for their fucking inflammation issues and stuff. I'm not going to smoke a weed with a cop just in case they're the son or grandson of the people that fucking raided me. But still, it's just a strange world we live in. I don't know. It's not like, I don't have the same story that other people, thankfully. I have to be honest. I didn't share any prison time or anything. I have to be honest with you. I don't feel, I mean, I feel empathy, but I don't feel any like, oh, I should have been in prison with you guys. No, I'm perfectly happy not ever having been to prison. But everybody that's ever been in weed has some kind of a fucked up weed story. Uh, that's basically mine. I don't think I have another one. Anyway,
So
it
wait,
still
your
marvels me
parents
though.
were basically law-abiding citizens,
Yeah.
100%.
Square as fuck.
They got
Square as
raided
fuck.
by
We
SWAT.
had a pellet stove. We had a pellets. So the logical part of the story, like I said, I still think to this day we were basically swatted. That basically means to say, and my stepfather actually did have a lot of enemies. He was actually genuinely a terrible person. But in this case, it wasn't a terrible case because of this. He had nothing to do with drugs. The logical answer, and somehow I guess one of the cops told him this because he was telling us this afterwards. But why would the cops tell him this? My rational adult brain is like, why would any of the cops tell him this? But supposedly they saw the heat signature through the window with a helicopter. And mind you, this is a long time ago. This is presuming a level of technology that that small police station probably didn't have. But so, okay, let's say that the police helicopter had IR fucking lenses and whatever. They shot through the tree line and fucking saw a heat bloom in our basement. Well, as it turns out, we had a pellet stove in the basement, and my stepfather was a buffoon of he was a musician. He wasn't an architect, but he built his own house and then designed it and had fucking contractors try to build the design, and it was a disaster in every possible way. Anyway, he decided we were going to have a passive heating system, which is just as stupid as it sounds. And so we had a pellet stove in the basement that was supposed to heat a very large house because he decided to build a fucking like 4-story monstrosity that he never actually finished. But anyway, the basement, essentially half the basement, like my room was the other half of the basement, and my room was always cold. So that's how effective the passive heating system was. But anyway, the basement, the heat was supposed to rise. Literally, he said, "Oh, heat rises, right? So the heat is going to rise through the house." Jesus fucking Christ, you fucking Momo. Anyway, but that particular room, wouldn't you know it, was really fucking toasty. Like just so toasty. It was like the fucking, I don't even know, the toastiest toasty. So I guess supposedly the cops saw the heat in the windows and thought it was a grow room and decided to raid the house. I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, it's plausible, right? Because it's like, okay, it's this toasty room in the basement. That's exactly where you'd put a grow room, but give me a fucking break. Anyway, that was lots of fun.
Imagine the amount of money they wasted on that.
Okay, but here's
That wasn't even the only
I've
time
seen
the cops fucking
paperwork.
came
I
to our
kind of
house for
know a
the
little
wrong
something.
call. One time, let me answer
Uh,
Midwest's for a second, but at least one other time, a friend was over at my house. We were watching like Steven Seagal or fucking Jean-Claude Van Damme movies, eating pizza, and the cops come, and someone had called 911, and they came to the wrong house. But they figured that it was two 14 and 15-year-old kids. They fucked with us for 2 hours before they finally realized we weren't the ones that fucking called and then left. And I'm like, what if someone got murdered in the meantime? Because it was some kind of a domestic violence or some shit call. Dude, the cops.
well, here's the
If
thing
any
I
cops
know.
are watching,
Okay,
salutations, but
he thinks
Jesus
this sir
Christ.
would lead to investigation, but by the time they would do a raid, they usually need more than like one little thing of corroboration. That's
That's
just
what
my
I've figured
experience.
most of my life. Yeah, it seems so bizarre. Oh yeah, they saw the heat in the window or some shit. It sounds like
Okay,
from a
that would
movie.
allow them to do more things, to have a couple things to get a warrant.
Hmm. That's the thing. They must have had a warrant, right? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't know how it works. So,
You know,
but
when I was
there's
a kid, I
ways they
didn't
know
ask
how to
for a warrant,
manipulate the
right?
system. Like somewhere, yeah, there's the documents of all that. Like at
Oh,
least
good point.
small town,
Oh, I wonder if I could look
right?
that up.
Like
That's a good
maybe it's
point.
not easily accessed, but somewhere somebody said on the
It's
form, okay, we
possible.
got the signature, and there's a smell, or they had to do more to get a warrant SWAT team level. Yeah, that's just my experience and how the system works. Now, does the system always work right? No.
No, I
They
mean,
can
I've
do it
never
for
really
fun.
sat down and thought about it that way. You're 100% right. They must have had a warrant. They must have had multiple complaints for multiple
And if there's
reasons. I
some
mean, I don't know.
document
I suppose
missing,
that
it'd
was,
be
I
the
guess, the war on
document when
drugs,
they
but,
raided some house falsely. Okay. Like, yeah, that's a
and
big
that's
fuck
right.
up.
If you're raiding multiple houses falsely, you're going to end up getting in trouble, I would imagine, right? Like you're just wasting
Oh, in today's
resources.
world, that would be lawsuit. You
Yeah.
like even back then,
Huh.
it's just it mentally scared us for life or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's why they're more careful about doing stuff, or that's what will happen.
Oh, I don't know
Because
about that. You
that's one
still
of
hear about
LA's
police
biggest
breaking down
things.
a
Like
fucking
people have
door and
learned how to like file these
shooting the people
things, and
inside and
so a
apologizing
lot of police
afterwards.
activities end up costing when they're like that. If they're not founded right, then the amount of lawsuits LA County pays out for city and like
No,
people
seriously, yeah.
suing, that's a big thing.
They say actually that at many big city police departments now, the biggest line item is basically their lawsuits. Yeah, all the
Yeah,
liability. Yeah. Basically liability insurance and the lawsuits, because a lot of times the liability insurance
yeah.
isn't enough. So,
And the whole world would be a better place without lawsuits and lawyers.
I mean, I agree with you, except for the fact that that would just give the big guys the way to fuck us. You know,
Yeah.
like I mean, I agree with you because basically right now I'm in this incredibly predatory, extortionate lawsuit where this guy is just like he's just suing me because he kind of can, and he has no hope at the actual trial, but he has hope of basically extorting me before the trial. Because who wants to go to a trial and spend $100,000 just to be right? You know what I mean? Like I don't get anything for being right. You know what I mean? It's not like they give me the money back at the end of it. It's repugnant, honestly. And when I've talked to people, I've talked to a couple lawyers and so on, and they've just flat out apologized to me. They're like, I'm sorry you're going through this. This is really a disgusting situation. They've empathized with me. They're like, this is really terrible, but there's nothing to be done about it. You know what I mean? So yes, I would 100% wholeheartedly ban lawsuits, and I would fucking shoot people like that into the sun, and I would shoot the lawyers into the sun, and so on. Because his fucking lawyers, it turns out, are legal mill shitheads. They probably file lawsuits like this every fucking day of the week. Imagine basically the worst possible slip and fall where the lawyer is literally walking behind the guy and maybe pouring the water in front of him. That kind of level of douchebaggery. You know what I mean? I'm sure there's fucking well, of course there's good lawyers, right? But when you're in this kind of circumstance, you're like, let's fire all of the lawyers into the sun. Let's fire all lawsuits into the sun. But again, like I say, that allows people like Bill Gates or Larry Ellison or whoever the fuck to stomp all over the fuck, all over us, you know? And then the rest of us, the only real hope we have is a goddamn lawsuit. And even that is a slim fucking hope. But, because let's be honest, if you got wronged by Disney and you wanted to sue Disney, good fucking luck. You know what I mean? If you don't have $10 million just for lawyers, you know, and that's just to get started. So realistically, the biggest wallet wins, right? But without that, there's literally nothing. You know what I mean? So people have said that actually one of the things that makes America, it's one of the most boring things I think I've ever heard said in my life, but I guess it's true. Apparently, the thing that makes America America is not actually the Bill of Rights or da, 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 but it's actually our tort law. So the fact that if you slip and fall in a Ralph's and you can sue them, and the funniest thing is I was at a Ralph's one time when I saw a couple trying to basically fake a slip and fall. They were like trying to spill shit on the fucking aisle and stuff. Oh my God. Anyway, so people literally do this stuff like on a regular basis, right? To the point that I'm like buying donuts at Ralph's on fucking Sunset where they've, you know, filmed Lebowski, or at least where they supposedly filmed Lebowski, and there's people slipping falling at a fucking 11 o'clock at night. I don't know. This country is just so bizarre. But I guess what I'm trying to say is like if you couldn't sue someone for that, then what if you legitimately got fucked? You know, like what if someone legitimately at a restaurant or something just legitimately like left out oil. I don't know. They were cleaning the fryer and dumped it. And they were like, "Yeah, I'll take care of it tomorrow." And then you slip on it on the way to the bathroom and break your fucking spine. You know what I mean? Like, what then? What are you going to do? You're just going to suck it up? A lot of countries, believe it or not, that's how you live. There's a lot of countries out there where there's no warning signs. It's kind of buyer beware. And it's very interesting. They're always
Okay.
surprised by how nanny state we are here. It's something that Americans are surprised to hear that, wait, what? We're the nanny state? But surprisingly, we are in many cases with hardly any other country in the world has the American they don't have the Americans with Disabilities Act, but hardly any other country has a Disabilities Act of their own. So basically, if you're in a wheelchair, or if you're on crutches or whatever the fuck, you are on your own and just get fucked, basically. And it's very interesting, honestly, how now I'm meandering a little
Okay.
bit, but
But
go
you
ahead.
bring this up. Okay. I grew up with this guy a couple years older than me, Richard, and his mom. And yeah, I call them grifters. Okay. His mom, who seemed like old grand lady, I don't know, she was the head of the whole thing. I can't tell you, like so many different times. They were like slip and fall or lawsuit people that like oh, they would hardly have any money, but they it was coming. And then next thing you know, the big check would come, right? And numerous times.
Yeah, I've heard of
Uh,
people like that. Yeah,
like any kind of little car wreck against the store. She had her things. Even at restaurants, they looked for opportunities, and as soon as they got them, they would like try to document them in case that was
yeah,
going to be something they'd go forward with. And sometimes I'd like, dude, he had like so many toys from when he had the money. Like he would spend it on like he had like a total hippie school bus, but it had like the total racing motor in it and
yeah.
shit. Like it looks like a sleeper bus, but it had like the gnarliest motor and drivetrain. I was like, oh my God. But it was all bought by that. Make the story short, as he got older, he's older than me. He died years ago. Most of the stuff, he always going to doctors, you know, it's all about the doctors. He had a whole network of these fake doctors, run up the bill. He was never really injured that I saw. That was all shit he made up. But as he got older, oh yeah, he had that back like,
Uh,
like,
it actually did catch up
like
with him. Uh,
yeah, like all the physical ailments that he made up became the physical ailments that
uh,
somehow he had. without ever even having anything really happen.
Karma wins.
Or maybe the actual slips and falls caught up with him. I don't know, man. I mean, I talk
Yeah,
about
but
this
they were
sometimes.
never
I got
really like that.
rear-ended by
Like
your
they
mom likes
first
to get
off
rear-ended.
invented cameras. You could barely pull that off in any kind of grocery store.
But I
But
was
in
gonna
the
say I
grocery store, it
got
used to be.
rear-ended by a drunk years ago, and he didn't even hit us that hard, honestly. Like he fucked up the back door of my car, but he didn't total my car or anything. They replaced the back door and everything was fine. But it was enough that to this day I have neck problems. And if I don't sleep the right way and all this stuff, like it'll just fuck my neck up basically for the whole day. And it literally stretches right back to that accident. It was some soft tissue damage. I don't remember what it's called. But anyway, what am I trying to say? Oh, I lost my train of thought again. This fucking Oblivion, dude.
Well,
I don't think
and
Jones is watching right
ultimately,
now. I need to get
like
this
why
cut
these
of
lawyers,
Oblivion.
I detest these lawyers overall. Okay, California, when I grew up, some of the best experiences by far I ever had in my life were we call like music festivals, 3 day music camp outs, right? Where you pay, you're there Friday, Saturday, Sunday, camp it, whatever, all you're there the whole time. There's still these events, not in California, because over the years, the lawsuits and the level of insurance and liability
Mm,
insurance and the rules that developed, mainly because, oh yeah, so and so fell down or this happened
mm,
or lawsuits is part of like American culture, uh, made it that they're not feasible to put on, mainly because of the
yeah.
insurance you have to carry. So and because the places these were, High Sierra Music Festival, oh wow, 3 days up in the High Sierras in July. Uh, the Hog Farm, which later became what they did uh, Reggae on the River thing. That's the hog. I mean, no, that's the eel farm. Uh, the Jerry used to play at like that. 2 nights camp out. Yeah, camp out party shows like that's like regards to the music. That's fun. Like a couple days camped out, raging. Yeah, we don't have any good festivals here anymore because the lawyers fucked it up.
Yeah, that's my huge argument. Like you lose normal human fun, like not even just fun, like normal human interaction is you can't
Yeah,
do it because everyone's scared of everyone.
yeah. And there's different vibes within people, but ultimately somebody has to be liable for whatever goes on.
Yeah, it's the th I
And
was just kind of thinking about this. I was like, I don't know where to go with this because it's something you notice when you go overseas. I noticed, and you'd be surprised. Germany, fucking Poland, Italy, you're basically on your own. There's cracks in the street. There's sometimes cobblestones right in the middle of something that you have to, everyone just has to not step on it and die. In the US, there would be people doing slips and falls. There'd be a line there basically of scam artists like Bud was talking about with
well, there's a
clipboards
whole
trying to do
network.
slips and
Like
falls.
if that was what you were
Um,
into, you would quickly figure out what lawyers are the guys that work this.
yeah, right.
They have their
Oh, dude, I
doctors.
remember my
They have a
parents were giving
whole
me a ride to
system.
school, to high school. I think it was to high school. Anyway, we were driving on the street to high school, regardless of how fucking old I was. We were driving on this one particular street because you guys don't give a shit either. And it was a fairly narrow street. That was the specific thing about this street. And I remember someone was coming along the other side of the street, and cars were parked up and down the street. It wouldn't be narrow if there wasn't cars parked, but sure enough, there were cars parked because it was morning before school. And there was also a gym there at the time, basically. So a lot of cars parked on the street. Well, as we're driving through there, and we're going maybe 15 miles an hour, really kind of creeping along, basically, on this little kind of side street, and this guy just suddenly slams his driver's side door open. And sure enough, we whack right into it. And my parents are all bashful. They're like, oh my God, we are so sorry. Da, da, da. But the funny thing is that he immediately jumped out of the car with, and mind you, this is years ago. This is very unusual, with a full camera with handles, basically. So a medium format camera, basically, like the kind you'd shoot for portraits, for example, with a flash, basically an offset flash, essentially off-camera flash. And he's taking like flash photography of the situation. And my parents were like, wait, what? And they was so weirded out. They basically stopped talking. And sure enough, apparently they called their lawyer and da 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 da. Anyway,
And
one
this
thing to
dude
led to
butchered his
another. And
mom.
evidently he was actually scamming, and they evidently got off of it.
They were
But
grifters in all levels,
totally,
right? Like
totally, yeah.
like another thing they used to do, that few of us they'd say, yeah, let's go out to eat. We go to like Chinese place, or all the stuff. And then they would plant a
Oh,
bud.
plant something in the
They
food
brought
and pretend. Yeah,
and
my
then
God,
next
I've
thing you
heard of
know,
people like
they
that.
knew how
Jesus
to like
Christ.
go, oh, and make this
Yeah,
scene about it.
yeah,
And then next thing you know, okay, no bill, everything
yeah,
free.
yeah.
Everything was like that to them, right?
That's what I was talking
They're
about with
just
our
like,
president now. There are some people that get by with this superpower. I guess they must feel it must feel like a superpower where they have absolutely no shame, and the rest of us live in a world where there's a little bit of shame. And it's like you don't even have to have a
yeah, no, I
lot of
could never
shame.
be a scammer.
I don't
I
think
could
it's
never be a
healthy to be,
scammer.
feel shameful and stuff, right? There's a lot of societies that are quite repressive. But like the idea of just being so shameless that you pretend that there was a bug in your fucking food to get it for free, just I would
Now,
never.
there's a
Like I would
certain
never.
amount of people for the
If I
beginning of
was
time
starving. Maybe if
that
I was
that
starving, I don't
like
know.
have some like in their genetic code, there's a moral, where they can do a certain amount of scamming against
They
other
don't
people.
care. Yeah.
You know what
They
I mean?
just don't care.
And
Yeah.
guys, and amongst them, it's fully respectable to be that person. Like,
Yeah,
but
those
you
all
know,
useless pieces of shit.
Yeah.
basically, what do you do for a living? Oh, I scam lawsuits.
Yeah.
You know,
And
I'm a
ultimately, who pay? Like from the beginning of time, who pays for all that is us.
yep.
Right?
Interestingly enough, the culture that's basically taken over Russia is essentially that. It's the culture of the vore, which is basically
I mean,
I guess you could call it the mafia thieves.
well, that's
All the
even
guys with
why
the
it's not that
tattoos and shit.
profitable being a doctor anymore, because they have to carry what they call the medical thing on. Because these lawsuit people already go after any doctor. They call it what's the insurance doctors carry? Basically to cover if somebody's suing
Malpractice. Yeah, I used to have a buddy that was a doctor.
malpractice,
She
right?
used to basically just bitch and moan about malpractice until the cows came home.
Yeah,
Evidently, it's like 40% of a doctor's salary now. It's just gone up and up
yeah.
and up and up. Yeah.
It's because
I didn't
people
take
will
so
like
much.
cross up a doctor and sue them all the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
It all flows right back down.
Yeah.
Ultimately, like, look, that's why like some of the biggest operations I know, it's like my nephews, they what do you call it? Offshore. Okay, they don't. They hire a guy who supplies the trimmers, right? So the trimmers technically don't work for them.
Oh yeah, yeah. They what's the word
30 or
for it?
50 of them, right? For days at a time. Okay,
I can't even
remember
think of the word for it.
cashiers in the grocery store? They all started wearing braces
Outsource.
because they
They
get carpal
outsource
tunnel.
to contractors, yeah.
They get carpal tunnel
All right, we'll
being
never
a
end this
cashier
discussion.
from
I need to hit the ripcord. I made you host, I think, Bud. So that means,
all right,
unfortunately, I
that's good
can't
to
make
hear.
you Midwest. Do you want to be co-host? Because I would have to reclaim host and then do it all over again. But if you don't give a shit, then it doesn't matter.
Give a flying fuck.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to post the link one more time. You are welcome to hop on here. We see some classic names in here that would
Yeah,
be great to hop on here. We have a
let me
couple
see.
great conversationalists here, ladies and gentlemen. I think what they need is a third, because in this case,
Four.
the extra wheel actually makes sense. It would be even better if we had four. So we have a nice, this is a strange car metaphor all of a sudden. But anyway, the four wheels would be even better. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that that's the
Yeah.
best. Four wheels good, two legs, two wheels bad, or some shit. No, we're mixing too many metaphors right now, folks. Hop on. Very, 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 very simple rules. You are welcome to
Because
disagree. You are in
back
fact
to back to
encouraged to disagree.
my
We've said
story
all
of
kinds
what
of
I was
contention.
doing.
Bud, shut the fuck up. You are welcome to please stop talk for in a moment. You're welcome to disagree. You're encouraged to disagree. We've been talking about all kinds of contentious stuff tonight, but ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to disagree. You don't have to feel like you have to march in lockstep with us or preach to the choir or anything else. But don't be a dick. Don't show your dick. Don't be a fucking lunatic. Simple words to live by. Bud Kilowatt was saying it should be a t-shirt. I think he's right, honestly. But in the meantime, the rules for the show, don't be a dick. Don't show your dick. Don't be a fucking lunatic. Don't show your asshole or be an asshole. Don't be a douchebag or show your douchebag. If you don't understand by now,
Okay, that
you're
should be the back
probably
part
not
of the
capable of being on
shirt.
the show. What's that, Bud?
The asshole on should be in the back,
I was
right?
thinking the
And the
same.
front should be don't be a dick, right? And I actually think if you post it in the right spot, it could get some viral attention and be like a popular shirt.
I'd fucking wear it.
Just a nice shirt with that printed on it, front and back. Like the
All right, I'll
asshole
see what I can
part,
do.
that's the back, obviously, and the front is the dick part.
Oh, I've
Yep.
actually seen that before where there's like although I don't think they said don't be a dick, but I've seen like a long t-shirt that had like
Well,
the top of a wiener and pubes and in the back it was
here's
like
what I
the
think
ass
how
crack.
the phrasing works, where it becomes like okay to say certain words. The last word of the first part is lunatic. Lunatic, right? You say don't be a lunatic, right? Okay. And then on the back, you can start off with asshole, asshole, and then how does it end? It ends in like a word that's like yeah. And ultimately, those are all
We
rules.
just have to find some butt puns. Pretty much. Your mom likes butt puns. All right, I need to go to the grocery store. Boys, good to see you. Bud Kilowatt, good to see you. And by the way, feel free to end the show if you guys need to. You don't have to stay here
Yeah.
forever or something.
All right, I'm getting back to
But
my point
good.
before I forget
Nice.
about
Go for it.
trimmers.
Go for it.
Right? It's a job and gets repetitively done. Okay. You remember grocery store clerks? There was a time when they all had carpal tunnel and they would file workman's comp because it's a job and have to wear a brace on their arm. And carpal tunnel is a real thing. It's created by repetitive uh, motion, right?
Yeah.
Even being a cashier, that causes it. Years of being a cashier. Trimming, oh wow, that's carpal tunnel all day long. If you're like doing that as a job for any length of time, right? Because yeah, I mean, if being a cashier created carpal tunnel, uh, trimming 8 hours a day or longer uh, with scissors, it will create the same thing. But that's like so like if you had employees that you paid that workman's comp, they can make claims because they're a job. Oh, that would be way more. Like eventually, trimmers are going to be more expensive because, yeah, workman's comp, like in a real employee, all those things are factored into the workman's comp cost,
Well,
workman's compensation. That's what
they just
makes legit jobs, right?
yeah. Well, the
Having those
big
kind of,
scale the big scale places just don't use trimmers, right?
well, that or like what I notice is, yeah, there's these other companies that develop. It's basically employee of record like they do in the entertainment industry, where a movie hires a company to do the payroll, so the people technically work for that company, right? Point of record, they call it. Like if you get a check from each different payroll services, that's part of it too. You really don't work for the person you work for them. Um, but at the moment, they they hire like there's a couple of different operations in LA where the guy like can bring what you need 100 of them, whatever amount. They come, they get the work done. It's like outsourced, right? Um, Mainly due to like having employees cost money, right? And trimming isn't something you would fit into like a 30-hour minimum. Uh, yeah, there's labor laws. Like you can't work more than 8 hours in 40-hour week, and
Yeah.
and a lot of the jobs in California. I mean, even though Walmart and all these places, fast food, they pay 20 and up an hour, but it's not ever full time. It's under 30 hours a week, right? Because then it's part time, and then the employer isn't obligated for to have you on benefits or other things. You're just a part time employee.
Yeah, that's
You know,
extremely horrible.
that's why like around here in California, with the cost of living rate so high, they have stories that like yeah, this people live here and this is their bills and they have for them to pull this off 2 to 3 of these jobs. Like to have, which if they actually could find, in the stories a lot of times that these people are really looking for a full-time job, pay the same amount. Yeah, that's hard to find, right? Because, and then it's because if they had one of those, just you think, okay, that's not double. No, they have to have two of these 30-hour jobs. So they do minimum 60 hours a week to get to the same point they could be at if they find 40-hour a week. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a um and yeah,
Yeah,
that's that balance two 6-hour jobs
yeah,
to just make ends meet.
yeah. I mean, that's the goal. Either make more money or make the same money in less time.
Well, I mean, and a lot of it is okay, 40-hour job by law, you're entitled to certain benefits as a full-time employee, labor protections and different stuff. Overtime, basic stuff. Now companies, yeah, they're just trying to make more money. They don't give a how they get there.
Yeah. Hey, bud, I was on the other
Yeah.
day and we were talking. I don't know. We somehow got to talking about your kart racing, and
Yeah.
we were. I think it started with like a crash conversation. Jimmy thought that you had just, or he had said that you had just always gotten lucky. Did you ever have any gnarly crashes?
Oh, that's part of it. It's open wheel racing, right?
Well, yeah. I
So
mean, did you have any
no,
injuries?
open wheel racing is like a whole different thing because if two tires come in contact, so the cart's
You're
going
going
over.
over.
It's like
Yeah.
kart racing is basically the fastest and the most exhilarating form of racing where we are not seatbelted in. Okay.
Yeah.
Any other form of racing above that starts with seatbelts. Once you go with the seatbelt, then you go with the roll cage, right? I mean, that's just racing, right? So
Sure.
karting, like when I first got a coach and got more serious into it, some of it was like, okay, it's like you have to apply your crashes like a motorcycle. Now you're wearing usually a thing around your ribs because the G forces are gnarly because the seats are molded for you, like like you
Yeah, you're
get the
stuck in.
exact right seat, and then they use heat to try to mold it for you. But
Okay.
there's a certain point where you come out, right? That's important. Like if you're too tight in your seat, you're not going to be spit out. Yeah. Now a lot of them were kind of minor. The one at the Nationals was probably, you know, well, it has the most drama and effect in the story of it all, right? And I still have the helmet with the rubber on the forehead. And
Yeah.
now this is the Super Nationals. It's held in Vegas every year, SCUSA at Sam Boyd at the football stadium, which I have my own relation to because that's also where the Grateful Dead played all the way in the 90s. So I know Sam Boyd. The parking lot will say. Well, that's where the racetrack is set up. And yeah, I mean, I'm regional. And even the ways I would pick up these regional championships was I was like, I'd make every race for the season. Which some of the guys only raced here and there. Okay, so if you didn't race every race, you would have a hard time accumulating the points. And yeah, like wasn't that I always was in first place. I didn't have to be. But oh,
Yeah.
I got my share of first places too. But okay, I'm at the Super Nat where it's like a whole other level, you know, uh, national, international competitors. Instead of like 20 carts in a field, the heats were to narrow down for the main 60 cart start. All right. So he had to perform in these heats. And that's why the event was days long because there's a bunch of classes. So first day afternoon in these stands, my parents, mom and dad, my dad had come and checked out what I was doing in a couple other races, but my mom never saw it. Right. And they're sitting right there at the end of the first into the first corner at the start, which is always it's a rolling start, right? Which right away creates chaos. Okay, like to
Yeah.
even get to the end of a car race, you have to get through that first corner, which sometimes no fault of your own, you get fucking washed out and your whole day's over, right? Or that's over. But so, all right, I had like a decent, like I think top 10 was my draw in like a 20 cart, uh, um, not the main, the qualifier heats. Yeah, you would end up racing two heats, and the points from that would make your spot for the main or not. And so in the first one, all I remember was, yeah, I was handling what was in front of me. That's all I could control. And boom. And the next thing, boom, I'm flipped out, kind of slid over to, yeah, offline, but kind of right on the line where I, my last memory was like, I was conscious then, uh, and it all was like beyond split second, right? But seeing that, like, yeah, I was right offline and like not the first couple carts, but somewhere in that line, one of the guys just clipped my head in the helmet, right, rubber tire mark, and it totally knocked me out. Right? Okay, there's a rule in this whole thing. When the medical people come, if you're knocked out, you're DQ'd for the day. Period. Right? So it's important not to like let them ever see that you're knocked out. I kind of already knew that. Right? And I remember them going, yeah, what day is it? This, that, and the other. And somehow I answered it good enough and then had to assess. I'm sore as hell that, like, I know this is going to hurt the next day, but I wasn't really injured. A chassis completely wrecked. But I was sponsored by a chassis company. So, boom, they're able to tell me, like, within minutes, all right, we can get it done. You can get in the next heat. Are you going to be able to do it? And I'm like, yeah, I think so. Or the next morning is when it really sinks in when you're sore. But okay, my mom and dad come down to the pits and shit. My mom's like, yeah, now that's it, right? You're going home, right? I'm like, no, no, no. She's like, well, I'm not sticking around. I thought you were dead. I can't watch that. That's too crazy. Because ultimately, it's crazy. That was the thrill of like what got me into it. If you know anything about shifter car racing and shit, right? Yeah, it's no joke. And oh, it's beautiful when it's all going. Everybody's dialed, and but it's so easy to get. You know, yeah, like I
Yeah.
say, any kind of tires, rims touch each other. Boom, cars are going in the air. You got to
Yeah.
be ready for that. Like ultimately, like yeah, there's a little crash where you just bump into something, crash. But no, most of the crashes are like, yeah, you get ejected. Cart's upside down. I've been doing this thing. Yeah. Over like 7 years, yeah, I like three probably big ones where a couple of them, just me, myself, and I out at the same track, but like during the week practicing, just try like that's when I'd be digging and digging, trying to like find tenths of a second per lap and like be like testing how far I could take a corner. And next thing you know, boom, 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 you're in the hay.
Yeah.
And ultimately, the most dangerous tracks are ones that have hay bales. Some tracks
Yeah.
use different kind of like plastic. They break away. Okay, that hay. Oh no, hay. You hit hay. It's not a soft. It's how soft is the bale of hay? The
Not
hay
real
isn't going
soft.
to give any. Yeah, well, some of those plastic things are meant to be like break away. They just then have to put them back up. So some tracks would be like, yeah, tracks were dangerous because those carts are going fast, like quick, very quick.
Yeah.
But yeah, I
Unimaginably.
loved it. I had no business like attaining any of it, other than what it was I've been a dope addict since I was a kid, chasing rushes. That was like what it all came down to. And when I started, it was like in early 2000. I found this place I did. I paid to do a rental lap, 2 laps or something, a real cart. I remember coming out of the first corner and like, got my power slide with the throttle and like ultimately throttle mainly, the brake too. You're in control of your rush with your feet, or like your like how far are you willing to take this? Because to be good and fast at it, you're like right at that, like right on the edge of like, yeah, you pushing the boundaries. The amount of
Yeah.
G forces, a lot of it is, yeah, we have pretty good straightaways gain speed, but we have really tight cornering where the cart and the tires and the chassis are pretty damn stiff. I mean, they're dialed into the pavement, but where you're taking the G forces or is in your ribs, because that's what you connected to the cart with your ribs. And we're
Yeah.
talking like 3, 4, 4.5 G's, little spurts of that. Well, there's a certain amount of G's that, yeah, is, you know, two you can do all day long. 3, 3.5, it like almost knocks the wind out of you. Reality was, I've never worked out a day in my life, never will. I stay in shape basically just being active. But this was a sport where the people I was competing with were also in the gym. Okay. I did it through adrenaline. Like I just like had a will. But your will can only take you so far. Like like even a couple of the guys who were friends with me years ago, like it was always like, yeah, because they were my now they're my customers. When I met them, they were like 16, 17. There's two classes in go-karting in my division. They call it the seniors and the masters. The masters are 35 years and up, and you in the cart weigh 415 pounds. The seniors are, I think, 17 and up. You can't be 16, but 17 and up. And you weigh 380. Well, me and my cart naturally came in at like three. We added like 1 or 2 pounds, which was part of our dialing in the track. Like, oh, we could put it in the front corner, this corner, central, 2 pounds. So it was like a tool. If I added 20 pounds, right, to racing masters, it would be like, yeah, it was better than that, right? Like, and so for the whole time I raced in seniors,
Huh.
which you think, oh, that's the older class. No, masters is the older class because it wouldn't have been competitive in masters. Like, fuck that. I was in the clip. During that time, I raced against Alex Speed. That's Scott Speed's brother who went to Formula One. Uh, yeah, guys that like became professional race car drivers. It was like, now I didn't always be on the same level of those guys, but no, a couple times I could hold my own with them. But like the word on me, because a lot of it was their dads were their coaches, was like, yeah, don't worry about him. Wait till the last 4 or 5 laps, and that's when he's weak. Yeah, that was my thing the whole race thing. It's like the semis are like 15 minutes, equivalent to 15 minutes, like a sprint. So whatever laps, depending on the track, it would equal around 15 minutes. Oh, I would sometimes, if I was in a real tight one, my arms, what would happen is, okay, the mains are 30 minutes. A lot of times you better be ready to go 35, 40 minutes, right? There would be at the last so many laps where my arms were, I didn't have enough blood circulation, okay, right? I'd be like gasping for air, like basically already in a, what do you call it? But I'd hang on the best I could. I'd never like there was a time I remember when that first started happening, I'd be like, yeah, no way. I just pull like I can't go any further. Right? It hurt too much. And I tell my coach, he's like, yeah, you give me all these papers, you gotta do this workout. Yeah, yeah, no. Never would work out the whole time. I remember at the end, he's like, you're never gonna get any better. You have natural skills, but what's lacking is your physical, you know, uh, where yeah, I never got into it enough to do that. Which yeah, but yeah, the word on me was, and it was true. You can look at all my results. Yeah, man, I was hanging in the top five the whole fucking race. But those last two laps, man, next thing you know, I'm in 11th. All right, because made a little mistake, couldn't hang, make the apex. Uh, guys would get me at the end. Sometimes so when it's over, it's all about weight. Everybody's equal motor. You can have different motors, but it's parity racing. So carts are all supposed to perform about the same, which makes it good racing. You know what I mean? Um, uh, so race is over. You line up, you pull off, and you go over the scales. You get out, push your car up on the scale, have your helmet, all your gear. You're underweight, you're good. If you're overweight, you disqualify. A lot of times I'd get to that point, get up out of my car. Sometimes I'd get my helmet off. Other times I wouldn't, and I'd be like puking up all the water I'd been drinking. Stay hydrated. I was like, I had no breath. I was like fucking. Sometimes they send the medic over. Are you all right? I'm like, yeah, I'm all right, all right. Because I smoke cigarettes. There's pictures of me like on the grid with my helmet cocked up and I'm having a cigarette right before I fucking do it. Right, and then I'd be gasping for air 3/4 of through the race and just do it on willpower. Like, it was crazy, but it was because it was a rush. Like it was the ult. Like in the end, that's the ultimate rush, right? That rush when you did and fucking kicked ass and made won a race somehow and withstood everything. There was no better like that was it.
Oh yeah, I bet you
And
ride that
going
high.
fast and finding that edge was like, do you have enough adrenaline? Do you have enough balls to like do it? Like I remember the first few times realizing, yeah, what he's asking my coach would be trying to get me to do. We had data, so we could see where and what. Like he'd look at a corner spot and say, yeah, I want you to get a 10th right here, at least. Other guys, he'd have other dates. You can do better there. Well, that meant I had to like take it in further, or push it harder, be more on the edge. So that edge was a rush. Like when you're in that edge, and sometimes you get to a point on a certain track, the whole every lap, every corner, you're on this edge. That edge alone must take 10 times as much energy to be in that state than when you're not. A couple tracks, you have this one corner, one stretch where you have that edge, but the rest of the lap you did like regain your head because it's all about staying cool, calm, collective. Like you can't force it. You have to like aggressive does like yeah, you're aggressive in one way, but the the easy in, hard out. Like so, like if you want to find time in the corner, it isn't go faster in. That's usually the reason you're losing time in that corner. You got to go in lighter just a little, but at the right apex, be able to hammer it and gain your speed there. I miss it. There's like a cart thing going on now that I wouldn't have to. I mean, it would just be for fun. Um, uh, but I already know it's addictive. Like now, I'd race in the Masters. I have nothing more to prove. But when I was in my 30s, yeah, I was racing against 20-year-old kids. And yeah, even if I worked out, I wasn't going to get in better shape than them.
You still have
I had a
everything.
bunch of excuses.
Still have your
No,
cart.
I gave it to this girl. No, because one, like two-stroke fan, like no, I kept it for a lot of years, but when I lost my place, it was just like one of the and it wasn't like yeah, those things have to be fresh. You're like like even my motor was like bored, right?
Yeah,
That thing was gonna blow up any fucking second, right?
yeah,
I mean,
yeah. Thin wall.
so,
In a two-stroke, you probably
so
only got a handful of runs out of an engine out of a
Well,
jug.
yeah, that was part of it. They were 125s, and I raced kart motors, not like there's another class that basically are using mainly the K. They call it the KZ class, but the KZ 125 for motorcycles, which is
Yeah,
the most common motor. But any 125 is. Think why the KZ is it's weight, or there's a reason the KZ motor becomes the most prominent kart motor. But yeah, they banned two stroke, and just like in motocross racing. Now there was already four strokes for road tax and stuff. I assume that it leveled off because I remember when I first started watching motocross, and I went one year down here to San Diego when it was like half and half, or maybe more than half. There was only a couple two strokes still out there, and
yeah,
the four strokes were dominating. But like as a kid that grew up watching motocross and all that, that noise was associated with it. So like to go from the ring 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 to the room room, right? Even though they
yeah.
were going faster, it took me a lot of years to where I can hear that noise and realize it's racing. Because like two stroke was like part of the whole thing was the noise. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the noise, the smell, everything.
All that two stroke, that smell, yeah, and that's just yeah. Two stroke in the morning, like warming up your car at 6 in the
Uh,
morning at first,
some bean oil.
And there weren't a lot of things you could do. Like the rules were to keep things parity, but like two stroke, you're mixing your own oil water ratio, oil fuel ratio. So
Yep.
like they tested fuel, but for additive. But if you wanted to run lean, well, okay, but then you're gonna blow up. And sometimes you're forced with decisions like, well, how bad you want to go for it? It's you know, otherwise you're not gonna be competitive. And then you'd
Lean.
bore your engine, and then they were more apt to blow up. But when it was all dialed in, yeah, it was worth it. You went through a lot of motors. See, when I first started racing, it was just I joined for fun. It's like
Yeah.
some amateur
What
thing
fuel?
at this track. And
What
then I
fuel did you?
realized it wasn't.
Mud.
Was that one company? We were had to run 98,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
and we
You
had to
so
buy
98
racing fuel.
octane. 98
Yeah,
octane leaded
98
or
octane.
unleaded?
I think
Was
it was
it
leaded.
leaded?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I forget the race fuel. You bought 5 gallon cans of it,
Probably just
and
aviation fuel, right?
it's
No,
racing
aviation
fuel.
fuel is higher. Normally, like 110 or more, I
Yeah,
believe.
but it was like stocked in all the cart spices. It was, that was on fuel. Um, the Now the time I was in karting, it was like the biggest uh years in America, right? Because yeah, why we don't have American Formula One drivers is because we don't have like the same level of karting, like the real karting and the event is all in Europe. Like if you got good here, to go any further, you got to then go race in Europe, karting,
Yeah.
right? Because there it's a whole other level there.
Well, that's how all Formula One drivers have to pretty much start. You don't just jump in a Formula One
Well,
car, right?
from what I understand, I mean, I saw things. Okay, they had Hamilton spot at Mercedes from the time he was 13, his whole karting career, right? I mean, he went through what they call Formula One, 2, 3. They start Formula 5,000. There's like they used to have this progression where they take a young driver and then you progress through these other lower classes. Now the way to go is if they got a guy that shows all the promise that has what's going to take 3, 4, they go straight from karting straight to a Formula One car because what they realize is all those other cars taught them bad habits, right, of the way to drive because they were less
Yeah.
of a car, right? And
That's
from
yeah.
and from like a teenager, right when you got the karting at its peak, you take them right into a Formula One car, boom. A couple of them just take to it like they were meant to be there.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
that kind of thought process goes with a lot of things. Like, I'm a welder and we have a lot of trouble getting guys to come work with us. And the ones that normally do best are the ones that have the least experience. It all comes down to work ethic, but the ones that have the least experience, we can kind of mold into what we're looking for.
Yeah. That's it. Sometimes all these things that lead you to experience to get there is where people pick up the bad habits.
Yeah.
Then they're a lot harder to break than just going from, yeah. But it takes certain kind of people. Some people can gravitate to that,
Yeah. Yeah.
like where other
Yeah.
people, oh, the only way they're going to get good at something was through the system.
Yeah. There's a very small percentage of people that can drive a car like that. It's you have it or you don't. And do you want to get good
Yep.
at it or do you not?
Well, that was part of it. Like as a kid, I grew up race fan. Even we had a go kart we bought from a garage sale. It had McCulloch engines. It was more of an enduro thing. That,
Oh,
but my
yeah.
parents couldn't afford it. I saw go kart racing as a kid, and I wanted to get into. My parents like didn't have the money or whatever. But then as I was successful in my 30s, I came across this track and like I was able to do it myself. Man, that was the best. I love it. But like it's a young man's sport. I was one of the few guys that had any kind of sponsorship that was in my 30s. Holy shit. No, it's a kid's sport. Well, not very kids, no kids, because a lot of these parents have enough wealth that they're trying to, even if their kid is too young to even know he wants to be a race car driver, they want their kid to be a race car driver,
Yeah. They're
right?
invested.
And they'll spend whatever,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Like one of my friends from that Grant, now he's an adult. Like he said, he was never into it. Like, but his dad made him do it, right? And I said, "Damn, but you were really good." He says, "Yeah, but I wasn't into it. I didn't like, I
Didn't like it. Yeah.
wasn't into it." That
One thing I hope to,
I his dad started when he was like 6 years old.
yeah, that's one thing I hope to never be that type of parent. Like I want to encourage
I
my kids.
saw a lot of them. Okay, so some of my era was what we call like the Danica Patrick effect, right?
Yeah.
Because there was all of a sudden this thing where people thought, oh, and oh, I don't know whatever happened to some of them. Some probably got some kind of drives or are involved in motorsports because you don't actually have to be a top racer to be in motorsports or make a living in motorsports. You do have to know how to drive. Um, um, yeah, a lot of parents were trying to get their girl to be that. You start them real young, and da 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 da, and like I don't know. It seems like some of those girls, yeah, well, a lot of times we're talking about the parents had like decided that it wasn't because the kid said, "Oh, it was way before a kid even is old enough to say that they had
Right.
them doing it."
Yep.
And once they committed, that was it. Same thing with music. There's some people that parents wanted to learn how to play music, but they didn't.
Yeah.
Even though they went to piano lessons their whole lives, they hated it.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Like everything's like that. Like if you're
Yeah.
that type of parent that wants to push a kid that's not liking something, I think that's just not right. And they probably get caught up in the moment because they're probably like wishing the best. They're probably not trying to be that way. I would hope to think, and they're just trying to make the best for the kid, but they're not thinking about what's really.
Well, I think just a little less of that now because just awareness across the board. I'm not a parent, so but when I grew up, there was a little more of that on different things, whether it was on the football team or anything.
It hasn't changed. It hasn't changed a bit. You know, I went to a football game today, and that fucking coach, the coach on the other team, this is a fifth grade football game, and this coach is screaming, cussing, acting like a complete asshole. I'm like, this is fifth grade. Like, I'm all about being like football coaches, they're not supposed to be like a soft person, but this was so ridiculous.
Both my brother's first kids that my mom raised, Sarah and John, they both ended up with scholarships through soccer. And the only thing, like as a parent, I used to go to some of their games over the years. They were on like what we call club teams and shit, like
Yeah,
like to get. But in the end, they got scholarships out of it. Neither like once they become adults, soccer's not part of their life, but man, it wasn't when they were kids. Um,
I just feel the pain from it.
but yeah, I remember even going to some of those games, and yeah, there was a line of like certain parents were like getting too emotional and having me warned that you know um, it was serious.
Oh
These were
yeah,
just kids. They were just kids out there running around.
yep, yeah. They can't. People just
Yeah.
can't enjoy the moment. They gotta fucking be nuts.
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess it's just part of being a parent. I don't know. I guess if I was a parent of a kid, I'd have to check myself with that. You'd want to like them to be, yeah, I can see how you want, like, yeah, you want them to.
Yeah, I said that. I get it, but at the same time, it's like fuck.
No,
Uh,
yeah, there's a line. It's been crossed a few times. Certain things.
in every little town in the whole country.
Well, I know that football is like a whole other thing in Texas and in certain areas where, well, because statistically they've put, more people in professional rosters than anywhere else over
Yeah.
the years. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing in chess. Like a lot of the top chess players are just probably teenagers in the men's side out of India, right? And they're like a couple of them, Duquesne, who's the world champ right now. They got all the publicity, so they interviewed their parents and all. Their parents for all these years sacrificed, worked triple extra to be able to afford to have Duquesne in a chess camp in India from the time he was like 5 years old. Because without all that, you're not going to be have a chance, right? And
Yeah.
so the amount of sacrifice in that poor country. Now, the amount of pressure on this kid had to have been so high because, like, he was his parents' hope to like get above poverty, beyond poverty,
Yeah.
which is success in chess. Now he kind of he pulled it off, but for every guy that pulled it off, there's 20,000 that didn't. But it takes sacrifice from more like yeah to become a. It's probably almost in all these sports at this point. Like the people that become valuable in it start when they're like 6, 7, 8 years old. You don't start then, you're not going to be a world class skate, ice skating, any of these sports.
Seems that way.
It's like, oh yeah, they picked it up when they were like 15, 16 because they liked it. Oh, well, you missed your window.
Yeah.
Now, why a lot of the chess people come also in China too, young, is because it's a way like like where if you're from Brazil or certain countries and you're impoverished, soccer might be the path, right? More relevant. But in other countries, chess is his path, right? And yeah, they started super young. Basically, at a certain point, those chess camps, the parents, yeah, you live there. I think the kids are given to the place because it's, you know, the amount of training is all, more than 8 hours a day.
Chess boarding school, pretty much.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
Wild. My nephew does chess tournaments. He's not he enjoys it. He does well, but they're not like that crazy into it at all.
Well, I mean, the
I've
chess
never
doesn't
even
pay
played it.
that much, but a lot of times the story of somebody from an impoverished country that made it, yeah, he's like the whole family's hopes. It's like,
Yeah,
like,
that
because
that
it's
has
like a way out. There's not
that
that
has
many ways out.
on a kid's brain.
Like even with soccer, why some of the best players come from like places like that. That was their way, possibility to rise above the poverty they grew up in.
Yeah,
'Cause that's the good thing about sports.
yeah,
If you're good, you're good. Well, even like in all these things, age is a thing. Like they've already like in Formula One racing, it's for sure. Like, okay, Hamilton was on top of the world at this age, but once he got to this age, okay, like there's a window when you're a certain age, if you have all the skills, and then you have the youth, that's unstoppable. Chess turns out to be the same thing. And some people try to say, like, is chess really a sport? Well, like, story now is like Magnus. He's over 35 years old. When you go back to Fischer, all the great chess players, yeah, around mid 30s, decline. Well, you think, wait, it's more experience. You're going to get better. You're just sitting there playing. No, because your blood flow slows down, so you're not able to like calculate as fast and as when you were young. You have like a peak, like even though it's a different physical attribute that you have to be in the top of chess, it has to do with age. Like
yeah,
chess players don't get better as they get older at the top level because they can't process as fast. The blood flow slows down.
yeah.
So Magnus is
Not
breaking the trends of that. He's still top test player and he's past 35. Because the new champ 18. Sorry, there's a window like that. Early 20s, football, some sports, some people like break the mold and play a little longer. But they really have like a window when they're best. Like, you know, even it's like, wait, I'm not so good into all the remembering, but football, you had like certain quarterbacks that played like, well, Brady was one of them. He just finally, I guess, retired. There was the one guy that really Sims, or like he played at Buffalo at the end, or where at the end he was like, oh, beat up so much, but he still was hanging on to his career. He plays with Green Bay Packers too. Uh, Get that quarterback. But I remember a couple times in the last couple seasons going, wow, dude, I feel bad for you. Like you should have hung this shit up, but he was still out there doing it.
still making that paycheck.
Well, he fell in love with something, you know.
Yeah, you got to think them guys at that age, they probably have enough money. They're doing it for the love of it in a way. But
Like
there's
this girl's a
Brady.
friend of mine, like, and she's Asian too. A couple months ago, she was like, yeah, she's a little younger than me. She's like, now do you have like retirement? Do you like you gonna retire from what you do? And like it was like a real question, and I was like, you know, I never really, no, I have no intention of that. Oh, I guess if I got to a point too old, okay, couldn't physically do it anymore. But as long as I can do it, I have no intention of not. It's like like I also like, yeah. There's a thing that a lot of times when people like really retire, they die quicker than people that just keep working.
Yeah,
And somehow I think growing weeds like an art, like music or any other art, it's my art. And like artists never retire. Some do. Like musicians, some retire. But a lot, no, they just keep going till they, Willie Nelson, he's gonna go until he can't go anymore. 92. Trust me, he doesn't need the money, but that's what he does,
Yeah.
right? And that's what I feel like growing is to me. Like I actually realized is some of the things that gone on the last couple of years. It's not that, like, okay, yeah, smoking is my medicine. There's a certain amount of uh, medicine value of the consumption, but actually, my medicine, more than that medicine, is the growing. Like that's medicine. Like
Yeah. The process of it.
growing. Yeah, that's like my happy place, no matter what.
Uh-huh.
Like no matter how stressful, whatever else going on in my real world. So I got a couple hours of work to do, and once I like start doing it, and I'm in the energy of that, that's total bliss. Even though it's repetitive, I've been doing the same thing over and over for so long. Some days I'm like, damn, do this again? But no, not really. I couldn't think of anything else I'd ever want to do more than that. And
What
as
do
a
you
stoner before I became a grower, that's like I remember like first getting wind of thing of growing, and like I just knew that's what I wanted to do.
what are
Back
you
when
most excited about right now? In your whole
well,
garden.
okay, after running like basically, you know, majority, I always have a couple of things in the sideline. I ran four strains for like 4 years here. Right here, I mean, a couple of years ago, I had my own place where I had 150 different things going on. But in today's world, yeah, and here I was really had those dialed in. So we let those go. So this last crop, yeah, like even this little bag I put together is like 4 or 5 nugs from the new things that I all just put in one bag. Where now I'm like, yeah, I'm not sure what was what, but it doesn't matter because in another day or so, when it's all trimmed, I'll get it. Yeah, so DK, that's called Donkey Kong. Might be on the top of the flowers, like plant, yield, density, look, smell. It definitely. And I already did try it. Yeah, super strong. Um, KK, which is caramel cutthroat. Um, that strain's a little more. Oh, people have been growing it. It's been around. It really did super well. Now the biker Kush. Well, somehow I was hoping it was more of a Kush. Turns out it's like an OG, and it is. So I got some of that right here. Yep, OG. Not the best representation of OG, but it's OG. It's stretched beyond. It's not even like I that wouldn't work in my. Uh, no, I don't like a plant quadruples in the first couple weeks of flower. Too much. It needs to be supported more. So I'm not. I didn't go forward with that one, even though it's pretty good. And then there's Sherb cocktail. I still got growing the Sherb Crasher because that's really good Sherb. I've had Sherb cream pie. I didn't keep that. I've had another Sherb something. I can't remember. I didn't keep that. I might keep Sherb cocktail. That's Sherb into GMO. And when I cut it down, it smelled a little like Sherb, but not as predominant as like the other Sherbs. But I can smell the GMO. So okay, wait, there's another one in there too. Now, in my perpetual thing, I already have 2 cycles. I've had to make 2 cycles of the future, meaning the plants that I'm just set were clones of these new varieties where I never smoked them, I never finished them. Well, when I took clones there, I thought, I don't know why, because it was something I've heard. I was hot for biker kush, so I took a lot of biker kush. Which now I didn't take clones of that going to the next one. I'm done with that, but all right, I got to grow what I already committed to, and I backed up enough KK that I'm good. But the one that I wish I had the most of, I have the least of at the moment. But going forward, I'll adjust that. I think there's one more, but like until you smoke them, then how do you even know what you want to go forward with or not? But you still have to make decisions because out of the clones that I'm set, I had took clones for the next room already. Where yeah, I took then I wasn't so sure I wasn't going to run the bike of Kush, so I took some of those waste. I luckily I took extras because like at a certain point you got to call. You got to say that's it. You're either doing it or you're not. You got to get them out of your plant count. But your plant count, the way I do it, it's like you have to make decisions without even information. You know, because also with in how I got strains become keepers in my like methods. Usually I run something two or three times before I make like a definite decision whether I keep it or not. So some things that at this point are in first time might by the third time be no, and one of the ones that biker kush I already know it stresses too much. I don't want to deal with a plant of that set that it doesn't fit in my system. But then these other ones, yeah. Next thing you know, one that I'm maybe not. There's one I'm forgetting. Oh, well, no. There's this other one that is beats them all. Not quite on yield. Not quite. Oh no, tree one hitter. That's the cap junkie, capulator junkie, cat sea junkie collaboration from so many years ago. Cantillina's. Oh man, that's good. That's like that's that's like two hits. You're putting it down. You can't. It's that strong. And yeah, so that one's like already well, that one I've already grown twice. And another batch is halfway through the third batch. So okay, I'm at that point with it. But I couldn't like if I had to make hard and fast decisions after just one round, I guess you could. But like my experience would tell me, yeah, you'd probably like miss things. Like you might discount something after the first time that's still in the process of acclimating itself to your system or you and your methods. And by the third run, it's got those other ones beat from the first run. That's my experience. Now these are clones, so it's not a phenotype thing. But when I was doing seed hunts, that was for sure real that mattered. So there'd be times I'd get down to two or three out of a 10 pack or four. I I was going to keep that pheno, and I think, oh, this one. If I had to call them that day, I would have said this one, number three, right? And then after 3 months, number three wasn't number one anymore. Number six leveled off to be the keeper. But I don't know. I don't know how you could like make a decision. I guess some people could. I can. Like off the one flowering run. Some of that isn't like my environment or my music change from run to run, but I think it's plant acclimation, right? Whether it's a clone you get or a seed. After a couple runs from the veg environment to this, that, the other, plants, cannabis plants definitely acclimate. And sometimes certain ones, certain phenols acclimate to you. They're looking for you in your environment to be their best. And the first run, just is the beginning of that happening. They hadn't even have a chance to acclimate yet. But after 3 runs, oh, they've been veg, they've been cloned, they've been in the routine a couple times, and then they like come into their own. Some don't. Some start off great, and then after a couple runs, you realize, yeah, it's not liking this. I don't know if that makes any sense. But,
It does.
yeah, new varieties are always good. It's enjoyable to um, have something different and figure out, what you really like and what is what what is what it is. And even this that I have these mixed up, if I took the time and put them all out and looked at the structure, I could separate them. There's only 3 kinds I threw in this bag. At the time, I could have put them in 3 separate bags, but I was like, I just wanted a couple to try out. I think it'll be interesting because I'm going to try these out, and then by the time the, the trimmers return, everything's finished, and it's all labeled. And then I'll be able to go, oh, the one that looks like this, that's that, right? So in essence, sampling these is better this way because it's like a blind sample. Like I don't like sometimes some of this is like preconceived notions. Like as it was growing, you like that one best because that looks like a best yielder. So you're already leaning toward wanting that to be best. But then when you smoke it, it's not the best. Or I mean, one of the other ones that yields a little less might be way better. Maybe not. It's just preconceived notion. Like even that I like thought biker Kush was going to be all that. That's preconceived notion because I know that strain's been around. I heard of it, so I assumed and lean toward that in my numbers. Well, you had to lean toward something, but
Yeah.
you didn't have anything to base it on until they were done, or you knew what you know characteristics. All this is my own madness in my head. Like no, no one else gives a shit, like, but I still do. Like the relationship with each bud or kind. And somehow I might pick 1 or 2 of these kinds that I think is the best. But then, like after a few cycles with my customers, they like this other kind best.
Yeah. Yeah. Everybody's subjective.
And ultimately, like their input is part of it all too. But I mean, that's part of the whole process, being a grower, or you know. But then there's a side of me that likes having the same strains over and over, because then you can just get more dialed in on even in that first couple 3 weeks. Then after that, you then have to start doing little things, whether it's the recipe or any number of things, the way you top it, that is best for that to get the best out of that variety. And then, yeah, first ones, yeah, now that I know that thing stretched so much, the one time going forward, I straight took the whole top 6 inches off. Because I know it's gonna, all those lowers are gonna stretch out, right? So then you learn things about it, which yeah, that's part of the process too. Now, at least when you go indoors, should roughly around six. Well, I mean, I have much more cycles than I could perpetual. So, but really, each room only puts six cycles, a little less than 6 cycles through a year. But at least you have 6 cycles to learn it. Outdoor, you pretty much have one cycle a year to, learn things about the plant for the next year cycle. Indoor, you're able to like, God, the amount you can learn in one year about a variety and its needs or its, what it wants, how to get the most out of it. But a couple strains, my other friend that I got him from that grows, he has a different setup than I do, but he's like saying, yeah, this one and this one perform better like lower light, like lower your light, the strength of them,
Yeah.
and they'll be better. They don't like the high intensity light. Now on the LEDs, it's easy to turn them back. It's not so easy to turn them back like that with HPS. I mean, the ballast has this thing where you can switch it, but I'm not so sure. Like taking 1,000 watt bulb and running it at 600, like the bulb's meant to run at 1,000. You know what I mean? So I don't usually turn those down. I can raise them higher. That's a way of doing it.
Yeah. You play with your height of your lights a lot.
But like, sometimes I try to like. That's what I'm saying about picking these ones. It's another like term in my mind I use it. Do they play well with others? Can you get 3 or 4 of them that pretty much are all happy right here? Now, even then, you could probably make this one a little more happier, or this, but like at least have a happy medium where the cycles sit right on the growth, the vigor, where they play well with others, where you can get a few of them that you can run in the same room and they all perform on the top end of the, you know, because then sometimes you'll find something that, yeah, it has too many needs of its own. There's different than these. Like I could easily go, okay, this tray and this kind gives a different recipe than this kind. Because some of them are that, like some of them are heavy eaters, some of them want a lot lighter food. That wouldn't be too hard to like do, but that would be one more thing I'd have to keep track of where I'd rather avoid that and just have the same recipe for all of them. Much
Yeah.
easier. But then over time, you start to find out, oh, this one likes a little more of that or this. And, that's okay if it's just easy. But like when sometimes it's like, oh, veg, it needs a much lighter, but flour can take more. And, they all got a story to tell.
Yeah.
That's what I look at. But I try to find ones that play well with others, meaning you can run them side by side, not next to each other necessarily. I mean, each tray and reservoir is its own for the most part, time. Uh, but they all like this temperature. They all like this humidity, or you know, overall. Because even when I have that dialed, after a while I realize, yeah, but this one kind of likes it much cooler than the rest. But it'll still do all right at this. You can't start chasing each each one's particulars. Because every variety has its own everything. Each week, some really want very little fruit at the end. Some don't mind fruit to the end. Um, some like different. Some like make sure the pH is more like 5.6, 5.7. Doesn't like 6.1, 6.2, or doesn't isn't as happy there. Like even this round, I already veg plants once. Now this round, my sun leaves as I defoliated were super big on all the varieties, which told me, oh, they're happy. They're liking life here in my garden because their sun leaves that's huge, healthy, starting plants happy. And 3 weeks of veg was all I needed. Topped them a couple times and then ready to go. Like they had good vigor. A couple cycles ago, yeah, it was super good. People wish I grew more of it. I had this one called Mule Fuel and Dog Pub. But I mean, right away I realized it had a different vigor and veg thing. So for a couple cycles, I had its plants out of cycle with the clones and gave them at least 2, maybe 3 weeks more veg time because they grew well slow in veg and they didn't stretch that much even in flower. Uh, yeah, I as good as it was, I I moved on from it because I don't want to always have like some other timing of the veg cycle for one variety. Now my old system, here the rooms come down completely. There's no like, oh, let that one stay up another week or so. No, it doesn't make sense. My other place, which was as big as this, as far as lights and trays, I had it at every tray or two, at least one tray, was set like every week. So I had a flower room with like that one had 7 4x8 trays in it. It was like it wasn't set all one time, week, 10 days, whatever it was. So then there was always a tray coming down, and if any of those needed more time, it was easy. It wasn't like it didn't affect the whole room. Here, I forget what saying was. It was a lot of them are GMOs. They take 70 days. Well, the rest of all these strains are like 60 days. So as good as it was, a 70 dayer can't fit because when it's done at 60 days, the rest of the room, there's no way to leave a tray or two up the extra 10 days without leaving the whole room down for that 10 days. Right? So you lock yourself in sometimes to like having to have certain varieties, like I say, play with others. Well, there's plenty of great strains that finish right at 60 days. So as an indoor guy, yeah, you kind of fall into running 60-day strains. I remember we had the 70-day strain. We were thinking about taking one of our rooms and running it in it completely and running 70 days, which is 10 days. So when you have perpetual, one veg, two fire chambers, you have this like schedule of space and plant moving. And so and it's important that they're a month apart, right? That's an important thing that I keep flower one and flower two a month apart in the spacing and all that. So it would only be like a few cycles of the 70-day before you would like, well, now what are you going to do when both rooms are ready to be set at the same time? You wouldn't have the proper space to have those, because veg is its size. It can feed one room at a time. It can't feed both rooms at a time. Otherwise, they'd be too crowded in veg. So the vegetables its own, like keeping it, keeping those schedules. When to take clones, wait for the next run. You take them too early, and then they're going to need to be up potted or, to the next Hugo size and have space. Well, the other ones are in that space, you know, type of thing. Like, so you're like locked in. I remember, like last year, I need like an extra 2 weeks of veg. Like I should just take them earlier. Well, you can't because I did that without thinking it through. Next thing I had rooted clones, 100 of them, 140 of them that needed to move on, except the the next room was still waiting to be able to be moved on. So they had no space to go. Oh, I could have crowded everything together, but that's going to be totally cat. And then the plant's going to stress and have no side branching, right? So I was faced with, oh, that's why the schedule falls the way it does, right? Now, oh, answer, double the veg space. But like I come out of the 90s where like veg was, you had veg, you had flower. Veg was like the small, you use a small amount of, the smallest footprint as you could because the money was in flower. So a lot of my grows like, yeah, a decent amount of veg space, enough, but not enough to have both rooms plants at the same time. They have to be a month apart. So when you lose a couple days here, which is part of it, right? Oh, how many days did it take you to flip the room? This time I did it in 5. I could sometimes do it in 2. Like clean it the one day, set it the next day. But that's also the window where you need to take photos at that same time for the next run, the 1-2 from that. It's really pretty simple, but it's also pretty complicated. It's like a challenge. And when I first started it, yeah, I would get out of whack all the time, pay the price. But now, with experience, I've tried to like stick to the time, calendar. Yeah, I'm feeling good now because I work really hard 7 to 10 days a month. And then 20 days of the month is like maintenance. That's how I look at it, easy. But that 7 to 10 days, it starts off the first few days completely overwhelming, where there's so much all at once has to be done that I feel overwhelmed. Because you also throw in there week 3 room, the other room that's halfway done needs to be totally defoliated. That's in the same time. So basically, in this 7 days of craziness, which I just ended in 5 days, still got a few little projects to do, but little. I harvested. I started cleaning the room. I'd take the clones to the next round, defoliate the other room completely. Enough days went by that I was able to buck. It was harvested, put in totes, to ship to the trimmer, so he can start working on it in a couple days when it's ready. Reset the room, and yeah, then I'm making fresh water in all the reservoirs, and then go back to the bedroom, reorganize, because now I can turn off a portion of the lights. Where actually the columns that I took a week ago are going to start to be rooted, and then put them out. But as of Friday, I got 90% of the big workload done. Just have to tighten up a couple things. Probably Wednesday, I saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Had it pushed on Thursday night, Friday night. Now it's Monday, or no, Sunday, Saturday. I pretty much got it behind me. But I remember like a week ago or so, I was always the same, overwhelming. Like all everything has to be done at once, every month. I call it perpetual hell. Now, when I tell the story, it's like, oh, 10 days and then 20 days of maintenance. That should be good. I don't know, 10 days of hell and then 20 days of semi just kick back. But no, you still have stuff to do. Definitely have stuff to do, but not like more than you think is possible. But I do it every month. Like I say, right at the end of the tunnel, there's a point in it where I just trudge away. First day or two, I'm feeling overwhelmed, feel like I didn't get enough done, and I don't know how I'm going to pull this off. And then, like usually by the third day, if you just stick with it and pludge away, and then all of a sudden you guys, oh, I'm at this point in it, so you're not as overwhelmed. You see the light at the end of the tunnel. And then a couple more days, boom, you're like, you can breathe and bullshit, all of it. And when I'm overwhelmed, just went through all this, I'm like, I'm getting too old for this. It's like cleaning, scrubbing the room. We have to do thoroughly every time. I realize I'm not in that good of shape like I used to be. So bending down and like exerting myself and using my back, yeah, usually gets a little sore the next day or so. Where I'm like, yeah, I'm getting too old for this. But it keeps me in somewhat shape because you only have to bend down and crouch down and uh, use your back a couple days a month. You don't do it enough that you really get in shape. You just suck it up every month. Now, if I exercise certain just 10 minutes a day on stretching and certain things with my back, I yeah, I just never exercise. If I'm active, and even if I'm like strained a little bit, okay, I was in there finishing. So, because Friday, or no, Thursday, I lose track of the days, whatever. I had scrubbed all the trays, all the nasty water or the from scrubbing the trays were a little bit in each reservoir. Well, then I scrub the reservoir and then I suck out the water and then use a shop vac or bucket head, get the reservoir perfectly clean. Okay. Seven, no, there's eight 50-gallon reservoirs. I did six of them and was too tired and left one. Now, I had to set the plants. They were moist enough, they didn't need water. So I set the plants and still left that one. Now tonight, 2 days later, I'm making water in all those reservoirs. Well, first I gotta go back and clean the last one that I left because like that day I did seven, I couldn't get to the eighth. I was like, burnt. I ran out of steam. But all right, it still all worked out. This last cycle, I used a lot more labor. But then in the end of the month, I'm like, yeah, well, there's where the profits went. Cool, we got the job done. No problem. This run, I'm trying to do much, like, had teeniest bit of labor. And yeah, well, I worked a little hard, but what I got it done. I got through it. You can get through it one way or another. And that's where sometimes the labor is worth it to me because sometimes if I'm doing it myself, I could lose a day or two. It'll take me a day or two longer to complete the whole task, which then on the annual calendar, those add up. Day or two here, a day or two here, a day. And then next thing you know, you barely hit 5 runs a year rather than close to 6. You're losing a run over the whole year. Math and math is math. You can't make up for that. All right. Years ago, that's why I had multiple places too. I had couple of people, full-time employees, whole different level of labor. I would have the harvest people work, taking it down. They would do that, semi-clean the room, and then later, usually like in the same 24-hour period, a couple other workers came to work, and their purpose was to finish clean the room completely, the standard, and set the room. It would all be one day. I wouldn't lose any days between reset, but I had labor. Now labor's like not in the equation like it used to be. Yeah, over my looking at my numbers, yeah, you start losing a couple days here and a couple days here and a couple days here, and then you pull out to a year, and then you see where oh you almost lost a whole month, a couple days at a time. Years ago, that shit didn't matter. It's like the numbers in the business were different. Now the numbers are so so tight that those things are critical, which sucks. Oh, wait a second, I'm the only guy here, but my two buddies are in the fucking chat, dude. Where are you guys? You guys could come and talk to me, and I can finish work. Well, I'm gonna get off of here and go back to work. And read what they're saying. Yeah, sometimes I just talk and talk. I know. Oops. That's why I just hang by myself most of the time because I'm not like good at interaction with people. I'm tripping. I went from Sunday, Friday, and God, the craziest, most fun time. A couple new girls came into my life, and all this work. I don't even know what. I was mayhem. And then I went to sleep like I think around 2 or 3 o'clock Friday, and I just woke up tonight around 5 or 6. So I'm raring to go for a couple days. Work only. No more fucking around. No more sidetrack for a bit. Gotta catch up. Health too, man. I'm like, getting too old. That's another thing. I'm too old to like party with 30-year-old chicks. It was fun, but no, I don't got like I got a different amount of energy. You think that's what you want, but then all of a sudden you realize, wow, man, I can handle. That that's reality. Yeah, I like this 30-some-year-old chick. She's hot. Yeah, you're not 30 anymore, dude. That's reality. And what's weird about hooking up with the other chicks, you can't try. I no, you never try. You never even seem like that's your thing because I think it might be 1 out of 100. There's only certain chicks that even like older dudes, like even can fathom that or into that. And you never know when they're gonna pop up. But when they do, you don't have to do nothing. They take control of the whole thing. It's their fucking trip. That's why you don't try. Try to no. I tried. No, that doesn't how it happens. Never happens that way. It's like, oh, you're too fucked to drive home? Oh, I'll give you a ride. Yeah, give me a ride. Yeah, come on. Like, it's like I realized, holy shit, I wasn't even expecting it. Wasn't even thinking that was like what's gonna happen until it happened. I was like, yeah, I didn't even. Like, I didn't think that was like part of what was happening. But then after I realized, yeah, holy shit, man, fucking, I'm too old. I have to like retire from certain things. I think like total mayhem. No, but no, I'm ready for it again. I just have to rest out about a week or two, and then I'll get back into trouble or fun or whatever you want to call it. I enjoy it. That's fucking all I gotta say. All right, I'm signing the fuck off. Because no one wants to hear my fans and all my room noise as I'm taking water. I brought up both rooms. So that's 8 times 50, 400 gallons, 600 gallons. And then somehow work to get those two cycles offset. So it's like, oh, clean, change the water in the one room 1 day, and then a couple of days later, change the other one. I don't have to do it all at once. I have 800 gallons in my totes, so I have enough water, but um, still, RO water. But actually, only half of it's RO water. Half of it's my reclaimed water from my DUs and ACs, which I've had tested. Like it's true 0.0000 water. That's my best water. The RO water, yeah, it's less. The RO water is not as stable either as the reclaimed water. But I've never cleaned any of those devices with any kind of anything but water pressure. Because if I contaminated the line with any kind of chemical or cleaning stuff, then my whole tote, everything. But it's amazing how much water you can collect back. Like I don't know what percentage, and my room isn't very sealed. Like we really like you could. I don't know. You probably reclaim like 75%. I think I reclaimed 50. For as much water as I put out, that reclaim tote fills right up. I have a separate one in veg, and it fills up faster than I use the water. I think it's 275-gallon totes. That's from one AC only. The split mini collection. And some people think, oh, heavy metals, all that shit. Well, we've had this shit tested, water tested. We've had nothing. Two zero 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 water. That water holds the pH, where the RO water it fluctuates. All right, enough of babble for me. You have a good weekend. And yeah.